Hello there. How is everybody? Glad you are watching wherever you are. Thank you again for joining us. This is Mtembei TV. We are in again for another political show where we're looking on what is the latest development in our political development and how do we respond to the same? How do we position ourselves so that we are indeed part and parcel of what is happening? And at least we are making sense of the prevailing circumstances. And today we'll be looking on a very important subject, that is DP RUTO'S UDA priority list versus RAILA ODINGA'S priority list. What is believable, what is workable, what is realizable, why and how. So wherever you are, let us get in and make a difference today. This is a free platform where you come and air your views as long as you remain factual and able to substantiate most of what you say. It is that very important, but anybody can join the show. You just use the link in the comments, then you will get yourself a space in the studio and you'll be able to contribute. We are in for priorities. What is priority? What is not priority? How do we get this realized? How do we get this working? I would that we all get in and make this show a great one by ensuring that we do our very best to see to it that nothing is left undone. The priorities. What is priority? This priority word has become a cliche now in the campaign trail, where what is priority, what is not priority, and we just want to look into the same and get to know who is lying, who is telling the truth, why. And of all the promises that are being given out, who is who, where, and who do we believe, and why should we believe them, so that we can improve on the current state of affairs. Yes, James, how are you?
I'm fine.
You're welcome to the show.
Thank you.
Yes, history a priority.
They are priorities, really. I've not had any of them.
Sema priority sio kubadilisha katiba, priority sio kutafuta vyeo, priority ni kushughulikia watu wa chini.
Okay.
Yes.
I think for me, that's a tie and rhyme. You notice that after the court ruling on BBI,
yes,
which had become the main topic for Tanga, they now seem not to have any other narrative that they can sell out there. So you are still going to hear people talking about the priority of creating jobs and creating positions for some few people. So I think I don't know how we frame this, because when we talk about priority, my first understanding was that what one is planning to do should he take government.
Yes.
Because I hear one talking of creating jobs. Like today, I had a promise of 100 billion to create 4 million jobs. I don't know how that will be done. And 100 billion, I don't know how it is going to create 4 million jobs, which has not been created for the last 9 years. But anyway, he put that as a priority. The priority
Yes.
on the side of Baba is to look after those who are completely down by capital by money injections every month, so that they can be able to have some purchasing power to be able to
Yes.
buy the necessities of life. He's also talked about prioritizing value addition of agricultural products. So I don't know whether it is a debate that has come out very well, especially when you look at the two reading contestants. They are still struggling to bring out what they would really do. I am also aware there are those who have given ultimatums that within 100 days, BBI must come back, and that what had been secured must be secured within 100 days of the new regime. So let me stop at that to hear what the others have to say about this topic of priorities of the reading contestants. Yes, Bernard. Are we still there?
I think Bernard ako kwa call.
James,
Why
thank
don't you
thank
go
you.
on?
Sorry,
Thank
Maureen.
you.
Endelea, nilikuwa najibu simu mwingine hapa. Maureen? Is that Maureen?
That is M.
Oh, M, how are you?
I'm good.
Wewe priority yako ni gani? Ya UDA ni mama mboga, okay? Na hii ingine ni kusaidia maskini. Wewe yako ni ipi?
Yangu ni hii. Yangu mimi nasema hivi, these priorities are there just to blind us so that we can give them our votes. Let them just say the truth. They have been promising us day and night and we haven't seen anything. So right now, can we believe in them that they are saying the truth? We can't believe in them because they are telling us things that are, when you think in it, when you look at it, you look in it, you find that it is very difficult for the person to do it for Kenya. And we understand the Kenya government and leadership. Not unless Jesus Christ come back again and baptize our politicians is when things will change. But we shall be just singing the same language and crying with the same problems in our Kenya. Those are lies. Nobody is there telling us the truth. Let us just tell us that they want our votes. They want to be the president of Kenya. But let them not give us some big promises that they will never make them.
Wow.
Okay.
Sasa emu nasema priority ni kuwa rais, sio hii mambo ingine.
Yes, exactly. Their priority is to be the president and to lead Kenya and to get the Kenya cake, not hii mambo ingine. Hapo wanatudanganya, watuambie ukweli, tukubali then tuwape.
Okay. Thank you. Oh my God. Eric Gaspar. Eric Gaspar, are you still there? Unmute ndio ongee, tuisikie kama moja unmute. Unmute your mic, then speak. Yeah. Okay, Ochare, sasa.
Thank you so much, bro.
Yes.
I hope everyone is fine.
We are fine, waiting for your contribution.
Now, I have listened to James and I've also listened to M,
Yeah.
but I want to ride on the issue raised by M. I agree with her 100%. But among in these political processes going on, the priority of these political leaders is accessing or getting into leadership, getting into presidency. That is their first priority. However, having said that, I have looked at what these guys are presenting, and they are very good policies. They are very good programs, but on paper, they will win. Whoever wins will win, whether there is system or if the IBC decides to go with what the people will say at the ballot. But whoever is announced the winner, the primary goal or the primary policy or the primary project that I would like to see, if someone can talk about addressing the issue of corruption, the bottom-up approach is a good approach, but if corruption is not addressed, it is as good as dead. The social protection policy being propagated by Baba is also a good one. But if the issue of corruption, the runaway corruption in our country is not addressed, it is just going to be there on the paper. You will be told that there are those who have started benefiting, there are mamambogas who are receiving the 100 million, there are youths who are being given the 6,000 Kenya shillings, but you will not see, you will not be feeling it on the ground. So the first priority on my side, the priority that maybe I would wish these people to address is the issue of corruption. If we address corruption, we'll be addressing the challenges in our healthcare system. If we address corruption, we will be addressing the issue of joblessness. If we address corruption, we will be addressing the challenges affecting our small-scale traders. If we address corruption, we will be able to fix our food security. That's all.
Oh, thank you so much, Jim. I think Gaspar is back. Unmute to sikia sauti yako. Eric, unmute kwanza ndio tuongee. Endelea.
Yeah. Unanipata?
Kabisa, endelea sasa.
Hello? Sasa mine
yes,
was...
we can get you. Yeah.
Are you getting me?
Yes, go ahead. Give your submission. You are mute again. Mute, unmute, and then speak. You just unmute once. Aye. Hello, vipi?
Mzuri.
Hii maneno ya priority iko sawa ama ni kubebwa tunabebwa ujinga?
Mimi kitu naweza sema hapo ni kwamba unajua sasa mimi ni mtu wa baba na mimi na trust baba kabisa. Na juu farasi ni mbili, hapo ni easy kabisa kuchagua. Because tunajua mwenye anaweza fight corruption na mwenye hajai kuwa tested. Mmoja amekuwa tested na amefail. So hapa we don't need to gamble so much. The choice is right there. And Raila ni mtu ameuza policies zake like 2 decades now. So Kenyans, you don't have to scratch your head. Just do what is needed of you. don't behave like Raila is a stranger to you. Wewe pigia Raila kura and you will get what you want. Raila atakifanya tu 50% ya vitu zenye ame promise, Kenya ita change. So, you know, kuna watu wenye they are not really supporters wa Raila. Maybe they just don't have another option, or sisi watu wenye tumekuwa na Raila for all along, we are very happy that tumeinsist na tumekuwa resilient hadi Raila akafika hapa, hadi sasa Wakenya wote wanaona uzuri yake. So mimi kitu naweza waambia, pigieni Raila kura, don't gamble, don't lose this chance. Hii ndio chance yenye Kenya inaenda kuchange. Uhuru ametujengea infrastructure poa sana. Sasa wacha baba weke pesa kwa mfuko yako, na baba tengeneze kila kitu mashinani, kama ukulima hivi, atengeneze ma companies, mavijana wapate kazi, atengeneze masomo, alipe maskini, a fight corruption. Ndio amesema ataziba hizo mwanya, alafu hiyo pesa pati aweke kwa mfuko ya wananchi. So don't gamble. Mimi priority, mimi naona Raila ndiye mambo yote, hakuna kitu ingine hapo tena, hivyo tu.
Okay, thank you David. Waga na watu wa black screen, tuko karibu kwanza kuang'oa. Usikae nyuma ya curtain kama haupasi kuwa nyuma ya curtain. You are blackening the screen. Kuja na kamera tuone nani ambaye anatuongelesha. Waga yupo?
Okay. Niko. Mnanipata?
Tunakusikia, tukuone. Umemute. Umeenda kutafuta kamera ama? Tony, are you there?
I'm there.
Yes.
The problem is that some of us,
if you can use the camera, use.
You know, some of us, we are working somewhere where we don't have light, but tunafurahia hii show sana, and tuko na maneno tulikuwa pia tunataka kuchangia.
Sawa, toa maoni yako.
So for me, kulingana na hii issue ya Ruto na Raila, all of them wako na good ideas, but the problem is that tukikuja kama wanalilia mama mboga, na tunajua kwa hii industry tuko pia na wanaume wanafanya kazi ya mboga. Sijui kama watu wamekuwa considered kama pia mama mboga ama ni aje.
A good question.
Alafu another issue is that hii example tena, kama wanasema pale Mtitondei, wanasema watu watengeneze chama kama ya hii mchezo wa ngono bwana. Hiyo ni sasa inchi tunaenda wapi sasa? Ni kuentertain, wana entertain. Hiyo tu ndio kwa swali yangu.
Okay, endelea kutegea utapata jibu.
Safi.
Okay. Then let's hear from AC. AC, are you there? Unmute, then speak. AC seems to be stuck or something. Man Rich.
Sijui kana nasikika.
Tumekusikia. Sema sasa.
Okay. Mi bana, hapa tusidanganyane, unaona? Kwa sababu tunafuatilia hizi story tena, sisi wageni hapa Kenya, tunaangalia haya mambo yote tunaelewa, unaona? Nafahamu hivi. Ukiangalia watu wawili, kwa sababu hao watu wawili ndio sasa wamekuja mbele zetu. Ukiangalia Raila na Ruto, sasa tuanze kulinganisha. Wacha tuanze na mtu alianza kwanza. Ruto alianza wa kwanza mbele, alianza kujiuza kitambo sana. Na mimi yale mambo yenye nimesikia clear ya Ruto, namba moja amesema kwamba atapea vijana jobs like 4 million jobs. Akasema kwamba ataanza bottom up. Kivile anajaribu kutuelezea ni kwamba atatoa pesa chini na kupeleka juu. Sasa sijui vile atatoa chini, unajua hapo pia eleweki vizuri. Kitu ametuambia tena ni I think nizo vitu mbili ndio na nini naweza sikia kwa dio nini yake ya asla. Alafu tuje kwa baba Raila mwenyewe. Raila vile anatuelezea ni kwamba namba moja yenye inaweka imetrend sana ni kwamba atatoa 6,000 kwa every family yenye hawana uwezo yote. Alafu amejaribu kuelezea kila pale akienda, anawaambia vile ataleta pesa ama atawasaidia kwa hivi na hivi. Manake hatuwezi danganyana, kila kaunti na shida yake. Na Raila ametoka anze, ametembelea counties kama sijadanganya haziwezi pita 5. La kila kaunti akienda anajua shida za huko na anawaambia jinsi ambavyo atawasaidia. Kama Meru aliwaambia vile ataenja nsija nje na kuwapatia biashara ya miraa. Alafu Embu pia alisikia mambo yao pia na kuambia vile atafanya. Sasa hebu acha tuanza kuangalinganisha. Unajua hapa tuzesema wanasiasa kweli wanadanganya, asijakataa. Lakini hapa tuangalie nani anajaribu kusema ukweli. Ruto atuambia atatengeneza 4 million jobs. How? Ndio tupige hesabu manze aingi 4 million jobs. Na Ruto alisema yeye mwenyewe akiwa pale, ilikuwa Shujaa Day ya? Alisema kwamba yeye ndiye deputy rais, hadi anapewa ulinzi kama deputy rais. Ni kumaanisha kwamba yeye ni serikali anayo, yeye deputy president, kumaanisha kuna mamlaka ya kufanya hayo mambo anayosema hata kwa sasa. Hao watu wanasema ati Ruto sijui yako kwa serikali ametupwa nje. Kama angekuwa ametupwa nje, hata angekuwa anapatia hao bodyguards kuja kutembea kunini, hajatupwa nje. Baada ana uwezo na usemo na anaweza sema na sikiko, unaona? Kama ametupwa nje anaweza enda kwa koti na nini. Kwa hivyo hizo vitu anasema anaweza kafanya saa hii. Kampeni bado hajafunguliwa, IBC hajasema manze anzeni kupiga kampeni. Hajasema, maana yake yeye ameanza mapema sana. Anafaa fanye kazi, atuonyeshe zile vitu, hizo vitu anasema sasa anafaa fanya. Atapatia hata vijana 10,000 tu, apatie hata vijana 10,000 tu kazi. Aache hizo, hatutaki hizo 1,000,000 anasema. Apatie tu hata 10 tu, tuone. Ndio tuone huyu mtu ako serious, tunaweza pea hizo zingine. Hiyo ni number 1. Number 2 alisema kwamba bottom up. Bottom up anaelezea kuwa atatoa pesa chini kwa mwananchi. Kutoa, unajua bottom up manze sielewi. Kutoa pesa chini kwa mwananchi na kupeleka juu, ama kutoa pesa juu na kurudi chini. Manze hapa eleweki, vile anaelezea sielewi kabisa. Ama anasemaje? Tuchukue kazi tuletee wananchi. Hebu mtu yote anaweza nieleza, manake sielewi, I'm confused. Hapo sipati chochote. I get nothing there. Manake tuanze na mwananchi wa chini. Unajua kama unatumia akili vizuri, hebu ajaribu ku understand. Tuanze na mwananchi wa chini, tukipanda juu. Badala aseme tutoe pesa juu tulete wapi? Chini. Bottom up. Yani sasa wewe achukue pesa yako hapa chini apeleke juu. Ya pili alisema mambo mengine kuwa atamaliza mambo ya fuliza yenye nasumbua wananchi kwa loan, sijui na hizo zingine yenye sijashika jina yao vizuri. Sasa nilijiuliza swali lingine. Unajua nilicomment kwa hiyo video yake, nika-comment. Unasema utamaliza biashara ya fuliza. So tell me, do you think huyu mwana biashara mwenye alifungwa fuliza atakubali kuwa rais? Unataka kufunga fuliza ati usaidie mwananchi wa chini. Hebu niambie, mwenye biashara mwenye amefungwa hiyo fuliza, atakubali kuwa president au kuwa rais? Si utamaliza kila mtu hapa ndio wewe ubaki sonko ama? Hata Safaricom isikie hiyo kitu, sidhani kama Safaricom inaweza kubali. Maana huyu ni mtu mwenye atamaliza biashara zote zili kubwa kubwa akijifanya kwamba anasaidia wananchi na yeye biashara yake inazidi kuendelea. Sasa Raila naye huyu kwa Ruto manze sijaelewa. Hebu tuende kwa Raila. Raila atasaidia mwananchi mwenye ajiwezi kwa 6,000 familia, kusema mwananchi mmoja, familia moja, na akatueleza vile atapatia. Unajua Ruto hakutueleza vile atapatia wananchi kazi, lakini Raila ametueleza hizi 6,000 zitatoka hapa hapa na hapa. Miraa alisema hii biashara ya miraa itafunguliwa, ataifungua na nchi za nje, na alisema nitaongea na huyu na huyu, hadi aka mention this president. Nitaongea na huyu President Suluhu, nitaongea na ule wa Kongo, na hiyo kitu amesema atafanya. Huyu mzee huyu mzee manze, si ati kuna vile namsupport sijui nini, lakini manze na rank mbaya. Huyu mzee sijaiona kitu amesema na akakosa kufanya. Huyu mzee akisema tuende Uhuru Park, tukumbuke kama huyu mzee nikitaka kudhibitisha kwamba kitu amesema nafanya, tukumbuke swearing in. Wakati wako NASA watu wanne, sasa tuseme mtu 4, watu wa NASA, akasema tunaenda kuswearing in, wale wakafungiwa. Wewe unadhani Raila kufungiwa? Hebu niambie wewe, unawezaje fungiwa watu wa NASA alafu Raila akose kufungiwa aje? Lakini alijitokeza na akatoka. Hakusema tuende tuswearing in, akakataa. Unaona? Huyu msee alisema kwamba katiba itabadilishwa ya 2010 na ilibadilishwa. Huyu msee alisema Kibaki tosha na akakuwa tosha. Wananchi wakasema wananchi wakajitokeza wakasema tosha. By the way, that time Wajaluo wangempigia Mkikuyu kura, manake walisema hakuna vile Mjaka anaweza mpigia Mkikuyu kura. Raila rudi chini, akakubali kuita muoga, akaambia Wajaluo tumsupport huyu Kibaki, manake alijua after this yeye pia atasapotiwa, lakini walimruka. Unacheki, walimruka kwa sababu vile alisema wao nikiingia nitafanya corruption, nitamaliza corruption. So by that time corruption ilikuwa mob. Sasa wale wasee waliogopa. Raila by the way, kama utanaona kitu yote Raila alisema na hakutaka kufanya, maana yake aniambie. Niambie tu kabla nitoke kama kuna kitu yote.
Raila anafanyanga zote. Yeye anafanya. Mimi sijaiona penye amesema uongo. Akisema itafanyika, inafanyika, hata jua iwake, mvua inyeshe, ikuwe ni nini, inafanyika.
Naomba sasa tusonge mbele. Hii ni utangulizi tu, tuko hapa usiku wote, mtatueleza hiyo mambo yote ya kuaminika, yasiyoaminika, nani muongo, nani mkweli, mpaka tujue mbivu na mbichi, ndio tufunge station leo. Asante sana Manrich. Thank you David. Eric Gaspar, I have been trying to get you here and I don't know whether it is gadget or he doesn't know how to operate it. All the same. AC, how are you? AC, are you there? Ama kuna watu wameweka majina wakumbuki majina yao. Let's hear from Mike. Mike, you're welcome.
Thank you, Bernard. Thank you for another evening to discuss and chat the path for this country. We are at the introduction level, so I'll just be brief. One is there's nobody who will put up an agenda that is not attractive. So there's nobody who will say, I will not create employment, I will not do this. What we need to interrogate is, as we are saying, which is workable, which of the two policies are workable and practical. But for me, I would also want us to look at what are the priorities of the country. There's one faction that is avoiding one issue which is so grave that if we solved it, then 70% of our problems would be solved, and that's corruption. If indeed we are losing 2 billion per day, that is 600 billion. Do you know each county can have a Nairobi hospital of in the making? Each county, the same class. Each county can have free primary and secondary education with fully paid. 600 is actually double what the county governments are getting now. So you can imagine if that was addressed. Imagine if we address that alone. These other problems are very, very minor. And that's why the most believable faction is one that Odinga stands for, because in his priorities and even in the 9-point agenda he had with the Uhuru, managing corruption. I'm saying managing, not eliminating, because if corruption can be at 10%, we can still make it. But corruption is at 90%. Out of every 100 shillings that is collected as tax, almost 80 shillings goes to waste. The other thing Raila has been saying, and I think I'll be explaining it, is he wants to restructure government to bring efficiencies. When the 2010 constitution came in, it carried the baggage of the previous structure of government. It has not been government has not been restructured. There is duplicity of roles, and that's something he attempted to do, but populist politics came up to say chiefs wants to be sent home, DCs will be sent home, to create sympathy, and it was shelved. But this country needs to restructure its government structure and bring efficiencies all the way from the top. Minister of Health is still receiving the bulk of the money, which is supposed to go to counties, because all those old people are stuck with the old offices, and yet health is devolved. So my opening remarks is the practical, actionable ideas are with Raila. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mike. Let's hear from AC. Are you now connected? AC, are you able to hear me?
Just a minute.
Yes, go ahead. We can hear you. You are muted. Yes, go ahead.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, you just unmute once.
Okay.
Hey, I think you need to negotiate with your gadget. Arthur Atito. Are you there? Okay, Mandela Sirikar.
Hello.
Hello, how are you?
I'm good. What about you?
I'm here waiting for you to make life better.
Oh, I'm doing great.
Yes.
And I'm very happy that the discussion is very fruitful. Hello.
Hello, continue, give your submission. What do you think about the agitation for priorities? What are the right priorities? Which one are believable? Which one are questionable?
Okay, thank you very much. According to me, when we want to speak about these priorities, let us look at something which is real and realistic. And I would also urge my friends when arguing here that let us argue with facts and philosophy, not feelings and emotions. Because when we try to weigh the two sides, let us look, for example, whatever the deputy president is putting in board. This is making us to live in the world of fallacy and the world of fantasy, because this is a guy who has been the government for 9 good years right now. Hello? This is a guy who has been in the government for 9 good years and is now telling us that. Hello?
Go ahead, Selector.
Hello?
Go ahead. Every other person.
This is a guy who has been in the government for 9.
Just a moment. Every other person, please keep your mic mute until it's your turn to speak. Okay? While you're waiting for your turn, invite somebody to watch. That's what you can do without disturbing another person who is giving submission. Thank you. Go ahead, Mandela.
So, like I was saying, this is a guy who has been in the government serving for 9 good years. And if you look at his priorities in the previous times, this guy he promised us heaven, and nothing has been delivered totally. According to me, the priorities of the deputy president is misplaced. Let us go and look at whatever the former prime minister, that is the Right Honorable Raila Odinga, is telling us. He has been telling us that we are going to get, for the affected families, that are the families that are vulnerable, we are going to get 6,000 spent it every month. And he articulated very well that he knows where this money is going to come from. He knows which button to press. And actually, in a practical aspect, we've seen Raila doing and knowing what and which button to press at what time to give us a desired result. So if we buy this idea, actually the RUTO'S is a narrative, or rather a fallacy. If we buy the Raila's idea, this thing is something that is possible. When we are trying to gauge these two situations, let us look at the possibility. Is this person capable of achieving this? At the end of the day, we better have a short-term expectation or a short-term priority that is achievable, other than having a long-term and a lot of promises and empty promises which are not going to be manifested. And in my case, I buy the narrative of Raila, which a family can be given 6,000 plus all the job. Let us create the job. And if we tell people we are going to create this job, let us try another person. Ruto promised 4 million jobs. He has delivered nothing for those 9 years. Raila promised something, he has done it. So let us go for whoever has tried and has got a track record. In other words, we say that if you borrow 1 shilling from me and use it articulately and use it in a right manner, and then you come and ask me that, Mandela, please, today I want you to lend me 10 shillings. I'll give it in a free manner, and I know that this thing is going to work. But if you borrowed me 100 shillings, you didn't work with this 100 shillings well, you misused this 100 shillings, and now you want 1,000 shillings. My brothers, let us be real. We've been taken for granted for a long span of time, and let us not be fools of the century. Let us know what is good for us, and that which is good for us, let us look at these people and who can deliver this. Not just because manifestos can be written with anybody. These are things that you can go and pick anywhere. There are political strategies who sit down and come up with economic strategies that are going to be used during campaigns. They come up with social strategies that are going to be used in campaign. They come up with propaganda and political tools that are going to be used in campaign. Everybody and anybody who is sober in mind can come up with a manifesto. Anybody can come model, but let us critically assess the situation as in a position to achieve it. Is this model achievable? Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Mandela. I want us to hear from between Charles and Tito. Who came first? Let's hear from Charles. Charles, are you there? Okay, Charles seems not to be ready. Tito, karibu.
Nashukuru sana kwa kunipatia fursa. Nafurahi sana kwa kuongea Kiswahili nyumbani. It's very rare kupata hii chance. So, kwenda kwa mada faster. Kenya ni nchi iliyobarikiwa, iko na kila kitu, ujifunie hilo kwanza. Sasa ile kitu nasaongea kitu ya muhimu, shimo yenye Kenya tumeingia ni watu walichimba. Si ati Kenya ilikuwa na hiyo shimo. Hiyo shimo imechimbwa na binadamu na wako. Si ati wamehama. So the really pinch you are feeling in a country, it is created with the people who are in the government, and we are suffering right now through the hands of people who did this for us. and the only possibility, watu wako hapo wanasema hii shimo tunataka kuwatoa tena ndani, na walichimba. Kwa hivyo walitupangia kutuchimbia tuingie kwa shimo, baadaye ni watu promise tena kututoa kwa hiyo shimo. So in real sense, me I'm supporting Raila. Ile vitu wanga anaongea, wanga anafanya na hutimiza, hata kama ni chache, but ustruggle hiyo chache amepromise inafanyika. But our deputy president has been there for a long time, but ukimfuatilia vitu yake mingi sana, lazima kitu akipatiwa mandate ya kutiliva to the Kenyans, wakimfuatilia lazima wamkosoe, ako na makosa fulani amefanya hii amefanya. Lakini Raila pale penye anashikilia, wanga anashikilia na anaifanya vilivyo inavyohitajika. So Wakenya wasipofunguka na wajue ile shimo tunapromisiwa kutolewa, sasa raundi watafunika. Sasa sio kutolewa kwa shimo, sasa raundi wataweka juu na waweka mchanga na wafunike kabisa. Hii ni kusika Kenya. Sasa tujipange hapo ndani tulipo, tuchague mmoja wetu atuliti tutoke kwa hiyo shimo, na kama tutapatiwa wenye walichimba shimo ndio wataendelea kututoa kwa shimo, we are no longer a country, please. Kenya is not going to be there. We are going to forget Kenya lively. So let us be realistic and the union vote wisely and prepare the way. Musa kuje atupatie mwangaza the way forward, na hata Musa kai hapo sana anang'ang'ana pati, anataka kutupatia the way forward for the future for youth to prosper. Si ati anang'ang'ana kukaa hapo miaka yote kama mapresident wengine wangu wanakaa kwa hii mainji zingine. Hapana, only 5 years. Mkimsubmit for 5 years afanye yake, awapatie the way forward, alafu akitoe awache nchi kama inang'ang'ana inaenda sambamba. Lakini shimo mkiwajia wenye mtawajia, mimi sikuji huko, ndaendelea kukaa huko. But let us be wise, vote wise. I hope registration wachafunga, wako karibu kufunga. Muhimize watu wachukue kura, wapige kura na wapige kura wakijua inji ni yetu na hakuna kuhama na hawana nchi nyingine. Kwa sababu hata ukikimbia ukuje uende wapi, hata mikuna ndio kurudi, kwa sababu huko sio kwao, kwao ni Kenya. So let us prepare to make Kenya to be good, to be the fantastic country we love our country. Our country is a greater country, please. Ukikuja tu ulandi Kenya Jomo Kenyatta Airport, au na feeling tu ewe amekuwa tu msafi kabisa, kila kitu iko sambamba. But tuko na watu wanaharibu Kenya, tuko na watu wanaharibu China ya Kenya, tuko na watu wanatumia China ya Kenya vibaya. Unajua sasa hizi ukitembea huko injini ya waisi, ya kuharibu, ya ufisadi, sasa hiyo vitu zote zinakuja na watu wachache tu, lakini Kenya ni mzuri. Sasa youth ndio watakuja kupatisha hii Kenya yetu, at least iendelee kuwa na hiyo China mzuri ile ilikuwa na China mzuri. So please let us work hard to build our country and to make our country to lift the flag of our country high every time.
Okay, thank you, Tito.
Yep.
Okay, asante sana. Let's keep the conversation going. Now, just housekeeping. Ada and Boniface and Kennedy, you must allow StreamYard to control your device for you to be able to access the studio and be able to communicate. So when you log in, allow StreamYard to take charge of your camera and charge of your sound. When you do that, you will get in the studio and be able to communicate. If you refuse to allow it to do that, it will not allow you to get in here and say anything. So please log out first, go and re-enter afresh, allowing StreamYard to control your camera and your audio, and you will be able to communicate rightly. Thank you very much. Let's hear from Mwango.
Yes. How are you, Bernard?
I'm very fine. I'm very fine.
Oh, today's topic says that what is believable, workable, and realizable? Why and how? Between Raila and Ruto. To me, I think that both sides have got what is workable and what is not workable. If we start first with the side of Raila, Raila has promised so many things, and he has not told us how he will achieve that. I've just been hearing him in rallies giving promises. For example, last time I heard of 6,000 for, first it was like every jobless Kenyans, and then it changed to households that are vulnerable. So it's not clear on how you'll achieve that. So to me, I think that is not still workable, because even the 2,000s for the elderly is not even working. So many people, so many older people are not getting that amount. So we can't cheat ourselves that that the 6,000 will be somehow a reality. I think that Raila is lying to us. He only wants votes, and therefore he goes around running here and there, giving fake promises. We know that Kenya has a very big debt. We have a very big loan, Chinese loan, which of course the next government that will come will concentrate mostly on paying that loan. So I wonder where this money will come, this 6,000. I think just because he needs the votes, he will say anything just to incite, to entice the youth so that he can get the votes. On the side of Ruto's side, Ruto is saying that he's focusing on bottom-up economy. This is to uplift those who are low in the society so that they can also grow and become people. Just like him, he was a chicken seller and now is the deputy president of Kenya. He is trying to send a message that no matter where you can be now, one day you can be somebody in the society. So from that level alone, or from that angle alone, is an inspiration to us who are his followers, that one day, despite our situation right now, I will be somebody also in Kenya. Ruto has shown us that bottom-up economy will be achievable. He has said that in the same manner that he is giving 100 million constituency development fund, in the same manner he will also give another 100 million for the small scale, like the kina mama mboga and the kina boda boda people. So I think that if he can achieve that, then I think that the Kenyan economy will grow, because it will expand that tax base, where now the government now will be able to take more tax from people and have more money that they can pay for that loan that we have, and also give us those good services that we need. So according to me, I think that Ruto's approach, that from coming from down going to the top, is achievable if he mean it, and if he can do it, I think he'll achieve it. For Raila, we know that he has been giving promises here and there just to try to counter, or just to play a catch-up game with Ruto. But Ruto is far ahead right now, and let's see how things will turn out as time goes by. Thank you.
Okay, David, go ahead. David, you have a question?
Yes. Now, I just want to ask you, Mr. Mwango, everything you are saying is not factual, and I think you should know that. You should know that everything you are saying is not factual. But it's not that we are sycophants. We know what we are saying. First of all, you are saying that bottom-up approach is the only way, and you don't even know it. Now, if we tell you to explain that your bottom-up approach, will you manage? Ruto, in fact, has been given time, and he has failed. Ruto is a failure. We are not saying because we hate him, but 9 years in government, what has Ruto done? Can you just point out one thing that Ruto has done for the 9 years he has been in government? First of all, I want to tell you something. Raila has never failed in anything he has ever promised. Can you remember when Raila was struggling with Okoa Kenya, when he took the signatures to the IEBC and they trashed everything? And just the other day, Raila was here with BBI. It didn't even take so long. Were it not for the court and for Wakoras, the judges who are Wakora, we could have been having the BBI now. So we are not sycophants. We know what we are saying. And even if Raila cannot deliver, he has never been tried. So I don't know how you want him to deliver. You want to do him to deliver while he's in opposition and some people are in the government. You are putting them in the same level, yet some of them are in the government and he's in the opposition. And even in the opposition, he has tried. Look at what he has done to some places like Mombasa and Kisumu. That port has been built in Mombasa because of Raila's relationship with the Uhuru. So when you are speaking, please, my brother, have facts. This is the reason why people keep on stepping on you when you get into this show, because this show has serious guys. That is what I want to tell you. Thank you very much.
Bernard, let me just Mwango.
Bernard, can I
Hold
first
on,
respond?
Mwango. Okay, Dito, you're adding a question, I believe.
Yes. The only thing that I can answer my brother, Myango, you have just talked about the deaths that we have in China. Hiyo Raila hajakuwa kwa government, hiyo madeni sikitengenezwa. We give these people the chance to develop the country, but in a real sense wamechimba shimo, tulikuwa juu lakini wametengeneza shimo. Tunajaribu kuonyesha these people that cannot deliver. Let us have another person in a presidency to organize the government, tuone tofauti yenye itakuwa. Hii shimo wafunike. Lakini ikiwa kama wao wanataka kurudisha mwenye amechimba shimo na atoe hiyo shimo, atafunika my friend. Na wakifunika tukiwa ndani, mimi na wewe tumekalas. So let us be realistic. We talk the things which have the facts in life. Because tuko na watoto, tunazaa watoto na tunataka Kenya patikane ikiwa mahali penye watoto wetu watasurvive, wataenda shule, watapromisiwa. Tuko na vitu walipromise mambo ya shule, watoto kusoma. Mtoto wangu alikuwa shule. By the time this time hajapata hizo vitu zote. But let us change. Let us have the mentality ya kusema fulani tumemtest, hajatupatia, wacha tutest mtu mwingine. Tuzilalie tu pande moja tukisema tribalism itatusaidia kwa maisha. Sasa hizi tumetoka kwa hiyo mambo ya tribalism, mtu anatoka kwa area yangu, sijui mtu ni yangu, tutoke hiyo area. At least tusaidie watoto wenye wanakuja wapate kama hiyo vitu zimeisha, at least tunachenga Kenya iende mbele. Mimi sasa hata ukiniambia nipigie Wetangu la kura, sijui nitampigia nikiwa wapi. Sijui kwa seli ama na wapi. Hawa watu wameangusha Kenya kusema ukweli. Aswa kwanza huyu mtu amechakuliwa Bungoma muda mrefu yote, hakuna chochote amefanya kwa maisha. Anajaribu tu kutafuta vile yeye atakula. Watu wa kitambo wengine watu wakula. Mtu hajaifungwa kwa chela akajua anafungwa kwa sababu ya watu yake. Ni ngumu sana. Sawa. So let us be serious.
So can I respond?
A quick one, please.
Can I respond?
A quick one. Let me just pick a quick one so that you respond to the two questions.
Mwango, hold on. You will want after Mike. I think Mike has a question for you too, so that you combine all the three and respond at once.
Yeah, mine is a very quick one. I like the way our brother Mwango is passionate about his party and how he eloquently puts his issues. He has ably told us that Kenya is suffering from a very heavy debt, and the next government will not have money to give out to facilitate the economic growth. In the same breath, with the same mouth, he's saying there'll be money now for the bottom up 100 billion. So how is it possible that there'll be no money and yet again you say there'll be money? Bottom up is also about giving money. Actually 25,000, if you do the mathematics, 25,000 per head for the 4 million youths. So you are saying there'll be no money and whatever promises are being made by Raila are false. But you are saying on the other hand that there'll be money to give 25,000 to every youth, the 4 million youth, so that they do business. Help us reconcile those two, please.
Okay, Mwango, you can respond. Unmute.
Let me begin. Okay, yes. Let me begin by, okay. David, you said that Ruto has not achieved anything and he has no track record, according to you, and Raila has a track record. Okay, if you were to go by that, I think that in as much that there are some failures, there's also something to say that Ruto has done in this government. If we were to see that the success in the government, we can also call the name of Ruto, and we see that this government has really done well with the roads, building of roads, electricity, SGR. Are not these ones, are they successes according to you? And
Raila does things singularly, but Ruto likes collective approach. There is nothing that Ruto has done in a singular way.
David Goja aseme utarespond, please. Order. Wango respond.
So he's saying that Raila does things in a singular manner. I think that Raila was in government in 2007. That it was called the Musumkati government, and Raila has been everywhere saying that the successes of that government, he was also part of it. He has said that the Thika Road was his own achievement, but it was in the Kibaki government. So in the same manner, also we can say that Ruto has been in the Uhuru government, and therefore those achievements that have been done in this government, also we can also say that Ruto has also contributed to those achievements. So in as much that there are some failures, there are also some achievements that Ruto can say, this our government has done 1, 2, 3. And he has been everywhere saying they have constructed road over 60,000 kilometers, electricity is there, more people have now power in their homes. Apart from that, also there have been dams constructed like in Ukambani. All these things have been done by the Jubilee government, and we can say that Ruto is part of that government, and therefore those achievements also he can brag with those achievements, just as Raila have also bragged with those achievements in the Mwai Kibaki government. Just the same thing. Okay, so Ruto has a track record for some achievements that he has done in the Jubilee government for the 9 years.
So Mwango,
okay.
Can I respond to that?
For me, can you pinpoint at least one thing that can have Ruto's signature, like the 2 million jobs he promised in 2013? How many young people have gotten jobs? How is life now since Jubilee government came in different from Kibaki? As a young person as you are,
and
okay,
you can rationalize and be able to.
I'm coming to your question.
Differences.
I'm coming to your question, Mike. I was still talking to David. So I was telling David that before you came in, Bernard, that Ruto can say to brag. He can brag with the achievement
don't
of the
tell us
government.
what Ruto can brag about. Okay, you are young, you are able to pinpoint. Tell us the education sector was under Ruto, finance was under Ruto, Kenya Power was under Ruto. How much has progressed in that sector since he has been in power?
Saying that finance was under Ruto and education was under Ruto is also a big lie, because I think that Uhuru is the appointing authority. Uhuru is the one who appointed the CSS who are holding those positions. So you can't say that they were for Ruto. Those ones.
So how again are you claiming that Ruto has to take the credit?
Tell us it has improved because of
you are
Ruto,
contradicting yourself.
Like for example, you could say Huduma centers, okay? The efficiency of issuing IDs.
Yes.
Yes.
Look, you have just told us
a tangible example.
That
all the same, let's not spend too much on it. Mwango, finish your response to
you know this guy. He must tell us the truth about this. He can't go on lying. You have just told us that Ruto can take credit of what the government has done because he is in that government. Again, at the same time, you are saying that Uhuru is the one who appointed those ministers. So who has done this job?
So I'm saying that because this one is a government, a Jubilee government, and Ruto is part of that government. Therefore, he can take credit of that achievement of that government. That one is my
He can
argument.
take credit of a job that he has not done, a job that Uhuru is the one who has done, right?
Uhuru is not doing them as individual. Uhuru is doing it as government. It is government. So you can't say that now it's Uhuru alone doing it. This is Jubilee government. And therefore, all the failures and all the successes, all the people in the government can say, we as a government, we did this.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm happy you've said
Okay,
that.
then,
Now go ahead.
Then there's Mike. Mike said something about the loans and there's no money, and then there was paying of the loans. Something like that. That I'm saying that there's no money, and yet
Let me
Uhuru,
rephrase because you are now
yeah?
confusing me. I said,
Okay.
you said there is no money for the next government to give out the 6,000 shillings per household. But then you came back and said the bottom-up economy will be very good because 100 billion will be put aside for enterprises and another 30 billion and for mamambogas. So you are saying there's no money for Raila's project, but there is money from the same next government for bottoms up. You know, both models will need money, which you are saying is not there. We have a very big debt of 9 trillion. But now when it comes to Ruto, there'll be money. Where is this money?
That's why he said that Ruto is focusing on expanding the economy so that he can get more taxes to pay the debts. Raila is just saying that he will give out 6,000.
No, Mwango, don't confuse. What I'm saying is both models will require money. To expand the economy in the RUTO'S model will require 100 billion shillings to be put to the enterprises. Where is this 100 billion that you are saying is not there, but then you are saying again it is there? Where will it come from? You are saying the government will be broke. It will not have money.
What will happen is this, Mike, when the hustler will take the government, the Kenya will be broke, and then we will take some money, pump it to the economy, expand the economy, create more money, so that we can pay the debts.
Hold on. Go slow for
Bernard,
us.
can you make this discussion?
Hold on, everybody.
Bernard, can you please make this discussion
Kenya will be broke,
serious?
okay? When
Yeah,
the
at the
Jubilee,
time that
when
Hustler
the
will
Tanga government comes in, Kenya will be broke. Then Kenya will take some money. Then Kenya will invest. So tell us exactly, it will take money from where when it is broke?
Seems we have Tanga, they have money, a bank somewhere, they will take money from somewhere.
They also don't believe in banking. So probably it's under the bed somewhere.
You see, these are the facts we need to put across.
So let us focus on somebody who wants to expand the economy, not somebody who wants the economy to remain the way it is, and then what he wants to maybe increase is consumption. Let us at the same time expand the Kenyan economy by creating more jobs, as in those kind of businesses. Give them money so that they can expand, so that they can pay more taxes to the government.
But this money is not there.
Do you know why Kenya is having a problem right now?
Because Bernard, who has been talking about rural economy if it is not Raila Odinga? Who has been talking about rural economy, doing business in the rural areas? Who has been doing that? Who has been speaking about made in Kenya?
Devolution.
You're just so
Let me say something.
partial.
Raila talked about rural economy. He talked about it once, and I've never heard of him talking about it again.
He doesn't have to repeat everything he says every day.
Okay, order, everybody. Mwango,
David,
you have homework to do. One of it is go and check what did Raila say, what did he mean, so that when you come to criticize this, you have evidence as every other person. Sawa. Let's rest that one there. Let's hear from James in 1 minute. 1 minute. We need to go to Kennedy.
Yes, I've heard what my colleagues are saying, but I must also add this, that I think I would want to take a different trajectory. The public has a right to set up priorities, and we are not visitors in this country. We know what ails this country. It does not matter how good our leaders talk, those who want our votes, but if we do not deal with the matter of corruption and ethnicity, we will always not achieve we will not achieve anything. I get a bit disturbed when I see young people talking about the creation of jobs that are promised on the premise of opening more car wash stations, hair dressing, and that kind of thing. That is not how to grow the economy. How to grow economy is to add value to what the country produces, so that we can have a linkage with our international communities and add more wealth to our country. These other short-term populist politics of opening up car washing joints and barber shops and wines and spirit shops is not really is not really helping us much. It will not help much. And in any case, when you look at the model that is being propagated by one of the contenders of the presidency, that there will be money where you to walk into the constituency development fund offices and get money to buy border and to do other small things. Now, is it a well thought out model? Who will buy from who? And does he know about the law of demand and supply? So when you look at these things, and then you start wondering what kind of education we are offering to our youth, if simplistic solutions to their problems can excite them this much. It goes deep to show that we are easily taken advantage of because of the problems that we are finding ourselves in. There are no two ways about growing an economy except adding value to agricultural products, opening up ICT centers and production lines on border. Instead, I would be very excited if I heard somebody say that they are going to open up production lines for border in the country, so that we can have more technicians getting jobs in these centers, so that we can sell to other African countries. But when you talk about buying every youth border to be looking for passengers to carry, that is nonsense as far as I'm concerned. It is not going to assist us in any way. So let us isolate the problems we have, and the greatest problems we have is corruption. One of the presidential contenders is on point, saying that corruption does not affect development in any way. I would want us to have a debate that is focused on some of these standpoints, because if that is the argument, then it means this is a person who allows corruption to go on because to him it does not affect development. And then, is that true? Is it true really that corruption does not affect development? So let us be a bit serious, even those who support whichever side they support. Let us be factual. Let us be truthful to ourselves. Let us be open to debate. Here, after all, there is nobody who will bring food on the table. Nobody will come to your home. Maybe that Ruto does not know you physically, neither does Raila know you, but they have good policies you will cascade to yourself and your children. That is the way we should look at politics, not personalizing things here and merely criticizing for the sake of it. Thank you.
Okay, Thank you, James. Now, before I bring in Kennedy in a moment, like James has said, I want us to be factual. And I said we're on this platform for Kenya and not for individuals. And our reasoning needs to resonate with where Kenya is and what is necessary for Kenya right now. Not just pulling and trying to make somebody look like he is this and is that. Waswahili wasema siku njema huonekana asubuhi. Okay? If what you promised last year did not come out clearly, you did not work, we will not treat you, we will not believe you the same way we believed you last year. Your bonga points of trust drops every time you promise and you don't deliver. So one's character will always stand the test of time, no matter which office we give him, no matter how much time we give him. Their character is what determines their performance. So let's evaluate our leaders according to their characters and their commitment to a better Kenya. How much sacrifices are they willing to make to get a better Kenya? How much denials are they suffering to get a better Kenya? Not how many promises are they flying around to persuade Kenyans to give them another chance to take us for a ride. Let's hear from Kennedy, please. No questions. I want us to hear from Kennedy first. Jonathan has not said anything. After that, every other person will add their questions on their submission. Kennedy, go ahead.
Thank you so much, Bernard, and thank you for this platform. It's my first time to join you, and I felt like asking Mr. Mwango some bit of questions, but I think I would put that one aside for now because I feel like he's someone obsessed, and it's not so easy to change someone's mind from that point of view that he supports a particular side, which is a normal thing in politics. You have the right to support whichever side. You have the right
I'm not
to.
obsessed. I'm not obsessed, Kennedy.
It's okay. I can use a better word that you are so much inclined to that direction that it's not so easy to change you. But there are some glaring inconsistencies in your discussion, in your debate, and it's true that you cannot have your cake and take it. You cannot say you are proud of what this government did positively and you are not proud of this government, of what this government did negatively, which you are part of, because frequently, not once, not twice, the deputy president has been had serially distancing himself with some of the things that have happened negatively in this government. Apparently, he has come out supporting one of the worst things that has happened in this government, which is corruption. At some point, one day, he said that in the Kimwaror and Kibwarer and Arol Dam, that it is only 7 billion that cannot be accounted for. That it is only 7 billion that cannot be accounted for. If you listen to that statement, someone tells you that it is only one child of yours that is dead. Remember what 7 billion can do to this country. Let me put that one aside. When you talk about track record, let's look at what the gentleman did when he was the MP at Eldoret North. Tell us one thing that he ever did in that place. If we talk about Tuju, I can tell you what Tuju did, and he is being remembered for what he did in Rarieda constituency. There are people from Central who say at least there are things that Peter Kenneth did during his tenure in his own Gatanga constituency. But we cannot put our hands on one thing that Deputy President did when he was the MP for Eldoret North, where he was fully in charge. Let's put those things aside. He was in charge of the Ministry of Agriculture as a minister. One policy that he ever did to support this country's agriculture, I've not seen any. He was in charge of education. Tell us one thing that he did that you can say this was success of Deputy President William Ruto, where he was the minister. So at times when you want to evaluate someone, let's evaluate with what he was given. That I was given one, I came up with 2, or even I brought it back as 1.5. Now, let me bring what Mr. James shared and just expound a bit. Right now, the biggest problem in this country is economy. Our economy is down. And how do we improve our economy? There's something that the people of IT do. If they want to bring you a problem, they create for you a virus, and then they come with a solution for the same virus called an antivirus, and you will have to buy it. They create for you something for you to buy. I create a problem in the society and pretend to be the person who is owning the solution to the same problem. The country is now in the, I can say in the trashes in terms of economy for the last 10 years, because Kibaki left a nice government. Right now we are in problems, and someone who has been part of that government is telling us that he is the one who has the solution to the problem. And when you tell us about bottom up, what exactly does it mean? It means that you want to empower that person pale chini, ili afike at a particular level where he can also be able to contribute to taxes and contribute to the growth of this economy. That is what I assume that I've been able to understand in the so-called bottom-up economy, that even the owners cannot even explain. But that is what I tend to understand it is. The question is, how are we going to do this? This country has biggest problems. Number one, our taxes are very high. I've not had this particular contenders, almost not even only William Ruto. All of them, none of them has talked about our taxes. Kenya is one of the countries that are highly taxed. Number two, the cost of housing in this country. How best can you ensure that the cost of housing in this country has been brought down to a level that is manageable by the Kenyan citizen or by the normal mwananchi? Because most of the Kenyans right now are working for rent and maybe sometimes transport and paying for electricity, which is also somewhere up there than any other country in East and Central Africa. Actually, our cost of electricity is so high. Now, you ask yourself, the cost of doing business in Kenya. Today, you want to register a particular business. You will find you will have like 7 certificates to look for, or 7 particular approvals for you to look for you to even start operating a particular business and try to improve what Mr. James was saying, trying to improve the value of whatever you are doing. Each and every stage you will have to pay for something for you to get an approval, for you to proceed with that particular item, and for you to now become a producer of that item, you'll have to be charged. For you even to export, the kind of government that we have has not been able to ease the level field for you to do business in this country, because government cannot provide employment. Not everyone can be employed. The normal white collar employment, but we can create employment. But how do we create the opportunity? The last time, I think it was early this year, there was a gentleman who was producing oil somewhere in Kitale. And when he was shown on TV, the next day the government was on his premises that he has not paid some money for him to be a producer of that particular item. Now, where are we going as a country? I would love to see a situation. Even Mr. Raila himself, when he's telling us about 6,000 shillings in an economy that is already suffering, you cannot sustain that. When you talk about sustainability, you cannot sustain that. But now the issues that are there are what we have shared. How can these issues be sorted? But all the contenders that are talking, none of them has the solution. None of them has told us that these so many parastatals that have been created in this country are actually spending more money for this country than is being used to even improve. Look at the amount of money that you have to look at the number of parastatals that we have. They range to about 200 parastatals. There is a task force that came up to reduce the number of parastatals because each and every parastatal must have an MD or a director general for that matter, must have general manager, directors, and all that, who must all be paid. Let's give an example, the Ministry of Energy. How many parastatals are doing power? You have Kentraco, you have REA, you have REREC, and then you have KPLC. All these are doing the same thing, except Kengen, which we know Kengen is the producer, and then it sells to the KPLC. KPLC will now do the distribution. Now, what is REA doing? Or REREC for that matter? Then what is Kentraco doing? All these things should be merged. But these persons that are telling you that we are going to help you from downwards, they are feeling that there are issues up here that are supposed to be sorted. Me as a Kenyan, the only things that I want to say, if I finish now, the only things that I want to see, am I able to do business without being disturbed by Kanjo? Yeah. Once I've paid a particular levy at the county level, I can now do my business and I can now pay my taxes. But if I don't have the avenue of even doing my taxes because Kanjo will be on my neck with 50 shillings on a daily basis, then I will have to be depressed and I'll kill myself. The other thing about this country is that we don't have issue-based politics. What they do is arousing your emotions. Once they arouse your emotions and you start feeling like this is the person who has the solution that I want, you go there, you vote for them, and then they put their people in leadership. And these their people will start helping them get the money that they had used in giving us at the time they were campaigning. Otherwise, that is my opinion for today. Maybe if there's a question, then I'll respond. But all these two people, none of them is giving us a solution to the problem that is facing this country. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Kennedy. Olo?
Yeah. I just want to say something small. Kennedy has spoken well, and I don't know. I hate to speak this way, but I have to because this is something that is a feeling that I've been having for so long. Raila is in a very delicate situation because many times he has tried to be president, and cartels have been a stumbling block to him. So that's why you find that Raila can't. There are things that he can't even speak now. If he dare speak about those things, then these people they will just have to do something. So he has become smart. He's trying to play very, very safe. Like you can remember when he said in Mombasa that he will arrest those who are corrupt just this year, and everybody was just on him that you will not be president. In fact, even ODM supporters were telling him that you should be careful, Baba. You should not speak like that. You see, that is why you have not been president. Even ODM supporters were telling him that. So there are things that are very, very expensive in Kenya, like transport. Other countries like in Gulf, transport is very cheap. You find that something like 3 shillings can take you very far. But in Kenya, transport is so expensive. If you want to go like just from Kayole to Nairobi, sometimes you even pay 100 bob. That is just so expensive. Again, something like taxes, what he's saying. We know the reason why taxes are high. We know the reason why taxes are high. And even Uhuru, since he joined hands with Raila, is when he's trying to be a good person. But he himself is not a good person. If we can just remember the things he did before handshake. So there's a lot of things that has to be done in Kenya for Kenya to be a country that is good to its people. Like even starting a business in Kenya is just so difficult. Even buying a car is, in some countries, a car is nothing. In America, even the homeless have a car. But in Kenya, it's very, very hard to maintain something like a car. So I think, I know that things will change. One thing that I know with the presidents, even Uhuru, before he came to power, he used to be very, very humble with Kibaki. But once he was in power, He used to even criticize Kibaki. In fact, he used there's a time he criticized Kibaki about how he used to handle Kenya Meat Commission when they were with Raila. Uhuru criticized Kibaki. So I know that Raila is just trying to be good, but once he gets those instruments of power, he will dismantle every cartel, including the ones that Uhuru is supporting. So let us just give him time. I know he will try. I know it is hard to get there because. Okay,
Thank you, Mike. Quickly.
Yeah, a very quick one. I thank you, Kennedy, for your sober observations. A quick one. I don't know whether any one of you was following Raila's propositions that he was posting on his Facebook about each sector. He was very specific about what Kennedy has said about the ease of doing business. He wants to reduce the licensing of doing business from 7 documents to 3 or 2 at most. He very specific with how he'll do it. In fact, if you look at that, he has talked about 7 items about economy, health, about
I think Mike has dropped out. Where's Mwango? Mwango has also gone. Okay, let's Kennedy, you have a response?
Yeah, just a quick one. Yes, it is true what Mike has said. Yeah, that it's true that Raila had shared that yes, there is need to make it easier for our Kenyan citizens to do business, but he has not given the how that is going to do this, because some of these things are based in law, that these are the aspects that must be lobbied in parliament so that we remove all these levies and make it easier. But don't forget that some of the parastatals in this country are surviving on those levies that we are being charged. Let's say RMLF, Roads Maintenance Levy Fund, is making the 3 roads authorities survive. So if we decided to bring down the cost of, let's say, fuel, we bring down RMLF, you are going to kill some of these parastatals. But these parastatals are cash cows for some of our MPs. That is why it's so difficult for us to actually identify with these people, for them even to come out and tell us how am I going to do these things. Thank you.
You are sharing his view. There is only one thing that I'm not at peace with, and that is the fronting of an impossibility.
Yes,
there is nothing impossible. If
I'm saying it's possible.
Where there is a will, there is a way, and necessity is the mother of invention. If it becomes clear that there is leakage of money here, there is unnecessary parastatals here, I am sure with good political will, we changed the constitution in one afternoon. We created Prime Minister's office that same afternoon, and by morning the swearing in was taking place.
Yes.
In 2007.
So I agree. I agree.
We cannot be saying this is the problem and it is impossible to solve it. Let's say the problem, propose the solutions, and pray that they will be solved.
Allow me to finish, Bernard.
Okay, the solution is simple. The solutions are there.
Hold on, Kennedy.
Just one. The solutions are there.
Tulia. Okay, Tulia. You will respond after Mike has finished submitting. Then you combine both what I said and what Mike said at once. Then we go to Jonathan. Mike, go ahead.
Thank you. I was finishing that and then adding to what David had said. David, I think, has made a very good observation about how to approach politics going forward. And Raila has changed tact, as David said. Raila is very radical and very aggressive, and what he believes in, he goes for it. If you remember, Kennedy, Raila stood alone and he sacrificed his ambition for president by saving Mao. That one costed him. As much as now everybody, if you ask the people from the people in Narok and other areas, they are really enjoying water from the Mao because of that very patriotic act. But you can see the cost, what it costed him to be bold and stand firm that for the sake of this country, we need to preserve our environment. I want to tell you something that you might not know, that the 2010 constitution is a compromised constitution. It is not the ideal constitution that Raila and the people who were fighting for change wanted. And that is something that Raila is still working on to bring to the fore. There are a lot of there are a myriad of issues, including historical injustices, that nobody can face because those who are supposed to face are the cause of those injustices. So they can never be the people to champion that. Corruption, as I say, is something Raila cannot come out openly. But if he takes over, as David has said, he will address it. And for me, corruption still stands out as to be one of the biggest problems. We cannot overlook, as a small economy, 2 billion shillings being lost per day. And we say, if somebody comes with a good model, we shall develop. We don't have that luxury of money to waste 2 billion and still talk of development. So I think for me, somebody who is serious is somebody who is able to handle corruption head on. And unfortunately, in the position in which Raila has been, they have all been compromised position. Prime Minister was not an absolute position. It was a position that was given out of negotiation. So you cannot ask him, why didn't he deal with corruption? And any effort he made was also hit back very hard. Remember, he suspended Ruto and Ongeri. What did Kibaki do? The following day, Kibaki reinstated them, and he told him, you have no power to even appoint a village chief. So if you say he doesn't stand for anything, I think you are being also very economical with the truth that history has shown us. Raila can sack his own brother, like Kagame does, if he is found to be corrupt. Only that in the situation in which he is, he has to play compromised politics because he does not have absolute power. So, and that's one thing you might also not be aware. That's one thing why very many people fear Raila presidents, because 70% of politicians are corrupt. So they will gang up against him. See who's trooping on the other side. Everybody who has a case is on one side of the political divide. Thank you.
Okay, Kennedy, your brief response, please.
Thank you. One, I'll agree with Bernard that it is true. It is not impossible. It is very possible if we have the will to carry out some of these activities. Number one, the solutions that we must have, they are engraved in legal framework review, so that some of the taxes that are there must be removed, because some of them are in law, they have to be removed. That is number one. I agree with Bernard on that. Number two, I also want to agree with Mr. Mike that yes, Raila has a track record that we can say this is as a result of Raila. This is as a result of Raila. And even the freedom that we have today in this country is as a result of him. But my question that I was putting across is, I agree with whatever Raila is sharing, only that he's not sharing the how it is going to be implemented. Once he comes out, and we are waiting for these manifestos, once they come out and we start reading them through, we'll agree whether this one is making sense or not making sense. You listen to Kibaki recently, not Kibaki, Uhuru Kenyatta was saying that the backbone of the economy of Kenya right now is infrastructure, and he will continue borrowing for it to build infrastructure. The same person is not aware that the infrastructure that is building is eating all the money, but is not giving returns to the country. We are now in debt, and they are not giving back. I don't think if he did some bit of economics to understand, you are investing in dead economics that are not helping the country for the immediate concerns of the country. So I agree, we shall wait until they start giving us the manifesto that will show the how they are going to implement some of these things. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Kennedy. Just a quick one. How is part of the secret card? With our current politics, you say you are how, and you will see it in the other manifesto the following day, and they will claim you have copied them. So
it's true.
Give it some time. But also on the issue of infrastructure, there is some investment that don't have immediate returns, but have long-term returns when they begin to make their input. And I believe Uhuru's vision is not to harvest when he's in office. Is setting up a platform that the incoming president can build on, and the incoming president will enjoy the fruits of his investment. So as much as there is much that has been put in the infrastructure, its returns will definitely come when those infrastructure begin to make the products to get to the market on time, the factories and also the land around the infrastructure will begin to rise in value. And so part of building the economy is building the infrastructure. It's part of the wholesome vision, but the other details will fill in later. So let us not throw away the child with the bathwater. Let's be able to balance. Some economics ni kuchemsha maji kwanza ndio uweke unga ndio ukoroke. Huwezi weka unga alafu ukoroke ndio uweke maji. Hata kama uko na njaa. So mambo mengine mpaka ifuatane vile inapaswa kufuatana. Thank you very much. I want us to hear from Jonathan, Edwin, then Ayaga. Jonathan, upo?
Yeah, nipo. Good evening all. Hey,
Madafu yangu sijaiona Coast Bus. Nimeshinda Coast Bus nikisubiri madafu.
Nitakuletea December. Basi, a good economic country needs a good leader, so we need to choose a good leader. And nani amekimbia Mwango? Nilikuwa nataka kuuliza one thing. They keep on saying hustler and bottom up. And the bottom up, where is the numbers? People are not voting in people are not going to people are not watch kura in Central. Like for now, only 20,000 people have taken the votes, and they are saying that they have the numbers. Where is the numbers now that they are bragging of every time and then? And I think that's why our dearest deputy president have realized now, oh, I cannot depend in the Central. Now he has started now going out to other places, because so far it's only 20,000 people that they have taken the votes. And this is what I always tell you, Bernard, here. Mount Kenya, they will not vote for someone if it's not their own. That's what I always tell you here. And people they don't take me serious. But this is what I say, because they have realized that no one of their own who is now on the ballot. So they are not taking nini hawaendi kuchukua kura. So only 20,000 people. You have not talked about this, but me, I'm saying it. Only 20,000 people they have taken the nini kura. So where are we going? Where is the hustler going now?
Haya, watu wa hustler watakuja kukueleza baadaye. Asante sana. Naomba tuende kwa Edwin.
Okay, good evening, guys.
Good evening to you. Welcome.
Thank you. Okay, I would like to quickly answer Jonathan over there. I don't know why is this guy criticizing the deputy president so much. I don't know. I don't understand. Yeah. I think that the people of Central who are voting, the people, not you, Jonathan, as an individual. Yeah. You can see, as at now, we can see how people are migrating. Then. As at now. So it's not about. You are now saying that Ruto is going out there to look for faults. That is, he is on the right track anyway. He's on the right track. You have to gather all the faults from all over the country, not just Central and Rift Valley. You see? Then there is something on priorities, priority list of the two candidates. Yeah? I can call them the two horses now. The two horses. We've got the bottom up on the other side. On the other hand, we've got the 6,000 stipend for every household. So I don't know whether giving handouts, because I called it the 6,000 handouts. I don't know whether that can happen in this nation of ours. Let's wait and see. I do agree with the bottom up. Our deputy president has promised to give some loans. There are some how can I call them? There are some package to be for people to borrow their money, run their businesses, and pay back. So I don't know now between the 6,000 and the package that is being borrowed by the businessmen and women, which is which now. Okay, I think that is for now. I'll add more.
A quick one, Bernard.
Okay, hands are lifted. Just relax. Jonathan, wewe ndio wa kwanza.
Yeah, amenitaja. I'm not Nani Kirwa, I'm not hating Ruto. I'm saying what it is and what I'm seeing on the media, on the TV, and what I'm seeing what is going on in Kenya. I don't hate him. It means like those people who are following him from Central, they're just lying to him. That's what I can see.
Is that what you said? Do you have a proof that they are lying? Can you prove that?
Okay, Mike, ask your question.
Thank you, Bernard. A quick one. You can see the clarity with which Raila's programs are. When it comes to Raila's program, Edwin is very, very clear in his mind. He says 6,000 shillings per household. But when it comes to the Ruto package, he gives it those vague names, a package. He even asks us to help him identify whether it is a loan or a grant or a donation. Let me help him. For purposes of mathematics, 100 billion divided by 400 by 4 million Kenyans is about 25,000 Kenya shillings, because you didn't know that. 25,000 is a grant or a loan or a donation given one-off per year. Now, compare that with 6,000 per month for 1 year. That is 72,000. So in essence, Raila's package per household is 72,000. Ruto's package for the 4 million youths he will have identified, and I don't know which criteria, is 25,000 one-off, because you cannot take a loan every month. I hope you know that. A loan is one-off. And if you pay over a year or 6 months or whatever. So between 6,000 per month for 12 months, 72,000, and 25,000 one-off, you are calling 6,000 a handout, and yet your 25,000 is almost a quarter of what Raila is giving per year. So actually your package is a handout. It's 25,000. Again, is Raila's 72,000. You need to do that maths very clearly.
Okay, Mike, quickly, let's understand this. In a real economy, you can imagine giving out 6,000 that is not going to be that money cannot come back. You know that? Unlike even the 25,000, you are going to repay with some interest, I think so. So with yours, 6,000.
Let me reply to you quickly. Yes. Edwin, the 25,000 is not a loan which is guaranteed by anything. If whoever has been given defaults, there is nowhere you are going to take him. Fortunately, you are talking to a banker at a very senior level. So I'm telling you, micro loans of 4 million Kenyans, there is no system of recovery of those loans. And you cannot, and if you cannot guarantee government that it will go to households and collect people's freers and beds to sell. Who will it sell to? Old mattresses? If those are the collaterals, because remember, you are giving mama mbogas whose only collateral is stove, a mattress, and and some torch and sufuria. So let's be very practical.
So tell me now about the 6,000. How are they going to be repaid with the economy that we are in now?
It's good you have told me that. Now I'm telling you as a banker, if you have a guaranteed income from government of 6,000 per month, you can go to any financial institution and get a loan that you can service for whatever period of years you are alive. Are you aware people on pension of 5,000 get loans from Equity of even 20,000 or 30,000? So you can secure that income as collateral to a financial institution. Remember, this money is coming from the government, which is like a bearer bond. Do you know the safest security in the country to invest your money is government bonds. So you can treat that as a government bond. So it is the most secure and guaranteed way for any financial institution to lend to, because it knows this money is coming from the government. So this person, whoever it is, if he wants to uplift his life, he will go to a bank, take 20,000, and start investing and repay back. After a few years, he will start paying tax, as opposed to saying people are going to be 4 million youths are going to be given 25,000 to each start a car wash and a kinyozi, and expect the economy will grow because of that. That is also a fallacy, Edwin.
Okay, I think that is with you now as a banker. You can do so, but imagine as we talk now, we've got this money being paid.
I'm not talking as a banker. I'm not talking as a banker.
No, hold on, Mike.
So,
Mike is okay. Mike, you have made your
Mike,
point.
I'm saying
Let
that,
Kirwa
yes.
respond. Thank you.
From the perspective that you are a banker, you can do so. You can go ahead and borrow use the 6,000 that you are earning to seek for loans somewhere. But you remember, even as at now, that this family, these guys who are being given now, the older people now, we've got the older people that have been given some money. Have you ever seen any older person going ahead and having some loans for him to be, because he earned some 2,000 or 4,000? Have you ever seen one?
Can I respond, Edwin?
Okay.
The money is being given to the 2,000 shillings is being given to old people who are over 70. Those are not people who want to invest for a future. They are living in their last days. Remember this money from both models. Can I finish?
Okay.
RUTO'S model is to empower the youth. RUTO'S model is to empower the youth. And RAILA's model is to empower the vulnerable, and there are youths who are also vulnerable. But the package you are talking of 2,000 is to the elderly. Those are not people who are looking for investment or to start earning. They don't have children to take to school. That is money for consumption. So let's not mix the two. The 2,000 is for consumption. It is purely for consumption. It's not for investment. At 80 years, I'll not be looking for a business. I'll be eating my money and resting. And you know, their budget is very basic. As long as they have sugar and tea leaves, they have planted skuma in the yard, they will live on that 2,000. And that's why the figure of 2,000 came up.
Okay, let me rest my case.
Okay, Kirwa, you have not rested your case. You have just started, so relax. But it is good for us to dissect these things and see them for what they are, not what they are making us believe they are. So when we check them from the back office, we are able to check the front office is not as good as it looks. There are some things hidden under the tables that we need to excavate and be able to see them for what they are. Now, Patriot, you had your hand up. It is the turn for Ayaga Odo.
Hello, my fellow panelists. Good morning, good evening, good night, good everywhere. How are you guys?
Good everything to you. Yeah, okay.
Oh, thank you so much. Allow me to start today's contribution by being a catalyst between Mike and Edwin. And my quick contribution will be to give further clarification to what Mike has done. Mike is a banker. I just want to say this as a layman in matters finance. It is very prudent, of us here on the platform. When a professional gives something, we appreciate regardless of which side he supports. I think that makes sense. That gives us, the opportunity to promote the Kenyan aspiration, where we want a country that is run by experts, where we seek, the opinions of the experts before we go to, policies that define the future of a country like this Kenya. So I want to say, Mike, really congratulations, because you don't need to say you're a banker. The way you've put it, there is obvious background of finance in you. And Edwin Kirwa, my brother, it is good to support the deputy president. It is your political right, and we respect that, Edwin. We wish you well. But when an expert has brought in an issue that you learn from, I mean, it's good also to appreciate. I'm imagining, Kirwa, you understand poultry farming much better than some of us. You will tell me how, you can take care of animals, animal husbandry. I will listen, Kirwa, because that's your experience, and then I will take it positively. It's not always that whenever we compete here, we don't allow experts to tell us a few things that we don't know. I think that's what that is very important. Now, from myself, there's one statement I want to add there. There is a clarity from what Mike said in as far as the distinction between the 6,000, which will be more or less like a salary for the vulnerable. And then when you look at the demographics in terms of population, you will be able to include the youthful, labor, or the youthful human force that is, languishing out there, and yet they have the energy. So they can easily transform the 6,000 to be a serious commercial income that will put them somewhere to contribute to the economy and also sustain themselves as a family. So I think, Mike, you put it very correctly. And then the thing that you have put out, which has really excited me, is the collateral. I didn't put it well because I'm not a financial person, but we had mentioned about that some time back. If you go back to our YouTube, I actually brought up that issue when I was trying to explain about the 6,000. When you have a 6,000 income coming from a government, that guarantee, that collateral is very important when you're speaking to a banker. So when you go to a bank and you say, I have a salary, are you self-employed or you're employed by government? So when you're a civil servant, you have a broader, opportunity to borrow from many platforms that provide finance. And I think, Mike, you put it very correctly. Something our brothers must know, that 6,000 is beyond the 6,000, because you can walk anywhere, show proof that your income as a family is 6,000, you can get a loan of 30,000, 40,000. You don't need to wait for that money to come every month. So the collateral element, Mike, I think is very important. We will keep on repeating it, and we appreciate to have you on board, Mike. And Kirwa, I am sure there's something you will teach us at some point, but on this one, Mike has actually been able to, clarify that the 6,000 is far much better than the 2,000 that is given to the elderly who are actually going to retirement. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Patriots. Thank you, everyone. Our policy remains the same. If you are not speaking, you keep your mic mute. And while you're waiting for your turn to speak, invite somebody to watch by sharing the link. That is your loyalism. Is it your support for this channel? You invite somebody to watch as we share our contribution. I think it is time for Ayaga. Ayaga, vipi?
Niko poa Bernard. How are you?
I'm fine.
Yeah,
I've
unanipata
been
vizuri.
waiting for your red wine. I've not seen it.
Mi sitaki uache Mungu, we utushughulikie huku kwa spiritual issues.
No, it is good for my stomach.
Okay, utaipata tu. Thank you very much, Bernard. I hope Kirwa is still here. Kirwa, you are a very learned man. When you hear a politician say something, you have to sometimes be very careful not to embarrass yourself one day when you are conversing with your age mate like us. What is a bribe? Even in a simple grammar, what is a bribe? What is a token? And what is a handout? If you can define those three things and place them in their perspective jurisdictions of application, then you will understand you are talking some things that will embarrass you one day, because somebody will ask you what is a handout. Define for me a handout. Me, since I was born, maybe when I was in class 2, I was told the handout is a money that you are given, or something that you are given to make you behave in a particular way before the event. Yeah. What Raila is promising is after election, not before. That thing, how can somebody bribe you after election? After election, he doesn't need your vote again. He will now be working for you. Why is he bribing you after election or giving you a handout after election? We are not saying we are starting, these people will receive this money by December this year. We are talking of 2022, maybe December 2022 after transition and then appointing of government, maybe mtu ataenda Supreme Court, so things will lag kidogo kidogo, even tuseme January 2023. And why? Why should somebody promise you or give you a handout after the event? Even the politicians, they give handout for you to go to interrupt. You are going to interrupt an event, a political event that is taking place before. That money that you are given before, that is what we call handout. I cannot tell you, Kirwa, today, because I want you to disrupt RUTO'S meeting, and I'm giving you that money when Ruto has done that meeting 4 days ago, and I'm telling you, pick this money, go and heckle him. Yet the event ended long time ago. So if you hear these people, they know Kenyans. This your side, I love your side, you know. They are doing what we call the reverse psychology. You will get a UDA politician coming up publicly and telling you, you know, wajinga waliisha Kenya. Now, whatever they are telling their supporters, it's very foolish things that their supporters also are advancing, things that are not even applicable. Yeah. Let us change. Let us change. Even me, I sometimes I do hear Raila and my side ODM, they say things. I cannot mention them anywhere because I have a brain. Number one, I don't, in this my head, I don't have carcass. I have a brain here. I cannot go and advance something that I know it is wrong. What is a handout? That is the question. If your kid asks you today, Daddy, what is a handout? Will you tell him a handout is a 6,000 that Raila will give after elections? My brother, tuchangamukie hizi vitu.
You're too hilarious, eh?
No. Tuchangamukie hizi vitu. Tuchangamukie hizi vitu ndio tujue. Secondly, I want to talk of you are comparing also the 6,000 that will be given to a vulnerable family to that old pension. You know, I'm lucky to have my grandmother. She's 90 years old, almost 100. I've never heard her saying that if I grow up, I would like to be an engineer. Or if you have had any 80, above 80 person saying, if I grow up, I would like to be a pilot. So those monies, the money that those people receive is just to sustain them as they wait their time to depart in this world. That money you cannot say is comparable to the one that will be given. An expert has explained for you today how that will work. You know why I support this 6,000? In terms of law, it's applicable. And this bottom-up empowerment thing, number one, you told us you will create something like CDF, that every 100 million will go to every county the same way the CDF goes. My friend, CDF is supported by law, by constitution. The other day I was in another forum and I told those people, if you want to make us believe on you, and you claim also to have numbers, why can't you introduce a bill in parliament? Pass it before December or before March next year. With clear procedure, how you guys will give that money and how that money will reach the youth. If I ask you today, how is that money, the so-called empowerment money, itakufikia aje? Simple question. Hautajibu kwa sababu hujui. If I told you, mtaendanga kukiu State House mpate hii pesa, ama the president himself. So suppose, God forbid, suppose now Ruto is the president. Ruto will be flying from State House to Rarieda, where I'm coming from, no, and tell youths, queue here, I'm giving you 25. It is not logical. There is no law that supports that man. It will be just a goodwill in his heart, maybe for his supporters. And when you are a president, you need to serve everybody, those who vote you and the people who did not vote you. Yeah, you should have a clear channel where your supporters and those people who never supported you receive the money. We don't want a president who will say, no, in Rarieda, Siaya, Nyanza, where Eric Ayaga is coming from, those people never voted me. I will not go there, but I will go to Bomet, where Kirwa is coming from, or maybe was in issue, and give this money. You have to explain to us how this money will reach us fast. Because, after election, things change. Because your candidate is somebody who is unbelievable. You can say this today, change to this, and change to that. So if you guys will actually help us with the procedure, how that money will reach us, then we will have a time. We will have the audacity, and we will have the guts to discuss it. But when it is a promise, in fact, that is a bribe. You are bribing youths with hope. You are selling a hope to me. While I was taught somewhere that hope is not strategy. Hope is not a strategy. But you are selling for me hope. You are promising me a hope and you don't want to explain to me how that hope will be fulfilled on my side after voting you. So you are persuading me to behave in a particular way. That is what we call under-author bribing or corrupting somebody to behave in a particular manner. You can't tell me something that will be seen then. And what I need to ask Raila Odinga, just explain to us how you will go to maybe a constituency which you will get at least vote, the same Turbo constituency in Uasin Gishu County. Tell me how you are going to actually identify this vulnerable family and give us this money. It is something that is simple as that. Government can do it. I don't want to go to the technical issues, technical side of it. Mike has told you that. I think unless someone has question, let me rest my case for now.
Okay, thank you. I think that's clear enough. I want to bring in Themba, but before I bring in Themba,
I have a question.
What is the question?
To
Unmute.
Ayaga has said something about handouts and is trying to say that what RAILA is saying about 6K is not handout. To me, I think that's also handout. From my meaning about handout, this is the definition. from the Oxford Learner's Dictionary. If I may read the definition of handout. Handouts can be food, money, or clothes that are given to a person who is poor. Food, money, or clothes that are given to a person who is poor. So it means that the 6,000 will be given to poor people. So to me, that one makes it handout.
Sorry, Bernard.
That makes it a handout.
Mwangi, you are lying. Mwangi, you are lying. You are not reading a
Mwango.
dictionary. You are not reading a dictionary. Sorry.
Hold on.
Yes. Okay.
Hold
okay,
on, just a moment. Okay, thank you. So Mwango, you have finished defining handout. Unmute and confirm you have finished your definition.
Yes, hello?
Yes, you are done with what a handout is.
Okay, just to continue. Just to continue on the second definition. Money that is given to a person or an organization by the government, for example, to encourage commercial activity. Handout from the government. So it means that handouts also can be from the government. And that one still qualifies the 6,000 to be handout.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, Mwango, you have been, you're in which county by now? You're in the city of Nairobi or which city? Oh, unmute.
Okay, sorry, I'm in Nairobi.
You're in Nairobi.
Yeah.
You're aware of the beggars on the street, huh?
Yes.
How many of the beggars do you drop something for regularly?
Not regularly.
Okay.
But occasionally.
Occasionally.
Yeah.
So there is, if you pass that road, there's no guarantee they will get something. Okay.
Yes. Yes.
But if we stipulate a law, let's say as the Nairobi County government,
yes,
and say that every beggar will appear at City Hall every morning to receive 100 shillings. Okay. For the next 3 years. Can the beggar budget with 100 shillings now?
He cannot budget. Yes, he can budget. He can start like I saw people already budgeting with the 6,000 that they will be given.
Because it is not given once, it's given regularly. For let's say for 1 year, you are guaranteed every end month there will be 6,000. So you can budget for it.
Yes.
That is what changes it from not being a handout. It becomes a form of salary.
Now, salary, Bernard, salary comes from work, from labor.
Support. It's called social. So, Patriot, please help me on that one. I don't want to argue right now.
Thank you, Bernard. Mwango seems to be prepared to really make serious discussion today. I am happy that he will listen to this. Thank you, Mwango. Now, there is something that you know, when you argue with facts, I think we like it, Mwango. And whoever wins, we accept that one. You have won. Now, let me tell you why you are suffering from selective amnesia when it comes to that definition. You know what you have done, Mwango? And I'll go back to that definition clearly. You see, deliberately, you did not want to give us the second definition, where the truth lies. There is a difference between a government-structured mitigation policy in matters finance or economic stimulus to the, to the vulnerable vis-a-vis handouts. And let me give you the difference. It is true, the government can also give handouts. Let's be very clear, Mwango. You are right. Even the government can give handouts. And I'll give an example of handouts by the government. When you have, let's say, droughts that have struck the people of Turkana, okay? Or there is there is an accident that has destroyed the roof. Let's say the wind has blown some roofs of some school, including homes and stuff. Okay, people are exposed.
The fire has burned Kikomba Market. The fire has burned Kikomba Market.
Bernard, it's my time. Anyway, you're right, Bernard. So when the government comes in, whatever they do can be defined as a form of handout. We are together, Mwango. Those are handouts because they are not planned, they are not expected, they are not structured. That is the difference. Now, 6,000 does not qualify to be called handouts because one, there is predictability, there is financial predictability, right? That's why you can tell that 6,000 I'm getting at the end of the month. That's why the bank will take that predictability to be a consideration for you to qualify for loans. Something else that we spoke about, what our able brother who comes from the bank explained. So Mwango, to cut the long story short, 6,000 is structured money that comes from the government of the day. It is predictable. You can budget on it. You can do your financial planning based on it. While handouts are unpredictable, they are based on accident. You not sure of tomorrow. You cannot use that as collateral. That is the difference, Mwango, and I can't overemphasize. I'm sure you can see the difference, Mwango.
Okay.
Bernard, can I come in because the question was directed on me.
In less than a minute, please. I want us to move on.
Thank you very much. You know, people like Mwango cannot actually lecture me on matters of definition of words. Mostly because they're the people who started changing dictionaries. When they told us hustler is what, when everybody knows that hustler is a sex worker or a group of thieves or something of that sort. So coming here to purport now, they have now authored a dictionary. You should also open the same dictionary and give us the real meanings of the word hustler. A word is not defined so much under the dictionary, but is defined with the purpose of how it is being used or purported to be used. In this case, we are defining handout to show that Raila is bribing or corrupting the mind of Kenyans to behave in a particular way. The same way you guys came here and told us that hustler, that is in dictionary, is different with the same word hustler that you guys are talking about. That is what we are defining here today. How this handout, the thing you are calling handout, how is being used here. We are not talking of a dictionary meaning of a handout. Because if you look at the word hustler, with how you guys are using, is totally different. So what is handouts? Venye inatumika hapa. Inatumika kuonyesha kwamba mnataka kusema ati Raila ana corrupt the mind of Kenyans to behave or to vote him. To change the behavior. A money that you are given to change your behavior is what we call a handout in this particular in such scenario. So it is not an handout. What Raila is talking about is not an handout. My brother, you have to change his mind, because if we are now turned to dictionary, you may also change maybe to Bible. When people turn now in terms of dictionary, you will get yourself talking about.
It's okay, Ayaga, your point. Thank you. Now, I want us to make progress. And as someone comes in, I have seen Ndeto has arrived. Ndeto, karibu sana. We've been waiting for you for 3 days. There are questions here that only you could answer.
Thank you so much, Bernard. I am here.
So you anticipate those questions, and the rest of the panel. PK, thank you for resurfacing. There is James Blue. James Blue, how are you?
I'm doing good. I arrived earlier than this gentleman Ndeto. I think that should be also the order of contribution.
I can see you have come with the spirit of fighting. And that will invite punishment. All the same, you had logged in with 2 devices. That is why we put you on the bench. You log in with 1 device. If you have 2 devices, the system will not work effectively from your end. So let's keep our mics mute. Let's keep our tradition. And while you're waiting to speak, invite somebody to watch so that we retain the numbers of the viewers even as we continue with the conversation. Thank you very much. Themba, come in.
Yeah, good evening, good afternoon, good morning from wherever you are listening. And I want to start by appreciating and acknowledging the presence of Ndeto. Welcome back, bro, and Mwango. And before I give my submission, I want to give a support to Mwango. This is when he talks about the handout definition. He is very right about the definition of handouts, and I want to agree with Mwango to that extent. And yes, true, even governments give handouts in form of stimulus. In the governments, they call it differently, social welfare. They give those benefits to the vulnerable in the society. So that one is out there, and for those who care to read, you'll find those descriptions of government handouts. And even handouts are given by charitable organizations to the weak in the society. They give handouts to try and lift those people up. So handouts by its nature, it's not a bad thing. It is the intention of why it is being given that now brings the difference. So we should not look at, some of us, the idea, when we hear the idea of handouts, we already bring the negative connotation to it, which is not the idea. The idea, handouts, is to lift, which now I think for the ODM is being called the social welfare, where it's going to be looking at the vulnerable in the community, in the society, so that they can be lifted up, be given time to join the economy. It's just the same thing like corruption. In the West, corruption is called lobbying. So when you take money to different places, they call it lobbying. In others, the official diplomatic circles. But indeed, it's just what you're calling corruption in other situations. So, Mwango, you're right. To that extent, what a handout is, will the government, when Baba comes in, will it be giving a handout to the weak in the society, called the social welfare? That's what they're calling it. Yes, to give them protection against, just like it's given in other places, stimulus package given to other countries. That was generally a government handout, to allow you to go through the pandemic. For the Baba proposal is that the weak, the vulnerable community, the vulnerable families will be identified, and they'll be given a handout to allow them, to recover, to make them move and even get out of that. But they're not supposed to be in it forever. As soon as one member of the family starts gain for employment, they get out of it. That is a plan. It's not that you'll be in that, and it is vulnerable families. vulnerable families. So if it's a vulnerable families, no member of that family is working, then they are given something like a cushion to cushion them from the ravages of, the poverty and all. So they are able to plan themselves, and within that time, the economy grows and they get into work. As soon as someone gets out of it, then they fall off. And then that is something that is practiced all over, even in the developed nations. They don't give the stimulus package forever. They say they'll give you for this time. After that, as soon, because it's not possible that someone will be on 6,000 for the whole year. You'll be on 6,000 maybe for what, three months. They review, is there any other person working in? If someone has already gotten work in that family, they fall off. So some of them might be in it for 1 year, some of them might be there for only 2 months, others might be in it for just 6 months, and something like that. So it's true, Mwango, what you're saying, but we shouldn't just look at it in terms of, like it's a bad thing. Even what Jubilee, I mean UDA is talking about, that will be a handout when you're coming to give them what you're calling loans. It's a handout trying to bring out people. So for you, you call it loans. But if you are here earlier, you are told now, how are you going to recover that money? How are you going, those are now the differences, like we are talking about in what is coming in the debate today. The other thing that I wanted to ask, but the person has left, was I think his name was Kennedy. I think Kennedy, somebody. I was surprised that he doesn't understand why the government is focusing on provision of infrastructure. In my view, that's simple logic. Infrastructure, for example, good road network ensures free movement of goods and services. So if you are able, if you are growing certain kind of products, let's say in Mombasa, for them to get to a certain place faster and quicker, and that money to start coming in, then you need good infrastructure, road network, good road network, good. When you have that, it ensures free flow of goods and services. I think that is not too hard to understand. You can build a very good, let's say, clothing factory in Eldoret, but if you don't have ways of that product getting from there to even farm, if you are having maize in Kitale, if you don't have good infrastructure to get that maize to the market, then I mean, you can have everything that you want, but without infrastructure, there's no market, it cannot be accessed. So that's what I wanted to tell him, that when you are going to plant a tree, you don't think about you necessarily enjoying the shades. You're thinking ahead. You're thinking how in future other people are going to enjoy that. So on 2 points on the debate for today, very briefly, because I know we still have time and there are many other people, on the aspects that Ruto and Raila are giving. I have seen that there's a perceived competition now. Since Raila came with the 6K package, there's a rush on the other side for them to start mentioning figures every day, and I've noticed for some very interesting reason, all of a sudden the deputy president, when he goes to every village, he knows where they were how many homes had electricity when they came in, and how many homes have electricity now. And very interestingly, today he was launching some dam in Twake Dam in Makueni, phase 2, and he's coming to launch it again. And in the same meeting, he's telling them that if they are ready to leave Jubilee, one thing that I consider madness. You stand in front of people, then you tell them that we have been doing this, then you start telling them, are you ready? We move out of this. We go to this other place. I still don't understand, and I think I will want to listen to Ndeto and his ilks, how they are able to to tell that, how you are able to stand. Bernard, you probably make me understand this maybe as we go by. How do you stand in a podium, start mentioning the achievements of a government, that we have built this, we have built this, then in the same podium tell people that now this government has failed us, we are moving into another one? So what are you telling me? That is what I don't understand. And probably Ndeto is here. He's going to try and give us some light on that. And then finally, there's also the general. In my view, I don't think is a good practice that the deputy president is setting. That every place he's going, he's promising them he's going to giving money from his pocket to finance the circles. So right now there's people have shifted their mind from long-lasting policy development to short-sighted benefits. I was surprised that a video was coming up that, he came, he gave us 1 million, 2 million, and we only received 500 shillings. So people are actually fighting for the money that he's giving right now. So you see, there's a totally, a confused population, such that the voting is not going to be based on what you think is going to benefit the country on a long term, but to what you're getting here and now. I think that's a very bad precedence that he has set. I don't know how it's going to benefit him, because I hear today he gave less. And so that's a question people are starting to say, why are you giving us less when you gave the other side more? That's a very bad precedence. I wish they would keep talking about policy. If you have the bottom up that you're talking about, now that it has become hard for you guys to explain it, try and find another one. Come up with a different idea that you can put in figures, not just throwing figures left, right, and center that do not make a lot of sense. That is my submission for now.
Okay, thank you. Any question from there?
Yes, one question.
Yes, James Blue.
Temba, is there any bad thing for someone to just dip into his pocket and give it out and without any condition? Kuna ubaya mtu akiamua tu kujitolea kusaidia that lady? So alijitokeza na akasema she's actually selling sex. For that case, I'm sorry to say it, but out of that heart, their problem when somebody, hata wewe mwenyewe hujawahi saidia hata ule mama mwenye amebeba mtoto na amekaa hapo kwa these benches people used to rest in towns, unampatia tu because of that heart. Is their problem ukitoa shilingi 200 umpatie akule lunch na maybe anunue maji ya kunywa?
Thank you, James. I like even the way you are asking. Is there anything wrong about it? I wish you'd have asked what is good in doing it when you are a deputy president. Because when you are a deputy president, that is the conversation that should have started when you just got in. So when you're a deputy president and you are now responding to something that should be addressed by policy, ni kama unajaribu kutibu malaria na Panadol. So uliacha malaria iendelee, alafu unafika mahali so unaanza kupatia mtu shika hii Panadol kwa sababu next nikikuja sasa kupatia tiba ya malaria. I think we are being dishonest by ourselves, and we are buying into this propaganda that all of a sudden within an election year the deputy president has developed a very good heart. And now he's aware that there are people who have circles across the nation who are riding motorcycles, who are selling burgers, and all of a sudden they need to have circles, and all of a sudden I need to be giving 1 million everywhere. I think for me, my thinking does not allow me to accommodate the idea that now it's good heart. It's first of all an insult into the intelligence of Kenyans when the deputy president, who is supposed to be involved, actually he is the chair of economic, what is that, Bernard? Economic what? Council?
The one who was chairing for the county government.
There's economic council that the deputy president is actually the chair. That you know, they were the ones sitting and thinking about what is to be distributed where. He is still the chairman of that economic council. So you are a chairman of an economic council that you have stayed for 9 years, and all of a sudden you are realizing that now we can have circles that I want to give 1 million from my pocket. That is an insult. You don't create a problem so that you can solve it, but by being, you know, philanthropic. I think we need to rise above this this issue of being emotionally manipulated, and then you come and tell us that now you have a good heart. I don't deny my children food in the house. Then I come with some bread late and I tell them, you see, I'm being good-hearted. That is an insult to your children. I don't think we deserve that as Kenyans. And if those are the leaders we deserve, then we are so bad. God is not forgiving us.
Temba.
Okay,
Temba, please.
James, hujamaliza maswali yako?
Just a second.
The tradition is when you ask opportunity to ask questions, you pose all your questions so that it can be given one response.
I am sorry.
Okay, now add that your question quickly. Let it be a conclusive one so that we move forward.
Mswahili alisema fimbo ya mbali haiui nyoka. So do we have anything that will prevent the millions from taking these handouts? Because my friend, nauliza tu kwa ufupi, ni wengi wanataka hii pesa ama ni wachache? And how are we going to make them stop taking this money? Because fimbo ya mbali is the 6K that is coming a year plus to come. Na hii ya karibu yenye inaua nyoka is the millions that we see in brown envelopes. Answer that question, please.
You know, James Blue, you don't want me to when I elect someone to go and create policies to address my issues, and then he ends up doing work that should be done by other NGOs in the village. Then if that is the work he wants to do, then he should step out, stop seeking elective position. Then he continues, open an NGO, probably called Ruto Foundation or something, and does that. But when you are the one sitting on the seat, they're supposed to be creating policies to address those problems within the government and the constitution. Then you want to come and start talking about it is my philanthropic nature. I don't think that's right. I think Penny has one to add, then we move out of there.
Thank you. You answered my.
Okay. What I wanted to ask James Blue is that during the Nusumukate regime, why do you think Kibaki immediately abolished Harambes? Because he knew that it is in the Harambes that there was hidden the corruption, you know, and stuff like that. And we find that in populist ideas are normally the populist ideas go hand in hand. Populist politics normally go hand in hand with the tokenism and things like Harambes and handouts. So these are short-lived measures of trying to solve a country's problems, and they are also meant to bribe people into accepting leaders who are not credible. They have some form of insecurity, and that is why they have to pretend they are philanthropic by handing out money and giving money in churches and stuff like that. Well, there are structured ways of doing all these things. So the Hasna narrative being a populist ideology, it has to be supported by the handouts for it to spread across the nation. So people are very, very wise, you know. It is not genuine at all. It's a means or a way of buying people to vote for them.
Okay, I think that is clear
just
now.
one moment. Is there an opportunity to recounter all that Demba and Penny are saying? Ama we just listen and move on? Just a question. It's a question to you as the chair. It's a question to you.
Hold on. My question to you before I answer your question. You will rebound. There's no problem. Rebattling is the order of the day in this place. Only that you've been gone for long. Welcome back.
Oh, thank you. I've been here listening to them.
He went to collect facts.
We saw you
He has
sneaking in.
issues. Yeah,
So,
he had to collect facts.
how do I get
I
my
am well
element?
loaded and well able.
Jex, how
Jex
do I
was
get my
Jex was
element?
listening to the ground. Jex was listening to the ground, I think so.
He has taken 9 years to listen to the ground.
It's
And I
okay,
have
you
facts
guys.
from
It's
the
okay.
ground. Do you want to hear?
You're not in mute.
So you'll just be here blowing your own trumpets.
It's okay. Now let's do this. Okay. One, I want to leave. Jex, I hope you're here to stay.
You cannot welcome me and then you want almost to leave. You need to allow me to speak, and also you need to hear what I have to say from the ground.
You dear guys, just learn to answer questions. You are here to stay, isn't
You're
it?
not going. You're not going anywhere, Bernard. We will vote on that one. You are not going anywhere.
Can I say something
You stay
about
there.
No, Bernard is okay. You can go. We are many here. Jex is here. Penny is here. It's okay. The thing is well
We
covered.
must. We will vote for him to go. We will make a vote.
He's a pastor. He's a pastor. He needs to relax. You can't allow pastor to be awake every day.
But the pastor should not leave the flock, otherwise they will scatter.
No. Yes.
Do you expect to find any sheep, Bernard?
He has a wife to take care of after politics.
Relax. I just wanted to give a ruling. I did not say I'm going anywhere. I am here, okay? I just wanted to give a ruling. The only thing is that I've been chairing this meeting and I've been accused to be biased for us. In fact, they are changing my name into biased. So I wanted Jex to take back his honors as one of our moderators later on, after he has given his submission, together with Penny, can run the show. Mi nitakuwa hapa tu, siendi kokote. Is it okay for you
Kondoo
to
akipotea jua ni wewe utalaumiwa.
Ati?
Kondoo akipotea jua ni wewe utalaumiwa.
Kivipi? Hiyo ni vitisho.
Kwa sababu when you strike the shepherd, the sheep will scatter.
Jex, you always a fair moderator, so wacha kutisha watu.
Nyinyi hamtaki kusikia from the ground, acheni mchezo nyinyi. I have to contribute.
Relax kwanza. Okay. So we're going to do it this way.
Ground ya UDA.
Ground yote hadi ya huko nyumbani.
Ninyi watu mnataka niite ile jamaa wa wale. Ile jamaa wa
ameweza kuweza.
Jex alisikia baba anaenda Mount Kenya akaingia chini ya carpet.
Sasa huyo baba anaenda siku mbili anagonjeka wiki moja.
Now let's move on. Let's move on, please.
He's not even in the country. Ameenda kutafuta ka clinic Dubai.
Wewe Ruto ametoka Kenya lini?
I'm going to throw you out of the na kupeleka quarantine saa kabla.
I am quiet.
Ruto ako kwa red line, haezi toka Kenya, maybe akienda Uganda.
Wewe Magufuli alitoka mara ngapi kwao?
Stop comparing yourself with the dead. Compare yourself with the people in the land of the living.
Good leaders don't loiter to other nations.
Order everybody. Okay? Thank you. That was a commercial break na imeisha. Sawa. Tunaendelea mbele. Okay.
Can you say something about handout kidogo?
Hapana Mwango. Out of order.
Just a minute. Just handout. I want to talk about handout.
Sasa mtanisukuma.
Hapana.
Mwango, you have spoken enough times. We have not had PK, we have not had Neto, we have not had Jex, we have not had Penny. I mean, you can't be reading for us dictionary after every one conversation.
No.
Subiri kwanza tafadhali, subiri. Your turn to submit will come and you can add that to your submission. Ili tusonge mbele.
Even me, Bernard, I've not done my submission. It's just questions that I
Yes.
asked. Huh? You're forgetting.
You see? Okay. So, Jakes, you wanted to rebuttal what Themba and Penny have said. You have
but if you can allow me also as I'm rebattling to make submissions.
Hapana, wachana na Jex kwanza. Kuna watu wamekuja hapa mwanzo. Ndeto ako hapa nani?
You cannot throw stones to a glass wall and then just be allowed to go.
You cannot give Jex that opportunity. Jex kwanza amekuja leo, akae kwanza kwa bench. Kuna Ndeto, kuna PK. Ndeto kwanza yuko hapa.
This broadcast. Yeah, if you are going to keep me, I've been here for the past 2 hours, now going to 3 hours, then you want to keep me here arguing over nothing, we just end the show. What we have covered can remain there. So please, let's be civil, let's be tolerant, and allow each other to make progress. The people who are making submission will make submission. Jex wanted to rebuttal what you said and what Penny said. So for us to balance, he has to rebut now in the next 1 or 2 minutes. Then we proceed with submission. We can't let the submission go on, then tell him later to rebut what you have said now. Thank you. Jex, you have a minute or 2.
Thank you very much. Sorry, I'm using today a phone. Now, the issue of handouts. It's interesting. When Baba does it, it's called subsidy or stipend or whatever the sweet name they want to give it. But when Ruto does it, it's handout. It is what he has been stealing. Why has he not been doing it over the last 9 years? But then I want to remind you that the history of our nation is well documented. If you go to the records, you will find him in early 90s donating to churches and doing so many harambes. This is one of his characters.
Just on Jex. I think
just
you didn't
one moment.
No,
I
you didn't hear me.
I listen.
No, you didn't
Allow
hear
me
me.
finish. Allow me to finish.
No, Jex.
So it is one of his caliber
wait,
to give.
Jex. you didn't hear me. I didn't. If you go back, you listen to what I said. So if you want to just respond. But I didn't say what you are misrepresenting what I said. So if you want to talk on handouts, just talk on handouts, but not what I say.
Can I go on?
And Jake,
yeah,
you should remember that's why you changed
your
the
minute is now half a minute.
Those
now you're not fair, Bernard.
Mute your mic. If you are not speaking, mute your mic. Ayaga. Sawa, Jakes, go ahead.
Wow, so my minute is also inclusive of the interruptions,
Okay, I've added you a minute for interruption.
Oh,
Finish
thank you. So we the other day saw Baba donating to a place that was termed as donation. It was termed as project. It was termed as Maendeleo, given that he was donating an X-ray worth 10 million. That was termed as project. We have seen Ruto do the same, but when he does it, it is termed as handout. It is criminalized. He's almost made to be an Al-Shabaab or something, simply because it is from his end. Now, it is the same thing that is happening with the defections. As long as you're with Baba, you are as good as an angel. We have Angel Gabriel's on his side. But once they defect, they are termed criminals, they are termed corrupt, they are termed all sorts of names simply because they have shifted their allegiance. So to me, I think it's cynical when one wants to bastardize the handouts, or rather what Ruto is doing, and is not willing to tell us what the other side or the side is supporting is doing, or better still, find appropriate words to describe what their side is doing, which is synonymous with what Ruto is exactly doing. if Ruto is willing to give ladies a decent jobs rather than them standing on the streets, and you want to bastardize that, I think there's something wrong in between your ears, because any human being deserves a decent job. It doesn't matter who gives a helping hand. If he does it, if he gives $1 million to help them, that's good. If he gives 10,000, they didn't even have it in the first place. Heri nusu shari kuliko shari kamili.
Now, Jex, helping I mean, if you've been in the office for 9 years and your job was to formulate policies that will alleviate people's suffering, okay? And it has not worked for 9 years, then you now begin to say you want now to help them by directly giving to them. What failed? Is it the person who was making a policy, or the policy was made that was not implemented?
According to me,
here? Yes.
All I know, Rome was never built in one day. It took years, and as long as we keep on keeping on, eventually we shall reach what we desire to do. If it never happened in 9 years and it is happening in the 10th year, so be it. If it happens in the 11th year, because it's always a journey, and a far journey always starts with one step. Now, he has never been on the lead. He was only deputizing, and we are all aware and conversant of his role stipulated in the Constitution. So there is no way you can attribute the roles of the president to that of a deputy president. So if you ask me why didn't he do it, I'll ask you what are his roles, because if you know his roles, some questions won't really emerge. In any case, as he normally puts it, what they wanted to do never really happened, because people decided to have different priorities from what they set when they formed government in 2017. So we cannot blame him. We cannot only point fingers when there are failures and only attribute success to the president, but the failures are to the deputy. I think they are joined at the hip. The success of Uhuru is the success of Ruto. The failure of Ruto is the failure of Uhuru.
Get my question. Must somebody be president to help Kenya? The governors are doing their best in their counties.
That's a very good question. That's a very good question. I'll answer it with I'll answer it simply.
Become president in order to alleviate the sufferings of Kenyans.
Now, if that question is to be answered, it should be answered like this: must someone vie for 5 times seeking to be a president?
You are not answering my question. You are responding with another question.
I am. This will be the first time Ruto becomes. Now let me answer you directly. This will be the very first time Ruto is seeking to be a president. Hence, I have no experience of him vying before. So it is the first time. It's his first time going for it. So as you're asking, is it a must for him to be a president? The answer to me is, if he has the vision, let him go for it.
If I'm the deputy president, I have some powers, I have some influence in the government. Okay, I have connections that I can use. For example,
150 MPs. 150 MPs.
Now,
150
thank
MPs.
You, Demba. Now, look here.
Yes.
Like for example, the economy in Turkana, for it being a semi-arid areas, most of it is carried by the NGOs and the activities in that place. Okay. Now, if I have connections that can bring about getting those girls from the street and then giving them decent job, should I wait until I am president to make that happen, or when I'm asking to be president for that to take place?
It's the same. There is what we call someone's manifesto and ideas. That question can also be asked. Should you wait to be a president to give us 6,000? It's the same. Whatever you're asking me is the same. Should you be a president to give us 6,000? Answer me. Should you be a president to give the youth 6,000? We know who is the president.
Saying,
Should you be a president to give us the
Jake,
6,000?
Jex, you guys, you are very
because
smart.
the person who
Only
is promising
problem
the
is you
6,000
think,
stipend.
Penny, hold on. You think that by saying that Raila did not do it or Raila failed to do it, it justifies what somebody has failed to do. We are not comparing who said what. It is a fact that Raila is not in the government. He has no role in the government. He does not formulate policies. He doesn't sit in the cabinet.
Now, Mr. Bernard, you're talking so well, and I agree with you. I agree with you. I agree with you. I want you to listen to what I'm saying. If you listen without arguing, you'll understand. Just one moment. Just one moment.
Raila does not sit in the cabinet.
I agree. I agree. Listen.
So if he has a bottom-up approach that will help Kenyans, why hasn't he proposed it in the cabinet for it to be taken to parliament and then it is passed by the 150 MPs?
Okay. Can I answer you then? Now the question you're asking is very okay. Now Raila is not in government. I agree. But he is the same person who told us that fuel will go down, which it did by only 5 shillings after it had gone up with over 7 shillings. So it's still up. But he, through his brother, he is able to influence. So I don't see a reason why he can't influence his brother, that we have a stipend of 6,000 at the moment. So it's the same thing I'm asking you, because if Ruto is not really the president, he's the deputy, who is just ceremonial on paper. We know the executive order made January 18th, 2019, where it gave and adjudicated all his role to Matiang'i. We know it so well. So we cannot be here saying he's a deputy president. Why is he not sending policies and all? Yet we know all his duties were abrogated to someone else.
He's the deputy president. He keeps reminding us he is.
Whatever he is, but all I know is this: as I've said, he needs to be a president for him to deliver his mandate.
Okay, thank you. We have heard it. Thank you. We accept it. Let us now move on. We will come back to you, Patriot.
Wow, thank you. Today we seem to be having serious brains from the UDA, and they are really engaging us. I think this is better. We appreciate. But one thing that I want to say, allow me to be very clear on this one. It is not just an issue of arguing. You can be a very articulative brain, but when you start being
Patriot, your network has thrown you out.
No, I'm there, Pemba. It will not go. Eco. I'm there.
Continue from your last statement.
Amekatiwa stima na Jex.
Yeah. No. I have a very reliable.
When things go bad on your end, it is now my fault, eh?
It is until you came here.
Please, Patriot, go ahead.
Okay.
Remember, stay in order, okay? Stay in order. Temba and Jakes, you people are prefects. Prefects are always the best, not like other students. So, msitusumbue tafadhali. Nyinyi ma prefect hapa. Lazima muonyeshe mfano mzuri. Asanteni.
Thank you, Bernard Pastor, for being a good moderator. Yeah, now I want to address, the panel, my fellow comrades, starting with what Jex has tried to actually present here to us. One, he presents himself as a very articulate, brained man, but there are some things that he's trying to be very biased on how he selects them, and I think it's good to rebuttal that immediately before I go to something else. You know, it is true that some things can only be implemented once you become a president. You know, they are presidential. You cannot do anything, in that category outside the presidency. And in as far as the definition of the presidency is concerned, in this country where we're using our constitution, it includes the deputy president. That is why Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta cannot sack Uhuru today. I mean, cannot sack the DP. The DP and the president are both in the formation of the presidency. So when we define the presidency, and as far as the Kenyan constitution stands today, it has two personalities, the president and the deputy president. And as far as I'm concerned, the last time I checked, Raila Amolo Odinga is none of the two. You know, he's not the deputy and he's not the CEO in the name of the president. So anything that is defined in matters presidential policy making, where the executive are the signatory to that, Raila is not one of that. And let's not play semantics on this. Raila is not in the same position with Ruto. And that is clear, unless you just want to make argument for the sake of it. Who is in a position to have something that is substantively anchored in the constitution that will make difference in as far as governance of this country is concerned?
Patriot,
Please allow me to finish.
Can I ask a question?
No,
It's just a question.
not
A
now.
question to you.
Let's no, not now. Not now,
Stay
please.
in order, you will respond.
I will take questions once I'm done, if you don't mind, Jex. Okay. So my clarity that I want to put in place is this. The last time I checked, Raila Amolo Odinga is not part of the executive. And as far as I'm concerned, any issue that relates to policy that will define the economic structure and terrain of a country in as far as governance is concerned can only be defined by the two characters or the two individuals, the president and his deputy, which in as far as our constitution is concerned, that is the definition of the presidency. Raila Amolo Odinga is not in that. And let me give you an example. The issue of 6,000 shillings, it is a stipulation in law that can only be a matter of policy. When it comes to implementation, you can not do that outside the presidency. And you get it clearly that way. You cannot do that outside the presidency. That is governance. That is the epitome structure of the middle, the middle definition of governance of the day. The governor of the day, the governor, who is the president, the way he defines his government, those are some of the footprints that define what you do as a government and as a president. That can only be done if you are in the presidency, where the deputy president is included. Now, number two, it is very clear that what the DP is purporting to do from his handout policy, which is mainly anchored on his money that we are yet to know where it comes from. That's a debate for another day. That he's trying to do can be done by the government of the day, where he is a player, he is a character in the presidency, which I have told you includes the president as the chief and commander of the armed forces and his deputy. As far as the history is concerned, today we have the president as Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta by constitution and by protection. The kind of GSUs they have, the kind of protection they have, it is the two. The president is Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. The deputy president is His Honorable, His Excellency William Samoei Ruto. So those are the things that are very clear. And I think we need to agree on that. So my submission is this, as far as today is concerned, as far as today's topic is concerned. It is very clear that you define yourself, and the manifestation of who you are is clearly understood by the people when we look at your priorities, how you do your things. There are people who go to the bathroom either once in the morning, others, the first thing they do, they rush to the kitchen once they are from their bedroom. There are those who rush to go and see, whether their cars are safe at their parking. There are those who rush out there to look at their animals and hear the noise of the mowing of the cows, before he does anything. So priority-wise, how you carry your calendar out here, it defines what kind of a character you are. So what am I trying to say? As far as Raila Baba and the DP is concerned, I think there is a clear definition of these two characters. And for some of us who have so much reason to support Baba, we have very, very good reasons why we support him. And it's very simple. Data is what we use in science to explain and express, a fact, express a product. It is data. Data is the only thing that has the material which has the meaning of the meaning of the product that you want to express out there, where history is very important. So when I look at who Baba is, in as far as his political journey is concerned, data available, this is the only person, in my view, I can trust. This is the person I can sit back and sleep, knowing that I will see tomorrow. I'll see the days of tomorrow with, brighter sun shining on my face and my children, based on the kind of trust he has built in me. Because when he says it is left, he doesn't mean, sorry, I meant it's right. When he says, please, these people are Armenians, and they are in the country, they are here for a wrong reason. He doesn't change, oh, no, I meant Mwangi. He gives you facts. And I can look at him on the face and actually ask Baba, there are things that you have promised us. Do you think you will do them? He will quickly remind me that the free education that we are enjoying today, including my son who goes to school without much ado, that was a promise that Baba did at some point. But when I have somebody who tells me something today, before I finish, putting down the concept paper in pen and paper, you find that he has already changed. He's already telling me, no, I didn't want you to write the composition of a cow. Hello?
Oh, Patriot, you need to hurry up. Huh?
Yeah, I'm finishing.
Thank you.
So when somebody, I'm writing a composition of a cow, and then he quickly tells me, I wanted you to write a composition of a dog, and I've written up to midway, he's a poor teacher. We want people who are consistent. That is leadership. We want people who are predictable. Predictability is very important. And in that case, to sum up, there's somebody who was who was not unmuted, please. It is irritating me. Somebody who was not unmuted, please. I don't know, is that Bernard? Yeah, thank you.
I'll deal with that. Just go ahead. I'll deal with that.
Yeah, so it is very important that when you have somebody going for the most serious seat like the president of a country, the person should be somebody we can predict based on the history, based on data that we have, so that we don't gamble with our life, because it's not just about ourselves, but, a life for our children. Remember, the president has a lot of power that gives all the value of the way we live tomorrow as a country. So it's not something that we want to joke around and say, oh, because and so he's dishing money left and right, he's throwing slogans that are not properly defined here. So we just give them because they have the popular, slogans that seems to be, sweeping everybody. So to conclude, in my view, the next president of this country will be defined by merit. History has given us, data is very clear that the person that we can trust, the person that is predictable, the person that has very clear policies that are defined by economics, and experts, it is Raila Odinga. The rest are just playing sloganeering and sycophancy of the highest level of this land. This is a very bad historical moment, but I think we have the moral duty to define and give the difference for Kenyans to make that decision. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Patriot. Jex, you had a lot of issues.
Can I just tell Jack something little, just a little?
No.
I think Allow me to
Mulugu,
ask questions.
hold on. Jex, what? Yes.
Patriot seems to be very, 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 very witty in all he says, and I love that. But interestingly, he says funny things. One, he said that the president is the one who can be able to achieve some of the policies because some of the things that people say can only be done when one is a president. I don't know if that was what he said, but I think that's what I heard. Now, it's interesting when he refers to free primary education, he forgets then Raila wasn't a president. That is not his legacy. That is a legacy of a president well known to us. So please, when you talk of data, we remember it correctly. We know who was the president and what he did.
No, let me correct that then before you go further. You didn't get
don't
it.
correct
Let me
yourself.
clarify.
You have said it.
No,
and you didn't allow
no.
me
But
to
you're
say it.
misleading. You are misleading.
I am
You are
not.
quoting me.
I am not.
You are
You see,
Order, both of
misquoting
you.
me.
Order, both of you. Okay? Order. Jex. Don't report history selectively. Okay?
No, I've only said what
hold
Patriot
on.
said.
The
Patriot said, and
presidency.
you listened and you are quiet. Listen, Patriot
No,
said that a president.
Kibaki
No,
president.
even
The
you listen,
Kibaki
sir.
presidency.
With all due
Okay?
respect, sir, this is what Patriot said.
No, James.
Patriot
Order.
said.
If you want
Patriot
to
said
report about
that a
Kibaki
president.
presidents, then begin from the beginning. Okay?
Okay.
Begin from the beginning. Who led
So you
the
are
campaign
beginning.
for Kibaki?
So
Who
according to
pledged
you,
the Kenyans what will be done by the Kibaki presidents?
so
Kibaki
Bernard,
was
that is
so
not
if
the
we go
reason.
that way, if we
The
go back,
reason is this:
then,
Raila Amolo Odinga was a prime minister. He was a co-president, my friend. Like, don't suffer selective
you are
amnesia, and you're here
lying
to
to
expose
Kenyans this
ignorance.
evening, Mr. Patriot.
The
When
prime
was
minister
stay in
was
order.
primary
Baba. Period.
education
Stay
launched?
in order, please, everybody. Thank you.
My question, Bernard, is clear. My question is this: when was free primary education launched?
In 2002, after during the NAC government.
And what position was Raila Odinga?
Raila led the campaigns while Kibaki was
After that, what role was
hospitalized.
he serving under?
He was Minister for Roads
The
and Housing.
successful application
Thank
of free
you.
education happened during
Thank you.
Nusumkate government.
Thank you.
I have the history correct.
Okay,
You are lying.
Patriot.
You are
Patriot,
lying.
you're out of order. Patriot, you're
Thank
out
you.
of order.
So let's not argue. Let's not argue with facts. He said the data is there, and we are able to go back to the data. So let's not just be here praising and we are forgetting what is correct.
Just stop lying to us,
The
Bwana. Got the real thing.
The other thing that is also correct. We cannot only simply say that things happened well simply because Raila was in government from 2007 to the year he left, and then things went haywire when he left. There's one thing that has always been said: no one man can save a nation. No one man has the latitude to be the savior and the carrier of everything good, and everything bad is only associated to others. Now, as per you, the presidency is only attached to William Ruto and Uhuru Kenyatta when you're referring to the challenges and when you're referring to the corruption. But when it comes to the development, you want to go back and refer to the handshake and refer to Raila's union and Uhuru. I want to ask you, what brings the demarcation only when it favors you, but when it doesn't, you want to play patriotic, you want to play so holier than thou, yet we know the truth. Corruption anywhere is corruption
Jack, you just
everywhere.
changed the topic. That's not the way the topic was supposed to be. Jack, you changed the topic. Could you just go back to the topic you was?
That guy is being petty.
That was a scandal.
Bernard, that guy is just being petty, and we have no time for that.
It happened just recently with the handshake.
Bernard, we are not getting you.
Sorry, I was mute. I am saying, Jakes, you have made your point. But I will say what distinguishes men from others is when some men stand up for something while others go into hiding. The distinction between Raila and the other candidates is that when it comes to nation Kenya, Raila stands out, even when everybody wants to compromise. Prime example is Mao. Even the president, Mwai Kibaki, was afraid to touch Mao conservation. It took a statesman, somebody who can put the country first and everything else last. And he was threatened, if you touch Mao, the Rift Valley vote will have gone. He said, I am ready to lose the vote plus the presidency, but conservation has to take place. That is something that is not done by every other man.
Can I ask you, where was that man when we lost money during KEMSA?
There is no money that was lost during KEMSA until you show me the
Are you lying
records
to
and how
Kenyans?
much.
Are you lying to Kenyans?
I
Face
am
blank.
not lying.
Bernard.
Give me the records.
Bernard, I think we are really staying too much on a small issue.
Okay.
I think
Let's
others should
let's
be given an opportunity to make their submissions also. It is getting late.
Thank you, thank you. That's why I wanted to settle there so that we move on. Let's go to PK in that order. Tunafuata hiyo mtandao na tafadhali tuende seamlessly, okay? You take your 3 minutes, maliza mambo yako yote, hakutakuwa na interruption.
Bernard, can I just ask you a question before you give to the guy?
You want to ask a question that will require an answer and we get stuck there again?
No, that's not the way.
I am Lumbu. Ask your question.
You know, I just feel offended if somebody comes in and he twists the topic that we are talking about. What's the handout? To explain what's the handout. That's how you guys started very well and explain everybody. But now just comes in, he brings things upside down. Just arguing the things that are nonsense, that it doesn't show any value. You see?
Now,
he diverted from where what
with
the
all
topic
due
was.
respect,
He's gone
if it is
somewhere.
nonsense to your ears, I think, Mr. Mulumba, I take an offense by you abusing me. No, Bernard, it's wrong for him to call what I've said nonsense. Yet no one is qualified.
Please,
nonsense is not an insult. It's not an insult when you're told it's nonsense. It doesn't make sense. That's what it means.
I want us to remain clean on this platform. Huh? Let's remain clear. If somebody is talking, don't just intercept, especially when that person talking is elderly. Tuheshimu wazee kwanza. Okay? And then it is good to give a hearing first before you answer. The Bible is against you answering something you have not heard. So everybody keep your mic mute. Let's
Can I say something, Bernard, because it is my right to defend. No, it's just 1 moment. No, it will not take 2 seconds. It will listen.
Goja kwanza, Jex, this diversionary tactics mimi sistaki. Okay?
No, it's important what I want to say.
And go around trivialities.
Okay,
we are not
then.
here to contribute to the confusion of Kenyans. We should be here to create a path for people to understand what's going on.
We are equally obliged.
Please, let's respect one another, give each other time to make their submission. If somebody is interrogating you, is different from when somebody is making submission. Interrogation, we can have those exchanges, yes. But if somebody is making submission, wait until the point is at home, then you can interject.
Bernard, the reason as to why, just 1 moment, allow me, just 1 moment. The reason as to why I take offense is because we all have a right
I
to say
think Jakes.
What's up, Bernard?
Jakes,
Bernard, we are not going to go that direction.
Because you don't have to defend everything.
We will not allow that. You don't need to defend everything.
Yes.
Yeah.
So sometimes even as we are
Deto can do it.
Goja tafadhali. Hold on. let's do this. Everybody will have their time to make their submission. That one I can guarantee. Okay, please, let's remain civil. Let's debate civilly. We have had these debates over and over again. We have hot exchanges, but we come to an agreement. So let's not despise one another. Let us not look down upon anybody. Let everybody make their point. You can refute or you can support. Sawa sawa. But don't unmute and talk anyhow. Nilisema unainua mkono, utakuwa picked if it's not your turn to submit. Ina wale watu wanaleta kizaza hapa ni ma-prefects. Na hii prefect nitafanyia review. Okay? Kama ni prefect and you are not behaving well, we'll give you a vote of no confidence. Okay? Because prefect, you're supposed to help me. While I'm giving direction, you are at least helping me by either posting the link or sharing the link with somebody to watch, so that we are working together as a team. But if you are all here attacking and causing confusion, you are losing your credibility as the prefect. Sawa sawa. Thank you. So where were we? We are going to PK. Jakes, you had issues. What is it?
I respect all you have said, and I truly respect everybody, and that's why we listen and then we contribute after. The question I think I was having is, it's not a must I praise your side. If you don't like my opinion, that is my opinion. And by the end of the day, we cannot all be on the same side. That's why it's called democracy. Like what you say, what I say, but you have a right to make your own decision. If you don't like it, it's okay. Keep it to yourself. I stand by my words.
Thank you, Jakes. You have made your point. I will only say that if you are giving a historical account, then leaving out some details, the people who have the record of that history have a right to question what you are reporting. It is not that they are not believing you or they are not wanting you to make a point. So if there are some historical facts, you should accept that you misrepresented here or it did not go this way. So that katika hii platform ni kufundishana,
Sawa. Let's continue, Beno. Let's not dwell there. Tuendelee.
When I begin to say, let's turn to the book of Jeremiah. Whatever we read from Jeremiah, it's not subject to review. It's concluded.
Let's go on. Bernard, let's go on.
So the other accounts still tunapeana, they can be reviewed, they can be questioned. Thank you. Let's hear from PK. After PK, we'll get to Penny has not also made her submission. I want us to fuate mkururo, PK, Penny, Ndeto, and then Mulumbu before community. PK.
Bernard. Bernard, just
yes,
Bernard, just PK, just thank you for the order of the debates. I was just requesting, for the sake of gender, you could have shifted that to Penny before we proceed, if you don't mind. That would be better.
No, thank you for the guidance.
Penny has waited so much.
Hold on. I know where you're coming from, and I understand you very well. But she can wait one more moment. She's part of the prefect, so she can also enjoy the privileges, and we take some privileges from her once in a while. But no cause for alarm. PK is always brief and to the point. It won't take long. So Penny, a little patience. Patience space. PK, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Greetings to you all. As Mr. Bernard has said, I'm going to be very brief, maybe less than a minute or so. I'll start with the issue where the deputy promised to help out some ladies, which somebody said that I think they posed the question whether it was good or bad or something like that. There's nothing wrong with helping people, especially when they have issues. But I think that was a lost opportunity to address that issue because it was not an isolated issue. It's an issue that covers a lot of women across the nation. He would have come up with a way forward for women with that kind of problem and what he can be doing to them or what he intends to do with them when he gets power. But he just made it as if it was just an isolated case, which would be sorted and everything would be okay. That is the only negative thing I saw about it. Coming to the 6K social welfare or stimulus or handout, the way you want to call it. For me, I support it, and I think it is one way that will help transform the country in realizing that there is self-worth in some way, because if you look at the way people are paid nowadays in the country, you'll find there are some households who are even paid like 5,000 or even less. But when you bring in this kind of social welfare, it will be very hard. People will drastically realize that there is a minimum pay wage in the country because of that 6,000 welfare. Because when people start receiving the 6,000, I don't think anybody else will want to be paid less than that per month in the country. It will create a level where people will demand to be paid the minimum wage bracket in the country. If you can't pay the minimum wage bracket, people will just sit and they would rather receive the social welfare than be paid less than what is required. And I think that will lift the level of how we treat the less fortunate in the country and how we pay those who help in odd jobs without misusing them or underpaying them. Yeah, I think that's my contribution for today.
Penny, I am the temporal speaker, so you can proceed, Penny.
I have a question. I have a question for PK.
You wait a minute, Mwango, watcha Penny present because she's also very brief. Then you can have a question for Penny and PK together, if you don't mind.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, looking at the workability and the realization of the DP's bottoms up and the stipend. Looking at the stipend, I think it resonates so well with what we are going through currently as a nation. Economically, we are at a very bad place, and I think it's good news for us to be promised a stipend for the vulnerable members of the society. And looking at the way Baba articulates his fact relating the stipend, he says that there will be a budgetary allocation of he will allocate for it from the budget. And then he also goes ahead and he also goes ahead and says how he will try and make this thing work by cutting on corruption, because you remember previously the president mentioned that per day we are losing 2 billion shillings. So if we get a leader who is capable of dealing with the corruption, then I don't think a stipend is something that cannot be achieved. It is achievable, and we have examples of nations that have implemented it. It's working, and therefore we can also follow suit. It can work for us. But the controversies that are surrounding the bottoms-up economy, so many people, including economists, have not been able to comprehend what this bottom-up is all about. And the fact that there's a lot of inconsistency in our DP when talking about this model just raises a question on whether he himself understands. And it gives us the impression that this is something that is just being used to attain presidency. Then we do not have a clear understanding of how this bottom-up model is going to be implemented. Because when you say that the stipend is a form of a handout, the money in the bottom-up is also money that will be handed out to people. So they are both a form of a token from the government, and therefore you cannot pin down the Baba's side and say that it is a handout. I think both of them, they are actually gifts from the government to the less fortunate or the low cadre. So for me, bottom up is all about business. And we'll appreciate that not everyone within the society has the capability of doing business. We are all gifted differently, and therefore to say that you're going to give people money to start businesses, we wonder how at the end of the year you'll be able, we wonder how many businesses are going to even thrive. Because when the economy is so harsh, businesses are also severed, and we in our country there are still so many bottlenecks and bureaucracies regarding opening businesses and operating businesses. So we are not sure how many of these businesses will materialize. So for me, I think the stipend thing it's an immediate solution to what the effects of COVID has done to our nation, and also the failed promises by the government, including the adverse economic experience that you have had as a nation. So looking at Baba's past, I think that has been said by most of my panelists. I think Baba can be trusted in the way that he sells his agenda. He seems more realistic. But you can see that so many people are still very skeptical about the bottom up, because the proponents themselves are not even able to describe what it is all about. So I think I'll stop there for now. And then maybe I think there was this controversy regarding whether it is right for the DP to be giving money and giftings and stuff like that. Yeah, both the DP and the former Prime Minister they have been seen in some instances during their rallies awarding or even giving gifts, which I don't think it is wrong if it is done once in a while. It has to be done with moderation. But now when it is done the way the DP does, he creates an impression that he is so much obliged in each of the rallies. He has to part with more, a minimum of 1 million. That is now where it raises eyebrows, where he has been. Has he just realized that they are mamambogas and bodabodas? After being in the government for 9 years, his eyes have just opened, and he has realized that people are suffering. He has just realized that they are commercial sex workers. I think someone is not being very genuine here. He is using those gifts to hoodwink people into voting for him, and it is so clear. Instead of creating structures with the 150 MPs that he has, so that everything can be done out of the constitution in a structured manner, he would rather take credit. He wants to take credit as being the one who has done everything. Whereas we know that when something is done as a policy, the government it's actually teamwork. So For me, I don't think the DP he's not a very good team player. He wants to be this savior who is capable of saving the whole nation out of their sins and out of their desperation. He's the very same person who promised 1 million jobs per year. And now that he realized that he did not achieve that, he decided to come up with this hustler movement as a way of giving false hope to the youth who are very vulnerable and desperate. So I think we need to open our eyes and see what is happening. In the previous regime, Moi regime, there was a lot of tokenism. President Moi used to go to girls' schools mostly, and I think he used to donate a lot of foodstuff and money and things like that. And you'll agree with me that for the 24 years that he was in leadership, okay, he built schools. It was not all bad, but you realize that the economy was very bad, such that at the time that Kibaki was taking up leadership, there was almost nothing for him to run the country. So I think one of the vices that Kibaki managed to identify was the culture of tokenism. Because tokenism and harambes and handouts are used by populist politicians to achieve one aim or the other, or to keep holding on to leadership. So the hustler narrative, being a populist ideology, has to be supported by the harambes and the tokens and everything that the DP is doing. And he learned very well from his fathers. He learned from President Moi. You know, he learned that art very well, and is what he's still propagating. And we can say that during Kibaki's regime, there were no harambes. He abolished, and we thrived as a nation. Despite the fact that these harambes were abolished, I think we did well as a nation. So the DP is going backwards and introducing the very things, the very vices that landed us in problems. So
Okay.
I'm not for the idea of tokenism and the harambes and stuff like that. Let's do things in a structured manner. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Penny.
Bernard, while you were away, I was the sitting speaker. Mwango had a question for PK. Mwango had a question for PK. So I don't know whether I told him to listen to Penny in case he had a question from Penny too. Then he could actually prosecute both questions. So I think it is time to proceed. Maybe pick it up from there, Bernard.
Okay, Mwango, you can ask your question as Ndeto prepares to come in.
Okay, PK said something that the 6,000 stipend will force the government to pay the minimum wage. Am I right? If I can remember, PK?
No, the government has a set minimum wage bracket already. There's a minimum wage payment to all Kenyans, which we do not follow. But there's no way of executing that. What I said is that it will make people realize there is something called minimum wage bracket. Because when people start receiving the 6,000, they will not want to be paid less than that. It will open up people to realizing that they are worth more than what they are being underpaid.
But PK, I think 6,000 is for the whole household. So it's 6,000 for the whole family. It's not 6,000 per person. It is 6,000 per household. So
yes,
I don't see how that will make people demand for a minimum wage.
Whichever way, it's all positive. It's all positive. If people demand to be paid what they are worth, it's a good idea.
Yeah.
I don't even feel comfortable. How do you engage somebody for 30 days and you want to feel good paying them 3,000? I mean, if you are left with 3,000, in 30 days, would you survive? So,
Bernard, can I ask you?
yes.
The 6,000 is also equivalent to 200 a day.
No, the
Bernard.
200 are the support system. Ngoja Patriot, Jakes, the 600, it is
The
given
6,000 is
in lieu
equivalent to
of
200 shillings a
6,000,
day.
sorry. The 6,000 is 200 per day to somebody who has been going to bed without knowing what he will take after he wakes up and how he's going to, whatever he's going to take. So it is a support, it's a government taking responsibility for the vulnerable, and it is not from the air, okay? They, according to the...
It's okay,
the
I'll wait for
census
my time
we
for
had,
submission. I'll wait for my time for submission.
yes, according to the census we had last, it was concluded that we have 2 million families that are living below the poverty line. So when Baba was talking about 6,000, he was not just, waking up and failed like 6,000. It is to those 2 million families that are already captured in the data, okay? So it is a matter of getting the data and matching with the family through either Nyumba Kumi or through the administration process, and get the people to begin to be supported. So it's not rocket science. Thank you. Let's go
Okay,
to
let me
Ndeto.
continue.
Bernard.
Add question for Penny also.
Bernard.
Add question for PK and Penny.
Bernard. Order everybody. Mwango, you have been here. We gave you directives. Now that you've
add
allotted,
question. Add question for Penny and PK.
I said if you have questions, you submit all of them, then they are responded
Patriot, can you help
not
me?
one
You said
question
that
at a time.
Add question. You interrupted me.
Apana, Mwango.
Yes.
I gave
Patriot,
directives.
can you help me?
If you have
questions,
you ask all of them, then they will be responded to.
Pastor,
Not one
but
question
I
at
only
a time.
Pastor.
Hiyo kesi imeisha hivyo.
I only asked PK and you all came in and
I want us to understand one another. I don't want the conversation to go and be stuck in one corner and it stays there forever. We must make progress and allow other people to make submission. So if you have an opportunity to ask your questions, prosecute them in one set, so that the people responding will respond at once. Then we move to the next point. Sawa sawa. So that time is lost. Wait until
Pastor.
your time for resubmission. You can ask other questions. Patriot, what is it?
Pastor, I think we will always obey your ruling and we follow. The only thing I wanted to add to the answer that Mwango was asking for from PK is just a quick one as you proceed. It is correct, Mwango, that PK was bringing out clarity that once we start having the 6,000 implemented properly, people will have the self-esteem, they will be encouraged to bargain better when it comes to employment. Because now there will be like minimum standards that are set by the country. And I think Bernard was right when he also said that it's not fair to employ people who make a lot of money in your company and then you pay them peanuts. As we are speaking Mwango today, majority of the people in the private sector are actually underpaying workers. They are maximizing profits. So I think what PK was bringing out is that it will be some sort of standardization of how we are going to be fair to those who we are going to employ. That's what PK was trying to bring out now.
Okay, thank you. Can I finish now with Penny? Because there were two questions for Penny.
Mwango, you're out of order. I've already given a ruling on that. Stay in that order, please.
Penny, you're lucky.
Please.
You're lucky.
Mwango, you're always on my case.
Ndeto, come in.
We have saved Penny. That's good.
No, you can always meet behind the tent. Na alafu muulizane maswali huko. Ndeto, are you mute or unmute?
Okay, thank you so much, Bernard.
Yes,
I think,
make good use of your 3 minutes, please.
I think today I have nothing to say, actually, than to say it is, it is so unfair sometimes to square some people because of their stand. I've discovered the moderation is a bit biased. And if it is someone talking about UDA, in a way, we are denied the opportunity. Imagine I came here, I think almost 11. And at the moment I try to bring some order, I'm even chased out of the studio. And I can see also there are followers who would also like to hear what we have to say. I mean, the reason why some of us come on this platform is not to compete information with information. It's just to educate Kenyans. So I think that is all I have today. Thank you so much, Bernard.
Neto, thank you very much for the correction. But you being the prefect, you know how we work here, and let's remain in order. If we are all shouting, we are not helping anybody. And one way, the reason why the system works that way, one way of bringing order is drop some people so that they can cool down and they come back. So it's nothing UDA or ODM. It's everything to do with bringing back order so that we can proceed. Let's now go to Jex.
And if you have time, can I be allowed to say something, please?
Say something, a question, or you have something to say?
I just wanted to ask something about what Penny had said.
Let's do this. After Jex and Mulumbu and Jakakilpe have given their submission, we'll have a second round of submission to everybody. So can we shelve everything we have until everybody has had at least one time of submission?
No problem. No problem.
Thank you. Jex, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bernard, and to all the other panelists. For the first time, I think
hold on, Jex. Sorry for interruption. While I am away, Ndeto will take charge. Let me go and pick something. I'm coming back. Thank you.
Sawa, Ndeto ni wetu. Now, before Bernard comes back, let me say one or two things. I think I agree with Ndeto when he says, it's when a person with a contrary opinion who does not dance to the piper because probably you don't agree with the person. When Mongo or myself, we talk, everyone would want to interject, raise some volume, speak as though there is an issue between our ears or our brains are not functioning well. Yet by the end of the day, we have a right to support whoever we support. You supporting your candidate does not make you right. Neither does it make you wrong. There is a reason why Patriot supports his candidate. There's a reason I support my candidate. We may agree to disagree, but that is my view. As well as how you are entitled to yours, I'm equally entitled to mine. It should not be criminalized. Despite your age, no one is too old to disrespect the younger ones. We all have a right to be here, and we are here simply because we made it through, and that we are here, we have a right to be heard. So if your opinion feels to be so sophisticated, well and good. If ours you may term it mediocre, fine, but that's our opinion. To my points, I had someone say, I think it was Penny, that Ruto is good with Harambes, but I remember so vividly last weekend, Baba was in Kisii in the company of Mutahi Kagwe and the CS for Interior. The function there was Harambe. People gave money. Last week but one, he was in Kiambu. He still donated some money and he equivalently donated an X-ray. If these donations find their ways to the many and the millions of Kenyans, either from Ruto or from Raila, and it gives them a reason to smile, so be it. Let's not criminalize simply because it is coming from Ruto. If it was Baba, probably would look for a nice English name and maybe almost sing to it praises and honor it. But simply because it's from Ruto, we want to almost criminalize the issue. The other thing about bottom up and all, we are good in raising fingers, using so many good adjectives against bottom up. I dare challenge Penny. Tell us a model or what this other side will use to revamp up the economy. I dare you to tell us, not just to criminalize and bastardize what we are saying, also tell us from your end, this is what we intend to do. Apart from only praising your stipend, don't tell us what we are doing is handout simply because you have a good name to mention your 6,000 shillings. By the end of the day, it's equivalent to 200 shillings, which if I budget it to the Kenyan of today, unga itself costs 100 to 120. Mafuta ya kupika 1 kg. Let me even work with what is viable. The 3 liters is equivalent to 700 shillings. So for me to nunua mafuta 3 liters, I'll have to wait for 3 days. Ndio nijaze 600 and maybe nifulize 100 so that I can be able to buy a bottle of mafuta ya kupika. So by the time ninajaza my food basket in a week, it will really take long. So 200 per day, really? Nikienda mjengo, the easiest or the cheapest I can be given is 500 shillings as mtu wa mkono. If I sell eggs, 1 egg is equivalent to 20 shillings. A tray has 30 eggs. If I sell all those eggs, I'll get 600 bob. So telling us 6,000 will raise our living standard? Are you joking? Are you kidding me? Unless you lower the food prices. You have raised the food prices to a level that it is not attainable. 1 liter of fuel is 129. So if I am given 200 a day, I have only 60 shillings to survive. Honestly, what are we doing to our nation? So according to me, I didn't interrupt you, and that's the problem. When we talk, you interrupt. We didn't interrupt you guys, we listened.
Please,
so according to me,
Jakes,
no, Bernard, be also fair. We did not interrupt anyone. Allow us to finish our points. So according to me, we don't need to be given a broken cane to help our ailing situation. We need to be given jobs. Our youth need to be employed. They have gone to school. They are well educated. They need. Let me finish my point, Bernard. You'll ask your question after I'm through. The millions of Kenyans who are unemployed, they need long-lasting solutions. They don't need a bandage form of solution where it only saves a situation at that particular moment. We want long-lasting situation. I want to dare ask everyone here, how long will this 6,000 last? How will they identify these 2 million families that don't have jobs? How, and according to you, who qualifies to be unemployed? Is the boda guy employed or unemployed? If that person working in a salon, is he employed or unemployed? You need to tell us types of unemployment, how will we know that this family qualifies for 6,000 because probably no one in that family works, but maybe in that home there is a boda, in that home someone owns a salon. How will we know who to get the 6,000, or will it end up in people's pockets? Where if I go to what Patriot said, according to his page, he said there is a data, and according to previous data we knew or we know, vijana walifanya kazi, pesa zikaenda kwa wazee. So ilikuwa ni kazi kwa vijana, pesa kwa wazee. Will the 6,000 also end up in the same scenario? So let's be honest to us as Kenyans. As Penny was rightfully saying, some of these things are used to gain our votes. If we ask ourselves the right questions, one of the right questions is this: how long will they give us this 6,000? Is it something that they will change the constitution, or will parliament come up with policies to make this thing a lasting thing, or itapepea kama the shadow laptops that we were once told? The other thing, Patriot said it so well, that the president is the one that comes with policies. The president gives ideas. We cannot bash here tonight Ruto simply because he did not build the stadium. He's not in government alone. Why are we not asking Uhuru, where are the stadiums? Why are we not asking Uhuru, where are the jobs? Why are we not asking the president, why is the economy failing? Why are we not asking the president the hard questions? But simply because he is in the right side of your political choir, you cannot ask him. So you go to the deputy. I dare ask you, when did it be that it is only Ruto who fails, but Uhuru who succeed? When did it become that success is attributed to the president and failure and corruption and all the scandals are attributed to one person? Allow me to end it there, now that I'm raising some eyebrows.
Bernard, my name has been mentioned twice. I will start with a lot of humility.
Hold on. Yeah, before you come in, Patriot. Jex, Uhuru Kenyatta is not asking for a fresh term in office. We have accepted the 9 years and its failure. Amalize aende nyumbani. And we are on the same page on that one, isn't it? Is Jex still there?
He's muted his phone.
Okay, let's Patriot. Prosecute your case quickly. Go to PK to Rudy kwa submission.
First and foremost, as I said, I think Jex has very good English, and me, I give credit to where it deserves. It doesn't matter where you stand. I love the way he articulates his issues, but I'll also give him a noun. I will give him a name, and I'm sorry to say so. I will give it and I will substantiate. Jex, you are a joker. You are full of jokes, and I'll give you the examples why I think you are a joker. You see, you cannot come here on a public platform and, you know, do innuendos and insinuation. I'm going to pick the points you just said clearly and why I call you a joker. You can't say here on this platform that clearly when you talk to us, you lecture us. You know, when you say, don't debunk my position and allow that to be my democratic right, and then you collectively start to lecture us. That is contradiction. You don't lecture us. It should be a two-way. You should say what you say. We respect what you say, the way you have said it, but then you want to feed our mouth on what to say. We are not doing a collective decision here. Penny is giving her personal opinion. PK is giving his personal opinion. Patriot, I'm giving mine. Bernard is giving his. So don't lecture us collectively. That is wrong. I mean, and pick what we say as individuals. I respect what you say, but when you quickly start lecturing us, that is being a joker. That's why I think that is joking. Now, number two, which I've just picked, and I think we need to clarify very quickly, is this, my brother Jex. The issue of how the 6,000 will be given, my brother, you have time to look at the speeches that are given by Baba. It's not just to come here and pick topics without you doing research. We have talked about the 6,000, if my memory serves me right, on this platform more than 6 times. And we have taken the pain to talk about this. This thing of bringing the 6,000 every day and you behave like you don't know it, it's unfair. But since you're keeping on bringing it up, we will substantiate to you once and for all. And I expect you not to ask this question tomorrow, because you are taking us round, round, round while we tell you the same thing. 6,000 shillings is a structured stimulus package that is proposed by the 5th president of this country, among many other mitigations that he is going to put in place. Remember, Raila has not presented his papers as the presidential candidate for 2022. He is doing Azimio la Umoja. That is just a tip in the sea, iceberg in the basin, whatever you call it. He is yet to tell you the story. But as far as 6,000 is concerned, that is it. Now, why I call you a joker, Jex, and I think I need to say this. This is very important. You cannot tell me that you know how you will get money to start biashara ya mayai. You're not telling us deliberately. You decide not to tell us. Hiyo biashara ya mayai capital yake inatoka wapi? Hiyo unasema ati mayai naweza uza this much, I get this much. Why are you not seeing that 6,000 can make you have a capital for that mayai business? Does that tell you that 6,000 shillings, when you have it, you don't do business? That is treating us as, to shenanigans, 6,000 shillings can give you that mayai business that you're talking about. Remember, it's money that comes on a monthly basis. And then number 2, you speak like you're a visitor in Jerusalem. Who tells you there are no people who work every day today, and the only money they take back to their home after working so much for somebody is 3,000 shillings? How much do we pay the women who clean clothes in Wadosi's homes? They're getting 4,000, 3,000 shillings. And here you're telling me 6,000 is not money? That is joking, man. That's joking. Remember, you're talking to people who went to school like you. It's unfair when you want to play semanticism and you want us to remain without debunking. So I don't want to get emotional, because I respect people on this platform. But for sure, the 6,000 shillings is a lot of financial injection that will change the way we look at how we are dealing with the vulnerable in this society and how we perceive crime. And I remember I said, crime being a very serious issue today, you will have an indirect improvement on the security of the people. I'm finishing, Bernard. I'm finishing. 1 second.
Please,
so the issue of
time back.
the issue of, you can see I'm even speaking too fast today, Bernard, to finish. So the issue of insecurity, it is a very serious component that today will end up being handled well if you are going to have some sort of financial impetus and how you deal with the vulnerables in the South. Because majority of the people who are involved in crime are those who have nothing to eat, not because they don't have a job, because they have nothing to eat. And that will be provided by the 6,000 that RAILA proposes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Patriot. I want us to have Mwango ask the question to Penny with PK. Both of them have a question to Penny. Let Penny respond on the question. Then after that, we go straight to Mulumbu. Mwango, your question, please.
Okay, it was a form of a rebuttal about the bottom-up economy. Penny said that she does not know the meaning of the bottom-up economy. So I want to say that it means that you empower people when you start from the bottom, from the community, from the society. You empower those who are less fortunate so that they can also grow and reach somewhere. It's about empowering those the let's say those who are poor in the community, those who have got small businesses. It's about you're trying to encourage the culture of innovation and also the culture of entrepreneurship, so that people don't just go for employment, that I just want to go and get employment to a company or in a government institution. I think that if we create an environment whereby people can come out of school and start their own projects, that's how we'll grow as Kenyans. But if we come from school and just wait to get employed somewhere, that I think, and that's why we have a very big problem now, because the government cannot employ everybody. So it means that people have to come up with businesses, and this they can also expand their businesses and also employ more people. So you find that that small kiosk can expand and become a mini market, and then this mini market can employ more people, and through that approach we'll be expanding our economy. We'll be having more job opportunities in the country. But if we just say that we build industry and then we just employ, so we just wait people to come employ, I think we were even taught something that is good to be an entrepreneur, so that you come up with your own thing. It can be a business idea, and then you grow it. And that's how those people who are rich, even in the world, have done. These people are not employed. These people are innovative. They come with ideas in form of a business, and then they get support, and then they grow. And through that approach, they employ more people, and that's how a country grows. But if we just encourage this culture of handouts of give me 6,000, and then I sit down, then I wait next month again 6,000, I think that one you are doing harm to me. You are not helping me. You are not showing me how to make money. So I think the best way is to show people how to make their own money and not to wait. Even for those who are vulnerable, they should be shown how to fish. They should be shown how to go outside there and to make their own money. And then what makes them so vulnerable again? We should
Now,
also know that
Mwango, you're taking all the time.
what makes them so much vulnerable is because they don't have a job, and that's why they're vulnerable. So let's empower them. Let them start their own businesses, and then from there they'll be making their own money. So from my side, I don't support the issue of handouts, because I see that 6,000 as an handout also,
Mwango,
where
you are
people
here
will be
when you
sitting down. Let me just
you are
finish.
here when
Where
I said
where people will be sitting
not
down
you are
and
here
then
that
waiting for every month
statistics reveal
something to hit their account. So let us build a Kenya where people are innovative entrepreneurs, so that they can make their own money. And Penny, don't you know that when that small shop or maybe a small business is empowered, it expands. When it expands, it will create more job opportunities. Like for example, I can start a car wash business. I expand it. I employ more people. And let's say now we are about 1 million of us. Each of us creates 2 to 3 more job opportunities. That one will be how many jobs?
Okay,
So many
Mango,
jobs.
what I'm not understanding, what makes you think that with the 6,000 you cannot also get your capital from there? With the 6,000, you can use part of it for your own upkeep. And you can also check a few, some amounts to start up a business as a form of capital. It is not stipulated that now the 6,000 will basically, when you get it, you'll just be going to do shopping, buy unga, mafuta, the way Jack was implying here, and then you come back home and sit and wait for the next 6,000. This
Yeah,
6,000 is multifaceted. You can actually use it for business. You can also use it for your upkeep. So I don't think what you're saying is right. Then the other thing is that when now people are being given money to do business, who is gonna buy these things if they have not been empowered to buy? If people have businesses, who will buy? Because we are being told that at the base down there are so many people who are jobless, they're vulnerable and stuff like that. So if we've all been given money to start our own businesses, who is going to buy? Would you rather devise a mechanism where so many people can be absorbed into industries and factories, and then in turn they'll be able to get money and be able to buy things, to have the purchasing power, as opposed to giving people money and there are no guarantees that whenever you start a business it will pick up. So I think there are a lot of gray areas in the bottom-up model. It's not as good as it sounds. There are so many gray
Okay.
areas that need to be explained.
Just to ask Mwango, we dealt with bottom up on this platform with Ndeto. We agreed that according to the explanation the DP has given, bottom up economy, the empowerment system is going to take place through the current structure, like Youth Fund, Women Fund, and CDF. Okay. Now, so far as we speak right now, the Jubilee government has been in power for 9 years, and the Youth Fund has been there, the Women Fund has been there. How many businesses do we have right now that are thriving out of that, so that we use that as a benchmark to prove that if we increase the funding in that direction, we're going to deal with the issue of unemployment?
Yes, I don't have the data about the businesses that are thriving now because of the youth fund, but because we know that DP will pump more money as compared to what is currently maybe given to the youth fund. So it means that more people will be able to get this money. Currently, I don't have the amount that maybe is being given to that fund, youth fund. But for now, DP has been saying that it'll be pumping over 100 billion for that purpose, which I think that if that money is increased, then more youth or more people will be able to access it, as opposed to now where the money is maybe is limited.
So Mwango, just the last one.
Yes.
Has anybody complained to you that they went for money at the youth fund, they qualified for the loan, but there was no money to give them?
Yes, I've heard of the complaints. I cannot deny
that they didn't qualify for the loan, or there was no money to be given out. It was
no. I've heard that they made an application, but they failed to get that loan.
Or they failed to get the loan.
Yeah, I've heard of
or
people
they
saying
failed to
that
qualify for the loan.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Hold on, just a little more. Jack Kindube, ngoja kwanza kidogo tu na tumalize na PK, alafu tunakuja tafadhali. PK, tafadhali, in the shortest time possible, make your question, please.
Yeah, it was not really a question, but I wanted to clarify that we must say that the BP is a very shrewd and very sharp politician. That we must admit. Because this bottom-up economics was born out of the frustration of the initial campaign slogan of dynasty versus hustlers. And when they realized that the dynasty versus hustlers was taking them in the wrong place, he drastically coined up or came up with the bottom up, so that to avoid the heat of selling the hustler versus dynasty slogan, which was taking the country in the wrong direction. And that was actually after that Mudavadi mother's burial thing. That is when this bottom up was actually born, because they realized the heat was too much. And I don't think it is a good economic program of trying to lift the people from at the bottom, but I don't think they really have a plan for it. Yeah, that is what I wanted to clarify.
Okay, thank you. I hope that rests there. We make progress. Quickly, we'll have let's have submission in the following order. We'll have Mulumbu first, okay? Then Jack Kindube as we proceed. Mulumbu, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Please go ahead.
Thank you so much, my brothers and sisters. Yeah, it's another day, another evening or morning, wherever you are. To me, I feel somehow sorry for some of our brothers and sisters, or some of you, my sons. I can say so. Most of you, you are my sons. But I feel so offended if somebody can come on this platform and lie to Kenyans. And yet this platform is for educating those people who cannot reach on this platform, to let them know how our country, where it is and where it's supposed to go, and how can they can lead and come out from the poverty. And then you come here, you find people are already discussing, giving contribution, how things they can work or it cannot work. And then you come, you twist the topic that we are going on, you come with the viewers that you are not even giving something that are understandable. To me, that's why it makes me sometimes come in and shoot what I can shoot, because it's not healthy. It's not healthy. You come here on this platform and then you lie to my kids back down there and they want to learn. And you come with the liars, you start lying to people. Instead of telling them facts. We started very well. We want to know what's the handout and what's not handout. And so people who are here before, they elaborated very well. We learn. Because through learning is when you know what I'm doing. Am I on the right section or not the right line? So that you also can educate other people who doesn't know. Because this kind of arrogancy is the one that produces people to fight and people go to war. Eh? If you come here with the arrogancy, you give us force. If you try to rectify you, then you insult and then you run away. That's the kind of things that makes people fight down there. Just almost more like that, because you don't understand. And when you are doing that, you're forgetting you are the same pot. When it goes hot, you go to run nowhere. Huh? Whether if you come here, you already made it, you feel good, you have a company. What of that person who doesn't have a company? How many people have you? How many people are living in your company whom you are underpaying? They are not getting enough. Let's have something that educates the country so that we see who is the right person, who has a right formula, and who has not a right formula. So that when you go there, you are from here, you can educate other people. For example, I had somebody saying that, what's 200? Do you know that there's a family that who doesn't have anything? They go hungry. And then somebody gives you, assures you 6,000. Not now. He's not bribing you. He's telling you what, if he takes the government, what he can do to change the lives of people, while he still don't have anything. On that way, when he's doing so, he's building infrastructure that can make you or the other people get a job and come out of that poverty. A country without infrastructure, there's no country. We have this big country, developed country. They have factories everywhere, even the bush, everywhere. And you find somebody saying, well, you build road, that's a stagnant infrastructure. What does it? A country without inroads for the business, it cannot grow. First, you have to build roads. Second, you bring the factories in every region. Thirdly, make sure you educate your people. You educate your kids, your people that can run these companies. Educate your people. After they come out, they can also open their own companies and build and also employ other people. That's how this big country starts. And if they do that, then the government comes in, you have your plan, you have what you have arranged. When you do this, it can produce this. Then the government gives you loan to open that company and employ people. So that if this person who doesn't have anything, that home of, because it was said, a family of 4 people. This man was also going to give to everybody. And you find somebody is coming here misleading people that it was said 6,000 is going to be given to everybody, which is a lie. It's going to be actually, my dear friends, go back home there and go to the villages, see the way the other people, other families are struggling. They don't have anything. Lazima aende alimie munda palilie mtu ampatie 200, ndio sasa aenda kanunue kaunga na kuja saa zingine anakosa kabisa, nalala njaa na watoto. That's why I told you guys, that's why kuna chokora wengi. They can't have food in their homes. Hakuna vile ataenda shule. Mtoto akitoka anaenda shule, hakuna kitu atarudi kukula, anapitia huko, anaenda huko kuzurura. But if the 6,000, make sure akija mama yake amekoroga uji, kuna kitu ya kukula. This kid atasoma, akipewa homework atafanya, akijua akirudi atakula kitu. Hata mama akienda huko apalilie mtu apate shilingi 150, but anajua mwisho mwezi atapata ingine, atanunua unga. Na kama ni mtu wa biashara, atachukua 2,000 aenda nunue vitu fulani, ataanza kuuza kwa barabara. Unaona? Hiyo pia 6,000 inaweza, kwa sababu saa ana kitu anaweza kuanzia. Kuna watu wengine hata mahali ya kukopa ya kufanya biashara hakuna. That's why you know some ladies wana end up in prostitution. Lazima aenda uze mwili. There's no otherwise. But kama anaweza pata hivi sivyo, ataweza kwenda, asatapata pesa capital ya kwanza biashara yake. She can't go sell her body. Na wewe kijana, kama unaweza kuwa unapata hii kitu, una bibi na mtoto, unaweza pata hii kitu, umepewa 6,000 kwa nyumba. Sidhani kama huyu kijana ataenda kuiba. Anaweza shughulia hii kitu, ajipangie na biashara yake kidogo, ama akienda mjengo, lakini akata kikosa, there's something until his factory kama imejengwa, anaandikwa jina yake, inaingia pap, anapata mshahara, ile inakatwa, inapatia yule mwingine. A government must look its people. Sio watu wanakufa na mna, you don't care if people are dying, you don't care if people are sick, you don't care. That's why some people are expressing here that your pesa ikipewa watu, you don't care about your jirani vile anakufa. That's why hata nyumbani huko mtu akiugua, nobody cares. Ukianguka kwa barabara unapita tu, nobody cares. But in a developed country, ukianguka, hey, what's going on? Are you okay? Ukisema I'm not okay, simi napiga, please, there's somebody here who fall on the road, please, we need help, can you please send the ambulance? Mara moja nachukuliwa immediately, hata dakika 5 ziishi. Hiyo nyumbani ukaanguka chini, who will care about you? Nobody. Hata polisi ukija wanaangalia tu wanaenda. So guys, we are here, this platform is to educate ourselves. Let's put our country where it's supposed to be. Not somebody has to be in the government 9 years anangojea dakika ya mwisho. Sasa ile pesa ameokota ndio anakuja kila mkutano milioni 1, kila mkutano milioni 2, kila mkutano. Are you buy? Is that not a handout? That's not a handout. Are you buying people? I thought you are coming for a campaign so that you sell your sellers, but now you come to buy people. If you are talking about Raila kupeleka nini machine, alienda huko akaombwa na watu wa huko, hospitali hakuna kitu yoyote, and he promised ataenda huko aongee na president. Akaenda huko akapewa machine ya kusaidia, si handout. Hiyo ni machine ya kusaidia watu milele, atakufa iacha hapo. Is that a handout? Mtu anasema atalienda juzi Kisii. Ila aliitwa kirasmi harambee, hakwenda kampeni, harambee ya shule. Though hiyo harambee ilikuwa boilish wakati alikuwa na Kibaki, but yao jamaa walipokuja wakarudisha, atafanya nini? Atakataa kwenda kama mmuita. Si lazima had to go kufanya harambee. Hakwenda campaign, akapeana kwa campaign, akinyi hivi vijana chukueni milioni 1 mnienda mgawana kama ile Mombasa mshoanza kupigania huko. Let's be realistic. Mahali kuna makosa mnasema hapa si kuzuri, mahali kumbe ufanye vizuri hapa ni kuzuri. That's why this country will go ahead. But mkija hapa na wengine wanajua narrative za kuja kutuambia uongo, that does not help. Guys, nyinyi ambao mnaenesha hapa uongo mnatupatia ile yende, ngojeni kitalipuka, tutaona mahali mtaenda. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I hope that's clear enough. Jack Kindube, karibu tafadhali. Dakika 3 mpaka 5.
Asante sana. Asanteni sana na wasalimia wote. Mimi nataka kuanza na kusema kwamba sijui kama ninyi wakati mtu anasema kitu anajisikiliza. Kwa nini vitu ambavyo tunataka kufanya sisi kama wana Kenya tunaipatia jina mbaya ati handout? Hiyo pesa ambayo waziri mkuu anajaribu kusema kwamba watu watapewa ni jambo la muhimu sana. Hiyo kitu ni jambo la muhimu na alielezea na labda niwaelezee kidogo kwamba hiyo pesa sio kwamba utapewa permanently, lakini wanataka mtu yani unapewa hii pesa yani usikose la kula. Unaona, ni smooth landing, so that wakati hauna namna, serikali ipo pale kwa kusaidia. Hiyo ni haki yako, sio handout, ni haki ya Mkenya yoyote. Hiyo sio handout. Watu wasifikirie eti ni handout. Hizo ni vitu ambavyo vinatakiwa ziwepo kwa sababu serikali nyingi tu zote hizi za ulimwengu, hizi ambazo unaona zimeendelea, zipo. Ukienda Uingereza ipo, ukienda Jerumani ipo, ukienda Amerika iko, ukienda Japan ipo. Ndio watu wao, mtu asilale njaa, mtu asipe, mtu asikose hata transport ya kumpeleka kwenda kutafuta kazi. Na wanakuhimiza ukiishapata kazi hiyo pesa inatolewa, mwingine anaipata. So hiyo nafikiri tumeelewana hapo. Watu wasijaribu kuiangalia namna hiyo. La pili ambayo mimi nataka kusema na kwamba hii mambo ya kusema bottom up, hii mambo ninasikia wakisema ati mama mboga na boda boda, siwaelewi. Nataka kusema kwamba mtu ambaye anakuja na hiyo model ni mtu, nilikatazwa nisitumie lugha, lakini sasa nitumie lugha gani? Huyu ni mtu ambaye hasemi ukweli, kwa sababu mama mboga ako na mboga zake anauza, na mtu wa bodaboda ako na bodaboda. Unataka kumuinua kwa njia gani? Mama mboga ukitaka kumuinua ni lazima uwe na watu ambao wanakuja kununua hiyo mboga yake. hiyo tu ndio anataka. Lakini watu wanasema eti enda kumuinua mama mboga kumpatia pesa. Unampatia pesa afanyie nini? Mama mboga anataka wanunuzi. Kwa hiyo kitu anataka ni kufanya awe na wanunuzi wengi, wale watakuja kununua hizo mboga zake. Na wale watu wa bodaboda wanataka watu wa kusafiri, wawe na watu wa kusafiri kwenda makazini. Hiyo tayari. Sasa uweze kusema eti unataka. Kwa hiyo ni lugha tu anatumia. Kwa hiyo ni lugha ya uongo. Kwa hiyo hapo kusema eti anasaidia, hakuna kitu anasaidia isipokuwa anaitumia lugha ndio watu waseme mama mboga, kwa sababu wanasema mama mboga ndio wa chini. Mama mboga unamtafutia watu wa kununua hizo mboga zake. Hizo tu ndio anataka. Hataki kitu nyingine. Jambo langu la tatu nataka kusema kwamba nawaomba vijana na watu wote wa Kenya, msikilizeni Rais Uhuru Kenyatta. Msikilizeni huyu jamaa. Huyu jamaa anataka kutujengea nchi tulivu. Msikilizeni huyu jamaa, yeye na waziri mkuu, kwa sababu bila kujenga nchi ya utulivu, hizi mambo tunasema sijui bottom up sijui nini, hizi haziwezi kufanya chochote, hazitafanya. Kwa hiyo tusikilizeni, tujaribu kumsaidia. Wacheni kufuata hawa watu ambao wanauzia vijana, wacheni kufuata hawa watu ambao wanauzia mambo ambayo hayana misingi. Kila kitu ambacho unataka kufanya lazima iwe na msingi thabiti. Na hawa watu wawili wanajaribu kutujengea nchi ambayo itakuwa na msingi thabiti, msingi ambao hautaegemea kwenye misingi ya kikabila au sehemu fulani ama kitu kama hiyo. Hiyo ndio jambo la msingi kabisa. Mimi nawaomba kabisa vijana, tusikilize kitu rais anasema. Msikilize rais na bwana Raila vile wanasema, vile wanataka, vile mipangilio yao ni mipangilio. Hata vile watu hawa majudges walitupa ile BBI. Hiyo BBI ilikuwa inatengeneza msingi tu, political stability, ile ambayo hatutajibagua. Hiyo imetukosa na imekosekana kwa nchi nyingi za Kiafrika. Hiyo ndio inafanya nchi za Afrika zinadidimia. Kwa hiyo mimi kwa leo labda naweza kusema hayo tu. Asanteni.
Okay, thank you Jack Kindbey, asante sana kwa wasia na ushauri wako. Naomba tuendelee mbele. Ni wakati wa Joe. Joe, are you there?
I'm here.
Yes.
I don't know what to say because sijui niongee kwa Kiswahili ama Kizungu. Nimeona watu wamezungumza and tunazungumza kama ni vitu tumezungumzwa kila wakati, tuna repeat the same because tunaanza na a topic here, alafu mara nyingi naona tuna divert, tunaenda kwa mambo zingine za kawaida ambayo tumeongea mambo mengi. The topic today ni hizo mambo za DP Ruto, order priority and list na ya Raila, and which is believable, workable and realizable. I think everything is reachable, everything is realizable. Lakini sasa, what we should think of here is which is believable. And this one is very easy. Kama sisi tutataka kujua which is believable and which is not believable. One person is in the government and has been in the government and is still in the government. Ameingia 2013 na iko vitu alisema atafanya. Wewe unaandika tu hizo vitu zote, laptop, nini, stadium, internet, 1 million jobs, nini, zote zile alisema 2013. Sababu bado yuko kwa serikali. Alafu tick ile unaona amefanya na ile hajafanya. Tick tu ile unaona amefanya na ile hajafanya. Uone utapata ngapi zile amefanya. Kabla hujakuja kwa hizi sasa tunaahidiwa. The other person was outside the government. Lakini iko principles zile amekuwa akiamini tangu zamani, kama freedom ya democracy, mambo ya multi-party, mambo ya ugatuzi. Amefanya hizo akipigania outside the government. Hana machinery ya kuimplement, lakini anasema anaweza sawishi watu wafuate yeye mpaka kusirikubali kubali. Hizo pia andika upande moja on the left sasa. Tumeanza na left, sasa hizo andika on the right. Then anza kutik zile amefanya na zile hajafanya. Then you'll come to a simple arithmetic huko chini, una sum it all. Na iko zingine pia walisema watafanya kama wako kwa ile coalition na Kibaki. Wakikuwa kwa cabinet wanasema tutafanya hivi, labda tutafanya free primary education, tutajenga infrastructure. Zile walisema kwa cabinet na Kibaki, tick zile zimefanya na zile hajafanya. And you come to know which one is believable. Hii zingine ni story mingi tu. And the stories that we had 2013 is the same stories we have now. But one is, akona ile story yake alianza zamani, ndio bado hako nazo mpaka wa leo. Hii mambo ya bottom up, sijui nini, these things, they're achievable, yes, but are they workable really? They're not workable. I've heard people saying, empower kila mtu, then mwingine atanunua kwa nani, atanunua kwa nani. And actually, believe me not, hata hii 6,000, don't think that every family will make use of it. And people are even getting this thing wrong. Hakusema atapatia kila mtu 6,000. Unajua, there's what we call human dignity. There are families that have nothing. They are begging, baba na beg, mama na beg, watoto wana beg. And these things ziko kwa statistics. Ukiangalia those families can be chosen. Unaweza wapata ukiwatafuta. So that at least they have that human dignity. It's not going to be given to every Tom, Dick and Harry. Hapana. It is not. Not like the bottom up unasema unapatia kila kijana. Hapana. This one is family. Iko families unaumia vile my friend amesema hapa Mulombo. I don't know, inaitwa Mulombo. Mulumbu. They are family destitute. They have nothing. There is 6,000 ambayo watu wanadharau. Do you know most maids are paid 6,000? Anakula kwa ile nyumba ndio. Lakini analipwa 6,000. And out of that 6,000, watoto wanasoma. So hii 6,000 sio kidogo unasema ni handout. That 6,000 can be your fare kwenda kutafuta kazi. That 6,000 can pay a loan ambayo uko nayo as you're doing other things. So sio kidogo vile watu wanadharau wanasema ni 200, but actually when was the last time mtu ameokota pesa hapa? Hakuna. You don't get money for free ama kuokota. Siku hizo huwezi okota pesa. Hakuna. Mimi nimetembea, niko hapa kwa estate hapa, nimetembea, hakuna pesa naokotanga. Hata hii shilingi ambayo siku hizi ni valueless. You can't get. So when somebody gives you 200, shukuru. Uende upande basi, umesikia iko kibarua mahali fulani. These are destitutes, lakini ambayo cannot move. Hata kisikia kibarua iko mahali fulani hawezi enda. But with that 200 anazaenda afanye kibarua na rudi. Anaweza chukua loan iwe hiyo ina service loan, wakati loan yake anafanya naye biashara. So tusidharau hii. Upande mwingine hizo mimi husema ni story tu, kusema kweli. I think somebody said here we have those women fund, youth fund. Have we ever had, ingekuwa ni showcase kama nasema lilianza hii, and these are now the people ambayo wamefaidika na hiyo, and this is now their status after about 8 years. Let us see an example of those people, the women groups ama the youth wale walipewa pesa 8 years down the line. We'd like to see a showcase, ndio tuamini kweli it's going to be doubled now, itafanya kazi sasa zaidi. But there's no showcase hata moja, hakuna. Mimi personally I've tried to uplift some boys. In fact, if you go to Nanyuki, I started a sacco ya vijana, nikasema hizi pikipiki za watu mtapeleka mpaka lini, and I gave them a constitution of self-help. Right now wananua ploti na wanajenga, na with a strict kwamba yule hawezi lipa monthly, anatoka, anaondolewa. Sai ukipatia vijana hiyo pesa unasema if there's no structures and discipline watakunwa. Kuna watu sahihi, even those pikipiki, ile pesa anapata analipa boss, lakini usiku ile boss labda ameenda nyumbani hayuko, utamkuta amelewa chakari. So hiyo kusema wanapapa watu wasiji, maybe mama mboga yes, lakini ya vijana utakuta wamelewa na hiyo pesa mbaya sana. So let's look at things that are workable, and it's so easy to find out. Nimesema tu chora on the left side and on the right side what people have saying they are doing, na yule na yuko serikalini, huyu mwingine yuko nje, but those are principles ambayo ana believe ni gani amefanya na gani hajafanya. Tick ama weka X and you'll get the sum right. Wala kusumbuka, tunazunguka, tunasema mambo mengi. Bernard, ni hayo tu ndugu yangu.
Thank you very much. I believe that's clear enough.
Yeah, and I miss Ndeto yuko wapi?
They have banated. I don't know where they are, but I'm sure they are following from wherever they are. Okay. Let's make progress. We are going to, everybody who has not made submission must make before we go to the second round. So we're going to Adams. After Adams is David, Sam, and then Richard, in that order. And if you are brief, you will help us conclude fast. It's almost 3 a.m. in Nairobi. I don't know where you are and what time it is. So let's ensure that we work within that time limit to malize mapema. Adam, karibu.
Asante sana. First of all, good evening, good night to all of you. I've been listening and following up, though I came a little late today. First of all, I want to appreciate Mr. Mzee Mulumbu. He got a lot of wisdom. Actually, I was really following him so keenly. Mr. Mulumbu, that is good of you. That is great. I like a submission. Yeah. So back to today, I don't want to go back and forth with the date of the guy who was talking, because people have, give him a lot of replies. I want just to talk about today's topic strictly, and just want to make a very, very brief submission. We are talking about, where is it? The priorities, the list of priorities of the two leading contenders. If I may start with the first one, DP's priorities. I may guess this is somebody who's been in government who made such kind of the priorities that he's having right now. Are that the same priorities that he had 10 years back? He just baptized them and gave them a different name, but just the same thing. He's a guy who is known for promises. He's like a man who is going to seduce a woman, and he promises a woman heaven, and immediately the woman gives in, he delivers hell. That is exactly what he is and what he has been doing, because he has never delivered anything. He promised so many things. I don't need to mention any. This is just like, it's just like a story of monkeys changing forests. It's the same monkey. It's the same monkey that was there in 2013, promising and jumping all over the trees everywhere. Now it is 2020, 2021. It is the same monkey, just jumped to the next bush. The same monkey, there's no difference. So don't treat this monkey differently, thinking that, oh, that was a different forest. This is now a new forest. No, it is the same monkey. So once a monkey, always a monkey. So I don't believe.
Mind your
Personally,
language. Mind your language.
I'm talking in terms of proverbs. I'm just being, but you understand what I'm talking about. Once, okay, let me stop that. All the promises that Mr. Ruto have made in back there, he has not honored any of them. Instead, he's talking about the bottom up. These things, all these promises he's talking about, he will not actualize them. Instead, he'll just go for money, whatever the amount of money, X amount of money he's talking about. He will get that money for his personal gain, and actually, he will use the same money to make you guys whom he's promising now suffer more. On the flip, when I talk about Raila Odinga's promises and the priorities, first of all, you must realize that Raila Odinga don't have this character of over promising. He don't just promise things crazily. He promise few things, and he always makes sure that he deliver them. Even if he don't deliver them, he will always try. Actually, he always try to deliver all his promises, but because he's always on the opposition side of the government, it is the government that always block him. The government always block him from reaching his goals. Otherwise, he always strive and work harder towards achieving and actualizing the promises or whatever thing that it says with his mouth. So that one makes the difference. So it's a question of belief. All the priorities of DP Ruto and the priorities of Raila Odinga, in this life, everything is possible. They're all realizable. We can realize them. But it's a question of belief. Whom can you believe? I can believe Raila Odinga any day. It doesn't matter. It has got nothing to do with politics. But I can believe the guy any day. And I cannot believe William Ruto any morning, any evening. I can't, because he has been tested, tried, and he failed. While the other guy has been tested, tried, and he passed the test. So on the side of Ruto is a lip service. This other side is reality. So I'm just beseeching people, the generation that we are in, let's try to differentiate truth and lies. So the same guy has been lying to us for the last 9 years. He didn't do anything. And then the same guy is now trying to promise again. He overpromised the other side and he delivered hell. Now he's coming, the same guy, promising again. And some people are coming here on the forum, they want to believe him. Come on. Let's be factual. Let's just be factual. It's not, you're wrong, but this other guy has not been a president. He has not been a deputy president. He only tested Nusu Mkate. Even the Nusu Mkate government, he did not participate in that government to the end, because somehow, somewhere in the middle, they sabotaged him and then they sidelined him. But the free primary education, the 6,000 these people are talking trash about now, because they don't understand. These people are ignorant, who are trying to, oppose this thing. There is that money called, what is the name? Pesa kwa wazee. The old people are being given the money. It is working. So he has done all these things. there's so many people that so many things that Raila Odinga have fought for, and they are there. And these people who are over-promising things and they deliver nothing are the biggest beneficiaries. While when we are in the struggle, they really oppose everything. Like now, I'm telling you, because it is a fact, Raila Odinga is going to form the government, believe it or not. The earlier the better, is going to form the government. That is the deal. These people are whatever, everything the Raila is talking about, and they're opposing them. These things are gonna be realized, and they're gonna be the first beneficiaries. Even the BBI, had it passed through, the guy who was going, because it was going, for example, to come up with the office of official position leader. Of course, Ruto is gonna be the official position leader. He was going to be benefit. So he always contradict everything, and benefits after benefit he steals. So come on, we need to be factual. Let me stop there for now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. David?
Hello. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah.
You are hiding.
Thank you. Because I'm on the road, I may not. You can excuse me, Chairman.
So go ahead.
Yeah, thank you for the chance. I've listened to you for some time. You have made great contributions. I applaud that. But I want to make some observations very quick because I must leave. I've just pulled. One, it's a fallacy to come to the podium that is listened to worldwide to cheat people that Ruto has not delivered anything. That is false. Secondly, it is false to come here and say that Raila Odinga has never promised anything. That is having selective memory, which we are very offended as UDA members. We cannot trust Raila Amolo Odinga with the country having taken Kibera to the slums. Kenya can't be a slum under Raila Odinga. What are you people telling us? Thirdly, we want to say that our model, it is us who knows it. You have just come afterthought. You have now promising 6,000. You need to tell us who is going to work for you to get money to distribute to people who are going to sit down and get free money. We are saying we are empowering people to work. Why can't you understand that simple model? It's an economic model. You come here and then say, even economists have said, no, excuse us. We are saying we are giving the smallest person power to work and live a dignified life, a dignified lifestyle. That's what we are saying in UDA. You can't trash everything UDA is saying. If you have a better method, explain, but don't attack our method all the time. Anyway, lastly, I want to say this. Number one, as UDA, we are serious competitors. You like it or you don't. Number two, I want to advise some of you. In fact, when I listen to all of you, about 90% of the forum, you come from a given community where Raila Amolo Odinga comes from. Why can't you take a seat back, a back seat, and allow other people to talk? You know, even your language can sell you out. You believe that being a president, he will bring everything on the table. That is not what we are looking for. We are looking for a national leader, a leader who understands and gets votes from all over, not who is supported by one community and then the community becomes arrogant. I mean, let's get serious, man. I have heard the way you have harassed the Jakes. That is not fair. That's not a forum. I mean, he has a democratic right to air his views and defend his leader. But you cannot say, oh, that is history, that cannot work. Some of you are contradicting yourself. You are saying, mmenunue watu pikipiki na nyuki. But when we are buying a pikipiki elsewhere, you are saying those are handouts. Can't you even listen to yourself? If you have bought the pikipiki and they have worked in Nanyuki, what is different from us giving the same pikipiki in Central, the same pikipiki in Kisii? You have said 200 is enough for some family to put food on the table. What is wrong with us giving someone Sherahani atengeneza 200 zake? Allah, let's get serious. Let's get serious, man. We are UDA. We have our priorities. We have promised so many things and we have done some, which you can list and we have listed in this forum. We believe in empowering youth. The project of technical institutions in all constituencies and in the country is a brainchild of Ruto, one Samoei Ruto, and the youths are doing it. We want them to have their own jobs to do, not being employed, and many others. The same way you are promising heaven. The other day you promised us Canaan, and hujafikisha Canaan bado. Don't say you have never promised. We are still waiting for Canaan. You are promising 6,000. We are giving you time, and we pray hard that you become president and see how you can deliver 6,000 when people are not working. That one can't work in Kenya unless people are given abilities to work, given tools, you know. And when you say you are giving 6,000, tell us how the person who has given 6,000 is going to have it for the rest of his life. The sustainability we are still insisting on, you know. But it's a good idea. If you come out and tell us how, we are there to listen. Lakini mkuja hapo na kiburi bwana na arrogance, hatuwezi kubali. Sisi ni watu wa Yuda na tuna believe in our model. Bottom up, mtu wa chini kwanza. Asante baba, wacha niende safari.
Hiyo yako si kiburi.
Can we ask him questions, please, Chairman? I mean, moderator.
David.
Because this guy has talked so much, and we need to. Some of us who don't believe in Yuda, more than not Yuda itself, the party, but the people we have something to say. What he has talked about.
Hold on.
So can we ask?
Bernard.
That's what.
Let me moderate, Bernard. A second, sir. A second, Pastor.
I become so saddened when I hear some things, but all in all,
it's okay, Bernard.
David, hold on. David says he's on the road. Okay, so I wanted to be sure he can receive the questions and be able to answer before I let you ask questions.
Can I say something, Bernard?
Hold on. Let him respond first. David, can you take questions?
I'm pulling. Okay, go ahead. I'll pull.
Yeah, can I ask the first two questions?
No. Can I say something first before you ask something, sir?
I think the moderator said we have questions.
Hold on, Joe. You will ask your questions. Yes, Patriot.
Yeah, can I ask? I wanted to say something. Jacket Dube and my brother Mlumbu, I want to be a bit of a catalyst here. You know, our brother our brother David, there is a way he engaged us yesterday, and he has cast a lot of aspersions from the way he's speaking. I was, Bernard, with all due respect, going to give a word of precaution that I want to believe this does not degenerate to anything ugly, because the language David uses from yesterday, the way I saw, it is disrespectful. And if we start punching each other, I think we will punch harder and we might not come out nicely. So since he has decided to be derogative in the way he speaks, I was just cautioning my teammates not to do the same, because I can see the annoyance that is in our undertones. Thank you, Bernard.
Okay, thank you, Patriot. Joe, please submit your questions.
Yeah, Patriot, some of us are civilized, and we can't go to that extent of hitting below the belt unnecessarily. The question I wanted to ask is almost disappearing, but I have one. It's talking about the promise of Canaan has not been delivered. I want to tell David, if you want to go inside a market and sell, they have to give you the gateway to go inside and sell, and you'll sell from that market. If I say I want to go and sell oranges, I must go and sell oranges. Going to Canaan was a promise that Raila gave if he was to become a president, which he has not. That means he has not had the opportunity to get into the market and sell his wares. Somebody gave promises and he had his wares to go and sell in the market. He was given entrance into that market, but nobody saw those things. That's the difference between taking people to Canaan and the promises somebody made and he was given that opportunity and he did not deliver. That is one. So you should note the difference. Raila could not deliver if he's not a president, because he had to use the resources that within the government to deliver those. So he did not get those that chance. So you should differentiate that. I'll ask another question. Let some other body take up, but I'll need an answer for that if David can understand what I'm saying or not. Thank you.
So was that a question to answer a statement you made?
It's a question because I'm asking, did he get a chance to be a president so that he could take us to Canaan?
You are the same people who are saying Raila has never promised anything, and you are comparing him with the William Ruto, who has promised and has not delivered, and therefore you are giving him a chance to deliver. The question I'm asking too is, are you fair to say he has never promised anything, because he has promised so many things which we have never seen? One of them is Canaan. One of them, another one that failed terribly is kazi kwa vijana. Why are you hiding and bringing only the goodies that he has done? Okay, he has done his part, yes, but you cannot assume that he is an angel from heaven who has not promised anything, that has not succeeded. You know the way government works. Someone has mentioned in this forum that there are things he wanted to do, but because he was sidelined in the Nusumukati government, you understand that there is sidelining in the government. So when we say from our side that sometimes we are sidelined, you tell us you are the government. You seem to forget that. Secondly, let me remind you one thing. The Raila whom you are holding as an angel was given a Kibra for 20 years, and they brought the level of poverty that the world is wondering. Do you want the same poverty to go to Kenya?
Bernard, we are not going
20
that
years.
We have not
20 years.
We are not
There was
going
not
to
even a
allow this
toilet.
kind of arrogancy. Please, Bernard.
No.
Let this guy go talk to Uda.
David.
Mulumbu, hold
20 years. What are you saying?
Let's do this. Order, everybody. David, I respect you. You are one older than me, two more exposed than me, but your style of debating is wanting. Not because
I accept that, Chairman, but look here. You know, when you coalesce people, including even the chairman, also listen to me. I've listened to you 1 hour and a half. You are the chair, and you are leaning towards one side. No. You are leaning to one side. We expect people who are debating to be protected by the chairman, but you are not protecting them. You are not protecting debaters. You are sidelining.
I have given you time to make your submission. Listen to my observation. Okay?
Bernard, let me ask
Bernard, we cannot have some.
Thank you. If you can't be civil, then we treat you as such.
That is the best thing you've done, Bernard. That's the benefit
of members, eh?
For
the
justice,
benefit of members.
Okay? Let's respect one another. Let us debate soberly. One of the things that made me have a taste for politics was the sense that was made by older politicians, Martin Shikuku and the rest of the people, the substance that they would table in wanting to win a case. We cannot have politics that is built on nothing but shouting and arguing. I have no problem you supporting UDA. I have no problem you supporting whatever you want to support, but let it be with substance. When you want to compare two people, compare them on the same scale. This one has been deputy president. This one has been deputy president. Like we said, we had the WESO fund, we have youth fund, we have women fund. Let the DP come and tell us, through the women fund, we have funded these women, they have gotten this. We have funded this youth, they have gotten this. So if we multiplied that money, we are going to elevate this and this. Simple. Not to ask us to forget the youth fund, forget the women fund, forget every other program and say you have now come with a new, fresh revelation. It's called bottom up, and then everybody should buy into it. Give us reasons why. Another thing, we don't want to have a debate whereby everybody, you want to cry victim. This sympathy addiction, please, let's lay control over it. We are not here to victimize anybody. Just state your facts, defend them. Everybody will listen to you. The people following will in fact, they crucify you better than we do. So please, let's remain in the middle of the road. That has been my policy all along. Any extreme is dangerous. Thank you. It's a session for Richard, and we begin to wind up. Richard, please.
So ungewacha tu niulize David, najua nasikiza. About the Kibera issue. Raila was an MP in Kibera when he was outside the government, and he was a threat to the present government by then. That was Moi's government. So every program that he was trying to bring, even from the foreign sponsorship, they were all sabotaged. And if you are not in the government, it's very easy to be sabotaged.
One minute, Joe. Keep it in the right perspective. Raila was never an MP for Kibera. He was a member of parliament for Langata constituency.
Exactly,
the
Langata.
Kibera
Yeah.
constituency was introduced in 2010, and he has never been a member of parliament for Kibera. Thank you.
I accept. Kibera was part of Langata. So he was sabotaged. And when the government wants to sabotage you, they'll sabotage you. For example, Ruto has got an official house in Mombasa. When the government kicked him out, even his clothes are still there. He cannot collect them. So that is also sabotaged. So David should understand that when the government wants to stop you, they can stop you. That's what I wanted David to understand. Ruto akona nguo zake kule Mombasa na hajachukua. Hata na maviatu. Kwa nini asiende achukue? The government is standing in between. So as he blame Raila for Langata, no. If he could able to deliver democracy for the whole country, open the democratic space, and deliver a new constitution, what is Kibera? Kibera ni kidogo. Hiyo tu Bwana Bernard.
Okay, thank you. Richard has dropped out. Okay, I want us to take our final round. Everybody give your submission and your final parting shot. I think we call it a day. We'll start with Mzee Jack Kindube.
Asante sana. Huyo kijana ambaye, huyo jamaa ambaye alikuwa anazungumza, watu wa namna hiyo saa zingine si vizuri kuwajibu, kwa sababu mambo mengi anasema sio ya ukweli. Kwa sababu wakati tulikuwa tunatafuta multiparty, huyo Ruto alikataa, alikuwa kwa upande wa kupinga multiparty, lakini Raila alikuwa upande wa kutafuta multiparty, na aliparticipate kwa hiyo multiparty, na akamake sure hiyo multiparty imekuja. Wakati wa constitution, huyu Ruto alipinga. Raila alitafuta hiyo constitution na wale wengine mpaka ikapatikana. Wakati wa ugatuzi, huyu jamaa alipinga. Ruto alipinga. Ugatuzi sasa anaona ni nzuri. BBI amepinga. So na kusema kwamba kuna wale watu ambao ni sijui, alikuwa anasema hawa wanaitwa dynasty, wale watu ambao wako na alikuwa kwa mikono ya Moi, na amekuwa na uhuru miaka 9. Hii bado ako kwa nyumba ya serikali, anatumia vitu za serikali na anasema yuko kwa serikali. Kwa hiyo kwa maoni yangu, huyo ni mtu muongo. Kwa hiyo kama watu wanakubali na uongo, mimi hiyo tu ndio inanishangaza sana, kwa sababu tunakubali na uongo kabisa. Mtu anasema uongo na watu wanasema tu huyo anasema mambo ya ukweli. Sio ukweli hata kidogo. Huyu ni mtu muongo. Kwa hiyo kusema kwamba wanataka huyu ndio awe president, nafikiri wakati wiki jana nilisema, last week nilisema makamu wa rais ambaye ni Ruto, kusema kweli morally hafai kugombania upresident, kwa sababu anapinga serikali ambayo yuko ndani ya hiyo serikali na anatumia hizo vyombo. Sasa hiyo watu kwa nini hawaoni ni uongo? Alafu juzi muliona pale alisema, mwanamke mmoja alijitokeza akasema yeye ni kahaba, anafanya kazi ya ukahaba, na pale akasema, akatoa pesa. Mimi nataka niwahakikishie kwamba hiyo ilikuwa ni kitu ilipangwa. Mshaona hata mtanisamehe, kuna wahubiri wengine ambao huwa nimeona kwenye wanapanga mipango kama hiyo, na hiyo ilipangwa na Ruto na wale timu yake ilipanga, kwa sababu yule mwanamke angeweza kumfikia na kuweza kutoa matamko ya namna ile na kukubaliwa na yeye kuwa na suluhu mara moja, kusema nawapatia 1,000,000. Haiwezekani. Kwa hiyo mimi, kwa maoni yangu, sielewi kwa nini sisi wa Kenya tunakubali kudanganywa mchana. Asanteni.
Okay, thank you. It was the turn for Richard, then he dropped out. Richard, you're back. Please take the floor. Unmute first before you speak. Richard, are you having technical issues? Unmute, then speak. I think your gadget has hung. Sorry for that. If you can hear me. Jesus. You can get out and then come back so that you tune your gadget properly. You'll be able to make your submission. Okay, we are giving our final lap. Let me see this. Okay, and then I think let's hear from PK.
Yeah, thank you. I can see the debate is getting hot, and some people are either feeling the heat. But I think we have gotten to, I'm new in this forum, but I think we've gotten to a point where it's good to be very blunt and very straight and speak the truth. Kama vile mzee Mulamba, anaitwa Mulumba, anaitwa amesema. Because if we know where we've come from and what our people are going through, we cannot just sit around and listen to stories that don't have heads or tails. We have to be realistic. We have to listen to people who are telling the truth. We have to be honest with what we are saying, because this is not a joke. And we've had jokers here and even in politics, and there's a saying that if white people don't speak up, then we end up with stupid people just controlling us. We have to be very careful. Maybe that is what I can say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, PK. Let's get Mulumbu, your final word.
Yeah, thank you so much, guys. As all of you have seen, I think we have to have some understanding that you guys, you're mature and you are mature people. Any country, if it want to develop, it has to have some people who stands for what they know is the right thing, and they don't accept what's lies that cannot build the country. Just see the way David is behaving. If you have such a kind of person that you're going to your leader, you know the country is going to be in flames. Just to see the way David is talking. That's the
my friend, give your submission. Stop talking about David.
When you are talking, you are kept quiet. Let me talk.
Give your submission without mentioning my name.
No, I just want to tell you the truth. Let's stand for the truth, because we want to build a country. We don't want to destroy our Kenya. We belong in Kenya. I was born in Kenya. I grew in Kenya. I know the problem Kenya is going through. This kind of lies is the one that gives Kenya puts Kenya to flames. And this is what we don't want now. In this time of era, we need to speak the truth, to say the truth, and elect the people that is just the truth and can stand for the country, not lies. Because this kind of kuongea na kuongea visivyo na uongo mwingi kama vile Regatha anaongea, kama Ndindi Njoro na wale wengine, is a lie, lies and lies. It's not going to help us. Nafikia David, you are a very young guy who like good for Kenyans, good for the Kenyans that were suffering. People, guys down there are dying. Unapata mtu ni mgonjwa, hata shilingi 5 ya kwenda kununua dawa hana. Just 5 bob peke yake hawezi pata kwenda kununua dawa. This person dies here. But ikiwa ana kitu kidogo, atajivuta aende hospitali. Hata kama hawezi enda aende chemist anunue dawa peke yake. Ana mtoto anaugua, hana the kid dies. Wanakufa kila siku. But if there's something small that inaweza kuwa maisha. Sio wewe kama unajiweza, so let those one who doesn't hawajiwezi wakufe hivyo. Not everybody nini mtapatia pesa aende kujisaidia. But angalia wale wenye hawana, vulnerable people that cannot earn anything. Please, tuache uongo, let's say the truth. Ukija na madam mzuri, tutakusupport. Endeleza maneno yako, elezo yako vile iliko vizuri, tuchambue iko namna gani. Hapo tunaona hapa ni makosa, hapa ni right, hapa. That's how things be supposed to be. Lakini usikuje na uongo mingi ambapo haitusaidii. We are all mature. Sisi watoto. And this country we are crying for is for you young guys. Sisi tumebakia na miaka michache tunaenda. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mulumbu. Let's hear from Adams. Your closing remarks, please. You are mute, unmute. Adam, are you able to get me? Or you're also on transit? It seems Adam is not getting me. Okay, let's hear from Patriot.
Okay, thank you so much, Bwana Chair, for what you have been able to, do. You've done your part. You've done moderation, and thank God you are the pastor. Otherwise, had you not been one, things will have gone out of the way. So the Solomon wisdom will always prevail. I think that's good. Nevertheless, we are human and we are Kenyans. We must express disappointment when it comes. And in this case, I am going to express myself as such. One, our brother David, I'll still call him a brother because I'm sure he's still our brother. And the issue here is it's because we come from different schools of thought. That is why we don't seem to agree. But I want to remind my fellow comrades, since the time I joined this platform, there's one thing you'll always associate me with: minding of the language. I've always been even hard on our people who support Baba sometimes when I think they have gone overboard. I think the way you convey your message, whether it is for the good or for some semanticism or for political reasons, the way you convey that message matters a lot. I want to leave a lesson for David today because I think I am obliged and I'm obligated to do that so that Kenyans who subscribe to his way of presentation can also learn something. You see, the language is defined with the tone, the way you speak. When you pick selective words to intimidate people who are of age, it is not Christian, it is not morally correct, it is not civility in order. Those are things that tend to profile, your fellow colleagues, counterparts, and Kenyans in a manner that is demeaning. You apply a lot of demeanor that does not appreciate their participation. For instance, our brother came in very quickly and he said, I think all of you come from one tribe. You see, you have that, if I'm correct. He said so, that you guys, you seem from coming from one community. Is that the truth? It is not. Should that come from a man of his age? It is unfortunate. I am never, and I'm not the tribe of Baba. I am not. Bernard, you are not. Themba, I don't think so. We have Mlumbu, not. Why do you propel lies and when we speak, you want to run out of your skin? It's unfortunate. And for me, it is even worse when, and let me express myself on this with a lot of kind words, and in me, it's very unfortunate when somebody who has gone beyond the age of 40, speaking the way he speaks here, and you don't appreciate what comes with age. You speak to people like you want to lecture kids. You speak like you don't come from a family. You speak like you want to push words into people's minds. It is unfair, and I don't think that is good. Bernard, personally, I think what I will do, if we are going to have the character of people like David discussing with such a kind of a derogative demeanor, personally, with the respect I have, I will not be participating whenever he comes on board. I will ask that when I wouldn't. In fact, when I see him, I just go out. No wonder I warned you people. I told you from the way this brother is speaking, I can see this degenerating to that extent. But nevertheless, I also want to tell David, he is not the only supporter of the DP. That I'll tell you. There are very good people who support the DP who mind their language. When you come with such a language, it is not going to add value to the support of the DP. It actually makes people think that probably all of you subscribe to ideologies of insults and not respecting the people who are in leadership. So for me, Bernard, I want to end by saying, I wish Kenyans well. We are going for an election. That election will not divide us. We are doing this because of our children, and we will be you know, will be in our country, either living in the diaspora or in our country beyond tomorrow. 2022 election will come and go. We should not be emotional. You know, talk with people with respect. Talking very heavy terms and you want to be insultive. You don't want to listen to the moderator. When the moderator is speaking, you want to interject and you want to do that with pomp and words. That's not fair. We are a Christian society. We are a Muslim society. We are religious. We respect traditions. Let's have decorum whenever we speak in public. It doesn't speak as well as a society. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Patriot. Adams, are you now able to control your gadget?
Yeah, I am. Man.
Please,
yeah, thank
please,
you
your
so
closing
much.
remarks.
Oh, thank you so much, Mr. Bernard. I don't have much to say as a closure, but I remember Mr. David spoke immediately after my submission, and with all the due respect, I may just say that that level of arrogance and pride begots nothing. Respect is key. You just need to respect people, even if you disagree with what they say. Bernard, you may speak, but I don't have to like everything you say. But that is not tantamount to disrespecting you. Okay? It's okay to keep quiet. It's okay to give your opinion, but the level of arrogance and indiscipline in you is not good. So we need to be disciplined. I'm not afraid to say that our colleague here is very much arrogant and indisciplined. He has no respect for himself first before he goes to, because here you don't know people. You don't know me, I don't know you, he don't know, so it is sometimes good to keep it somewhere. This is politics, like they say now. The word has it out there in the air that don't put it in your heart. Just have it in your lips, because we are sometimes taking sides for people who doesn't even know us. But that should not be the case, because we have to be patriots. Like my friend there is using the word patriot. I don't know whether that is his real name, but it is, patriotism is good. It's good to be a patriot. You fight for your country. I think patriotism is uzalendo in Swahili or something. So all said and done, let us try to remain calm. Let's preach peace, cohesion, and tranquility amongst us. Of course, in politics, you must have your side, and they have to also have their side. But let's just debate on issues. Let it be issue-based. Most of the people here are talking issues, by the way. Just a few people talking about non-issues. It is not about tribe, that you belong to tribe X and the candidate is coming. Of course, in Kenya, we have 42 tribes. So anybody who is vying for any office must come from either of the tribes. So if it happens to be your tribe, let you not be associated or be victimized that because that person is from tribe X and you also belong to tribe X, now you're doing ABCD because of that. I think that is a bit low. That is not, that's too low. That's too low. So all said and done, I still believe, it is a belief, I still believe that the right choice for prosperity for a country called Kenya is Raila Odinga. You may like him, you may dislike him, but that is human. But the right choice is Raila Odinga. The dangerous choice for the future and betterment of this country is none other than William Ruto, according to my opinion. I'd take Musalia Mudavadi, Wetangula, Kalonzo, Gideon any day, but not William Ruto. William Ruto is dangerous. This guy can rip our economy naked and cut it and throw it to the dogs, and he don't care. So if you want anything for the future, Go register, take your vote, tell a friend to register and vote for Raila Odinga. Thank you and God bless.
Okay, thank you, Adams. It's the turn for Joe to give your closing remarks. Please, let's keep it as short as possible.
Bernard, I'm usually short, sir. I don't want to dwell on what people are talking about, David. I think he is hard. I think he's grown up and he's hard. But all the same, there's a freedom of expression. But with the tone that you use that expression and the way you approach the people you're talking to matters a lot. I'd like to say that as we debate here, let's stick with facts. Politicians will tell us anything, but I think in this forum, we're here to remove the non-facts that the politicians are saying and the facts that we know as Kenyans and as learned people. So as we speak here, let's speak with facts. Let's point out the propaganda on either side of the political talk and dwell on facts. In that way, we'll be able to convince the people who are watching this show, other than rambling and even sticking to that propaganda, it might not help us. I think there are so many people watching this program and they're also equally learned. So let's go with facts. It's about somebody's track record, let it be facts. If it's something that somebody has said can work it out, like the 6,000 per month or the bottom up, let's go with facts and not ramble. So with that short submission, I'd like just to ask us all that it's a political season, it has just started. We are still to get into the deep of this thing. And propagandas are going to come, more and more of them. Let us be sober, weigh them, and talk like actually civilized people. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Joe. I would want to give Themba to say the last word as he leads us into the shout out, and then we close. So Themba, a little patience, eh? So
Bernard,
that
before Themba talks, I kindly request to give David another chance to talk, please.
He will be given a chance to talk. Let's get the last word from Jonathan, and then inawezekana. And then David, after that, we go to Themba to give the final remarks.
Thank you very much, Bernard, for another chance. But I'm really sorry for what happened. It's not easy for you as a moderator to control what was happening. I was listening. It's very tough, but it's okay. This is Kenya, and it's a politics time. We can tolerate everyone, but some words that people are saying is not true. But people here, I don't blame Kenyans. I blame the leaders. The leaders are the one who are uttering these words. And now their followers, now they are following them and saying the same word. Like someone said, like Wajaluo, Wajalipa rent. This is what I said yesterday. Like Wajaluo, Wajalipa rent since 2007 until now, they are living for free in the house. What is that? What do you expect for the followers to say? And those are the one, Bernard, those are the one, those are the one who are going around and telling these youths who are now registering as new voters, they're the one who are telling them that don't vote for this one is old, and don't vote for this one has been in power for 30, 40 years, and he has done nothing for you, so why should you vote for him? This is only the problem with leaders. This is the leaders who are uttering these words, and now the followers, now they are following them to say the same word. I'm really sorry for what happened, for what David said, but this is unfortunate, but we need to tolerate each other. That is my last word I can say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Jonathan. Inawezekana?
Hi guys, I'm sorry today I was not available, and I will just I just appreciate you guys the way you put your points. And although I missed the incident about someone who maybe is here, maybe alikasirika ama nini, but we are Kenyans and we have one country to stay together. We are always going to stay together. We have been stay together. We will always be staying together. So hii hasira Mandago alituambia tusiweke, hata kama uko na hasira, hata kama uko na nini, usiweke ndani ya roho. Wewe iweke kwa lungs, upumue iishe. Yani don't fight as if huyo mtu mwenye unafaitia anakujua. That person does not know you and he will never know you. He or she will never know you. So as long as tunaongea hapa, we are talking and we are teaching other people and we are preaching to other people wakuje wasikize the good gospel that is ambayo ni hii politics. As long as we are preaching it, tusiseme sasa, tusibadilishe ikuwe sasa ni do or die. Ati sasa you have to listen to my point, I have to listen to your point. So yani, what I'm just saying ni watu wasikasirikiane, watu waishi pamoja, kwa sababu after election bado tutaishi pamoja. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Inawezekana. David, your closing remarks.
Hello.
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, Bernard, I wanted to say this. One, I apologize that I was very firm on what I said, and I said it in the wrong way, but today you have also let us down, because I've listened to you keenly and I don't interject to any conversations, but the way munatushambulia kama watu wa Yuda, that one is demeaning, and therefore we must burst and tell you we are not happy with you. So if I went overboard, I want to ask panelists to forgive me. But again, as a chair, you ought not to be leaning on one side, because you are giving audience to ODM people for a long time. And when someone from Yuda tries to talk, anavamiwa ni kama ni mtoto. We are not babies too, in as much as we are talking, and I thought that annoyed you. I'm sorry for that. Secondly, I want to mention that if you want this debate to be healthy, as you claim people to speak the truth, you also need to speak the truth, because you are only picking juicy points of your competitor, of your supporter, sorry, of the person you're supporting, and you are leaving out the gray areas. Let us be open, bring everything on the table. You cannot demonize our leader and make him appear like he has nothing to offer to the country. He is such a biggest thief. He is what? To an extent where you contradict your own self. Like I picked one statement there, someone said very well, I have supported the youth in Anyuki. That is well done. Thumbs up. That's what you want to do in a large scale. Why do you want to say that your model will work and someone is model won't work? That's why we are offended. 2 and 3, when a Yuda member gives his point, you all deviate from what you are speaking and start character assassinating that individual. I mean, that is not a debate to me. In my own simple thinking, that is diversion, that's digression. We are digressing from what we're supposed to talk about. Like the way you handle Jex, you know very well Jex is supporting us. I know, I couldn't comment because I was not in a position to. That was not fair. The same way guys they have been told to give their submissions, they are now discussing David. I mean, that is not building everybody. That's not attracting everybody to you. So I want to say that this is a political competition, and everybody has a supporter or has someone to support. Let's not make that if so and so cannot be a leader, then the world has come to an end. Ruto, who is now branded all bad names in this country, has once supported one Raila Odinga vehemently, and he made him prime minister. In fact, Ruto made himself to be in a mess because he was supporting one Raila Odinga. So you can't trash him away. Mgala muue ndio, lakini haki mpe. Lastly, I want to say that Ruto is a competitor. Raila is a competitor. I respect Raila, having been his supporter for long, but for now, he's not my best choice. My best choice is Ruto. What he has done is tangible, real, and realistic. I don't want to dwell on promises of Canaan, promises of free money. That one is not attainable. It cannot work, in my opinion. I'm sorry. I want to see people working and earning income that builds the country. And that's what we call bottom up. Tuanzie watu wadogo, tukienda juu. That is our philosophy. If you don't understand it, I will allow you to critique, but take time to understand it. And when we also argue, give us the audience and give us the fair hearing than the way you have handled some of our members from the beginning. And that's why we busted. So, Chairman first, I'm sorry. I don't want to appear like I'm pushing people out of the debate. I'm going to manage my own temperaments that made me jam when I was, commenting the first time. I've apologized to Wazee, hata mimi pia ni mzee. If I used a derogative term, I'm sorry, but I won't repeat it. But to be fair to us as the chair, when you are regulating, I know you are supporting ODM, but that day you are regulating like Jakes regulates sometimes. Try to be neutral so that when members attack another member, you are able to protect as the chair. Thank you.
Mr. James, thank you. Yesterday you had a different name. Today yesterday you are James. I know you, but you're a great guy.
No, I have the same name. I have the same name. Sorry, my Bluetooth has gone off. I have the same name. Maybe it's appearing differently. I'm sorry. I'm still David. I don't use another name. The chairman knows that. If it's appearing differently, then I don't know where I logged from because I'm still not in my place. I'm just on the road. I've actually just pulled.
Okay,
David,
it
is the same name, David. It was the same name.
Okay,
It is the same
Adams
name.
and
Yeah.
Patriot,
It was.
let's end this show calmly.
Yeah, I just want to say one thing. Just one thing. Thank you, David, for apologizing. I have seen a change in you. Just keep up the spirit, talk your points, and let the UDA also point their positive things. Yeah, it's not for the other side to point the positive things of UDA guys, or Ruto rather, because me, I've got no problem with UDA. It's the personality that's representing UDA. So if they have anything positive, let them point it out.
But the way those people attack us in a forum, we are not happy. That's why we are making noise. Sometimes unajua lazima upige nduru ndio watu wasikie kuna wazimu hapa, so that you listen to that wazimu.
David, you're tempting me to talk.
Sorry, Chiana. I'm sorry.
There's nobody attacking UDA people. You prosecute your case, you allow us to interrogate, you respond with facts. We have debated here with different people or who vehemently support UDA. The other day, Themba was here speaking for UDA as your representative since you had all disappeared. And we have had healthy debates on different subjects.
Chair, you know why we fear? Just 1 second. Chair, 1 second.
Listening, that is why you don't get the point.
I'm listening. What I'm saying is why we are running away is because the chair sends us out. Okay.
Look here. There is no sending of warning. If we are going to have a civil communication, we must have a way of listening to one another and then respond to what has been said. But there is that aspect of coming to silence everybody because somebody has complained to you that, or somebody has been kicked out of the studio, so you are coming to defend or to prove that you can silence everybody. So we are not here for tit for that. We are not here to say that because Raila did it, so Ruto is free to do it. All that tit for that level of settling matters is not healthy for this country, is not healthy for the debate. Let's get facts. If Raila did not succeed with Kazi kwa Vijana, okay, what contributed to that? Is it Raila or to be blamed for the whole thing?
if Raila did not succeed to exterminate Kibra as a slum, is it him to blame for it? Now they claim like Raila will turn the whole country into Kibra slum. Now that level of reasoning and imagination, who can comprehend such? When the same person, when he was Minister for Roads and Housing, came up with Thika Superhighway, came up with the plan of the now current, the flyovers and all the, what are they called? The new bypasses that are now expanding Nairobi. For your information, Outer Ring was the farthest that Nairobi was to go. Now they are taking it further. All that plan was drawn during the NAC government. Now, somebody who comes up with those complex plans for Vision 2030, then goes ahead and executes them, how can he be accused for attempting, or if given power, he will turn the whole country into a slum?
He has run away.
That's right, sir. So let's just be sober and speak for the truth. And when we speak the truth, we don't have to remember what we said. But when we lie, we have to remember how we lied so that we keep the lie going. The truth will win any day, anytime, and it will vindicate the people. Now you see the way the mountain is talking. The lies that have been spoken all the years are being diffused by the truth coming out. So let's not think that by lying, we will succeed. We may steal the moment, but eventually we'll be caught up in the same. I don't want to be part of a history that helped a lie sell the country. I want to be part of the history that rescues the country from going down the slope for the sake of the future generations. If we can't get anything, like this, the example that Demba gave, you don't grow the tree, you don't plant a tree so that you enjoy the shade. Some trees we plant for somebody else to enjoy the shade. And that is the spirit that needs to bring us into the debate here. We are planting trees. We may never enjoy the shade for the better Kenya that we are struggling for right now. But let's secure that shade for our children and our children's children. After William Ruto, after Raila Odinga, after all these other leaders, we'll have new breed of other leaders. They can only exist if Kenya continues to exist. But if Kenya comes to an end, then there is no future. So all those stories of moderation inalemea watu wa UDA, nothing. Ukipewa muda wako.
Chair, 1 minute, please. Chair, 1 minute. I know you are busy.
Thank you.
I know you are busy. We agreed from the beginning that you support one side, yes, but when it comes, you are the chair of that day, you try to be as neutral as possible. Today, you didn't display that. You see the way you are hosting us.
I cannot be, look here. I cannot
secondly, why don't you allow me to finish, Bwana Chair?
David, understand.
Okay.
I don't recruit
I rest my case.
Studio. I don't send application at watu wa Yuda kujeni kwanza, then watu wa ODM kujeni to balance studio. Mko wangapi? Watatu, alafu tuanze. We don't have prearranged people in the studio. People walk in, walk out. So I cannot say because the UDA people are 3 and the rest are 5, so I will give UDA people to speak twice so that they balance with the other people that are 5.
That is not my argument. Chair, I'm sorry to take your time. That is not my argument. My argument is when you are giving time for people to speak, we keep quiet and listen to everything that the ODM supporters are saying. But when it comes to a Yuda person kuongea, you let it anashambuliwa, you don't protect that person as the chair, and you yourself, you take almost 3 minutes to give a rebuttal, or kind of giving a direction on what to follow next. That's what we are complaining about.
If he has not speak back,
Bernard, I think
I think that's not part of the broadcast. Let's just forget that. Let's end that there. Themba, you give your closing remarks, give out, shout out, and then end the show.
Thank you so much, everyone. I think I'll follow direction. We end it there. I stand advised on a different target. Today I've some things have caught my mind and my eyes. The EACC has a report following Waiguru. Waiguru has come out saying that they have come for her because she moved to UDA. A few months ago, we debated Waiguru going to the EACC, and you remember, Bernard, we said here that probably she took herself there in preparation for her movement to UDA. Is it possible that someone had given her an idea that this investigation is ready? So move quickly to UDA so that you can find an excuse to fight your way out, find a way out. But something interesting also happens. Her nemesis, or the person that is going to be her great competitor, Ngirishi, comes out and says that if EACC comes for you, don't say it is UDA. So I find that interesting, and would want to see how that pans out as days go by. So that for me was an interesting occurrence today. So we probably would want to follow that and see what goes on, how it pans out. On the things that we have said, it is Desmond Tutu who says that do not raise your voice, raise your argument. So whenever we are debating, it serves us well to not be combative, but raise the level of the argument, improve the argument. If the last time you said this and it didn't hold water, next time when you come with an improvement of it. I see a constant regurgitation of the same thing that we see in our political podiums, which I think does not help much when we come to a debate like this. When you just regurgitate the same stuff that that cannot stand any. That's very hollow and not very sound. So when you are coming here and you are regurgitating the same thing, it doesn't help. It doesn't help the argument. So I believe that the debates and much of it has happened pretty well. I keep saying here that the reason the other side, the UDA people, keep running away is because we keep punching holes on their presentations. And when holes are punched in their presentations, they say that they're not given fair hearing. And that is likely to happen as we move forward. So I believe that in spite of everything else, let's keep talking. I'm not subscribing to Patriot's assertion that because of a heated debate, he's not going to come if someone comes. I think, Patriot, you owe it to justice and process and progress for you to maintain your coming to eliminate. So it will still be fair for you to keep coming and eliminate the person in spite of their emotionalities around it. You may choose to ignore what they say, but your presentation might eliminate someone's mind. So I'm not of the opinion of running away. Quitters never win, and winners never quit. You stay on, but change the level of engagement. If you realize that our engagement with you is you raising your voice, do not get into that invitation. And some of them will come here really prepared to invite you to a shouting match, which I don't think is what you want to do. We want to be more sober, more tampered in our engagement. Finally, we look to a Kenya one day that, like Martin Luther King says, we will be judged by the content of our character, but not by the first letter of our name. And that Kenya is possible. Now, one leader, that is the deputy president, has shown that his interest and his leaning is not in looking forward to that Kenya. Everything that he does currently points out to a person who is more interested in power and power for its own sake. We don't want that. And I think for that to happen and to happen well, we must come out and exercise our constitutional right by voting. There's no any other way. And voting is the only way. When we exercise that constitutional right, we are able to speak a voice and speak it loud. And let's do that in our small part. I may not agree with you, but we'll defend your constitutional right. And if there's any one person that stands for constitutionalism, that is one Raila Amolo Odinga. I don't think it's possible that you can not support the Constitution in any form, but you still want to stand by it and think that you can make it work. I don't think Ruto has that conviction in his heart. Having said that, I think we'll meet again in our discussion tomorrow. And for all the young leaders here tomorrow, Bernard has a conversation with one of the aspirants, one John Okombo. He's an aspirant for Umoja 2 ward, and that will be from 8 to 9 Kenyan time. So for those who would get time, kindly log in and engage, ask questions. That is before the normal debating time. Let me give some shout out to some of the people who joined us. I might not look at the Semo Jin. So if I don't mention your name the way you like it, you'll forgive me. We do have hey, Semo Jin really populated our comments, man. How can you give 10 same comments, 10, 30 same comments? John Cash Dove. Hey, Semojin, man. What do you call that? That's is it a virus? Oh dear. Or maybe he had lots of time. Then Variety Gitash, Lumush, PLO, Desayo Gada, Martins Wilson, thank you so much. George Sonko, Asili 2 TV, Margaret N. Conley, Humphrey Mangusio, Martin Wilson, yeah. Then we have John Cashdo, thank you. Variety Guitars on YouTube. We have Daudiem, thank you. Thank you so much, Daudiem. We do have also Not Nice Show. That's someone's name. Yeah, Not Nice Show. It's on. Lucy Jerry, thank you. Thank you for joining us tonight. We also appreciate Rally Priest Ndubi. Thank you. I think those are the ones I could be able to get. Now, ladies and gentlemen, those who are watching us on Facebook and those who are watching us from YouTube, we really appreciate your company. Thank you for tuning in to Mutembe TV. Kindly remember to like, share, subscribe, and invite your friends every day. We do have topical issues that happen in Kenya and also other issues that we want to involve all of us in discussing. Remember to always comment, share widely so that we get so many people with this message. Remember, when we stop talking, we start fighting. We want to keep talking, keep sharing, and keep engaging because we are Kenyans and Kenya is our business. Now, for those who are watching, views expressed here are not necessarily of Mutembe TV or the owner. The people are the ones who, that's a disclaimer. So do not sue Mutembe TV for any case. So as we do it every other time, we have in the house our pastor. I therefore want to invite Bernard to pray for us so that we close.
Before you pray, Mr. Temper, please send me your phone number. I need to call this man.
Say what?
Send
Yes,
me your
Adam.
phone.
Sorry, we can't hear you. Speak up. Adam, pick that again. We didn't get you.
All right.
Adams, what are you saying? What did
I'm
you say?
saying, send me your phone number.
Oh, my number?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll do that. I'll do that, sir. Okay, Bernard.
Call me.
And for those who are not in the WhatsApp forum, you can go to the the private message. Leave your number. We will get you. If you want to get in there, we want to give a disclaimer. It's very heated, so if you cannot handle the heated part, you don't need to go there. But you can leave us your number there so that Bernard will invite you there. And again, if you know any aspirant for any position, any post, that is MCA, MP, governor, or even a presidential candidate who would want to be interviewed here, kindly let us know. Or if you are vying, Adams, if you are vying, kindly let us have you interviewed here. We'll be having debates, and next week, Bernard, is it next week, Wednesday? We'll have those who have been coming here, we'll have a panel of some of the aspirants to come in and debate here. So let's engage. So Bernard, maybe you can take us through.
Okay, thank you very much. I salute all of you. Please, let's keep the conversation going. Let us ensure that we support Mtembe TV to the maximum by ensuring that we make sure that there is sufficient viewership. And if there is any way you want to be part of the support team of Mtembe TV, you can inbox us and we'll be able to make that arrangement possible. I really want to salute all of you for your great contribution for today. Despite the hiccups, I'm sure that we have had a good 5 hours and 55 minutes of debate. God bless you. Let us pray. Heavenly Father, we thank you for the privilege to share your wisdom on this platform. We thank you that you are mindful of us, you are mindful of our families, you are mindful of our going out and our coming in. We thank you that you are mindful for our nation called Kenya. We continually lift this nation into your able hands and ask you to keep it on every side. Blessed is the nation who the Lord is their God. Father, we declare you the Lord and the King of this nation. Let your reign flow freely over this nation from the east to the west, from the north through the south. Arise and contend with him that contendeth with you. Deliver our children, deliver our spouses, deliver our families from the evil intentions. Let this nation be purged by the precious blood of Jesus, that it may be rescued completely from all evil forces, that the land will see peace, will see prosperity, will dwell in harmony. Cause every evil beast to cease in the name of Jesus, that, Lord, your peace that passes all understanding will keep each and every Kenyan, each and every dweller of this land. We give you thanks and bless you. We appreciate everything you have done for us. Continually show yourself strong on our behalf, for our eyes are fixed on you. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Well,
Good night.
thank you very much. The Lord bless you. Let's do this again